Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left behind!
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! There's the swing back! They have stunned this crowd!
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
Welcome back to Stage 1 of the North American League. So glad to have you with us, everyone. It is day 3. It is the final day of the Super Week. I'm Jonas Willinger. I'm here with Laxing and Fresh once again, who's subbing in this week. Fresh, you had your first chance to see NAL action yesterday. First impression.
And it's better than the amount.
And it's better. No. Nearly. I know you want me to be an NAL analyst in
You told me, listen, you told me
I do have to go back to the ML on Monday.
Back that you did enjoy NAL.
But I did enjoy it. I do love NAL. There was a lot of good things to watch yesterday, and I did watch the Outlast game as well, I'll be honest.
I think we all watched that. Maybe painfully watched it, but we did watch it nonetheless.
Well, there was a lot of good stuff yesterday, maybe some less good stuff, but
yeah.
To catch up everybody at home, it was an opportunity for all of these teams, right, to get on the board and to, you know, maybe recover from some of the missteps of day one. Like, I mean, did you like what you saw?
Yeah, I definitely like what I saw from 100 Thieves and M80. It was a very highly anticipated game. We said it was the grudge match for Hot and Cold versus his old team dropping him, and obviously another great showing from M80 as a whole. It really came down to just minute details in some of these rounds. I mean, the big clutches out of Gavini that we saw time and time again. But overall, it was just a really good series for both these teams, and regardless of who won or who lost, both teams should be very happy with their performance.
Yeah, I think so. And then we moved through to 4Fun against SSG, and I think 4Fun actually showed us, they flexed on us a little bit yesterday. Maybe what we saw in play day 1, where they actually showed that they had something about them, that they had a win in them, and they came through in that game against SSG, looked very, very comfortable. They got the game plan right, they got the map beta right, they expanded their map pool, and everything went, I won't say swimmingly, because there was a little sense of a comeback in the middle of the game, but they got the job done and they did it in regulation.
I was going to say, I think they maybe met your expectations in a way in terms of flexing the map pool a little bit, as we were saying, and thankfully they did get that win. As for SSG, it wasn't too hot for them. But then the next match, SR versus 5 Fears. Now, this was another one that I was looking forward to, because what we saw in kickoff, 5 Fears ran a train in terms of being able to dominate the side of SR7, wanting them on that chalet, but it was an immediate Uno reverse card once we got into that series, where Shopify Rebellion would just make their name known. They would make it known that they are the best in the server, and that 5 Fears could not stand toe-to-toe against them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was such good performance out of Shopify Rebellion, and then, well, blink and you'll miss it. I think Jesse in commentary yesterday said that Outlast had never been 7-0. They'd been 7-1, they'd been 7-2'd, and, you know, maybe they could get 7-3. As it was, they got 7.
I was going to say, blink and keep your eyes closed.
7-0. And I don't want to be too disrespectful. I think, you know, the first 3 rounds from Outlast were absolutely terrible. They tried, after the tactical timeout for rounds 4, 5, and 6, tried to play a little bit more proper, is probably the word, a little bit more traditional. Even then they got beat, but they got beat in, I would say, a better manner. But ultimately, it was a 7-0. Dark Zero really didn't even get out of second gear.
No, they didn't. And then C9 versus Wildcard. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, we gave a lot of praise to Wildcard and C9 going into this series. I did think Wildcard's strategy going into the defensive half and how they were going to deal with Cloud9 was very well. And honestly, I thought it was going to be cut close at that point once we got to that 5-2. But then the half split changed, and then that's where we started to see C9 really come alive. They were really putting the pressure on Wildcard card. I think something you even highlighted yesterday. If this wasn't for a clutch from Baby Shark here, it probably keeps them out of the race, and then we would be talking about Cloud9 in the sense of winning the game. But I think another key point that we also hit there is, as much as we are giving praise to Cloud9 and they are making the right strides, they need to get points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, now the standings are ending up looking a little more familiar, I think, to what we saw at the Major. We're seeing, well, the big two at the top in Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. M80 with 5 points. They went to overtime in one of their victories close behind. But at the bottom of the standings, Lax, and this is, hopefully we'll get a chance to remedy this today. We've got 3 teams with 0 points, Cloud9, SSG, and Outlast.
Again, we're on Super Week. You need to start getting some points on the board here, because if you think about any of these teams, even the teams that have 3 points currently, if they manage to get and win in regulation, they're going to jump to 6, and that is only going to further that gap. So we need these 3 teams to get some points and really start bridging that gap and not letting anyone get too ahead of them.
The first goal for, I think, the group stage for any single team is achieve playoffs.
Absolutely.
When you're looking at your Dark Zeros, your Shopify's, your Amazes of the world, you want to be looking at the top 2, top 3 to start thinking about seeding in the playoffs. But I think for every single team, you want to achieve the playoffs. Now, the bar for that is usually around 11, 12 points if you look at most group stages. And the fact of the matter is, after today, we are a third of the way through the group stage. So you need to have some points on the board. 3 teams with 0 will be feeling the pressure right now.
Well, the good thing is we will definitely fix at least one of those teams with 0 points later on today. We're going to see SSG take on Outlast. So one of those teams will get off the donut. We've got Dark Zero and 5 Fears. That should be a pretty good matchup. Laxing, what else are you paying attention to today?
I said this last night, and I'm going to stick true with it. Dark Zero versus 5 Fears. We haven't seen these two be able to play against each other as of yet. Obviously, with kickoff, they were separated in their own groups, and then when they win in playoffs, they win in their own direction. So I am really excited, 1, just to see that matchup, but 2, also see what 5 Fears is going to bring to the table. As we spoke of yesterday, it did not meet expectations.
It's the final game for me. That's going to be the one that I'm keeping an eye out for. Do you know why? Because a European will win in it. Either Baby Shark and Adrian will win for wildcard, or it will be Spoy in that game as well. I think, you know, that game, it's a top 4 decider. You know, it's a 6-pointer up there.
Yeah.
2 teams that are looking to be at the top end of the table as well.
Well, one of those teams, as we said, at the bottom of the table, Cloud9, will play in our very first matchup and have an opportunity to get a point on the board against 100 Thieves. So this should be a great chance for them. Cloud9 have had a tough schedule, so 100 Thieves feels like their best opponent yet to get a point. But on the 100 Thieves side of things, they're also a team coming into their own 2 very close overtime matches against pretty good opponents.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at this 100 Thieves roster, again, it's all about time with this team, and they finally have the structure, and I think we're really seeing that structure implemented each with every single game. From the first game, we didn't see a very strong defensive side. They had a very good attacking side. Then we jump into the M80 game. We saw a very good attacking side. We got a very good defensive side. And Jack, we spoke very highly of this match where, truthfully, I thought 100 Thieves was in the driver's seat the majority of the game, whether it was on the defensive half, whether it was on the attacking half. But where they fell short every single time on that attacking half is simply they aren't playing into the meta. They aren't using the Solid Snake. They aren't using the Dokkaebi. They aren't using the Deimos in tandem with one another, where every other top team across all regions is abusing the meta. And it kind of is a little bit confusing for me, given the IGL stature that is on this team.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Hot and Cold is a very experienced IGL, but it's also an IGL that has, you know, championed a team in the last year at a major in terms of what the current meta looks like. Of course, we have the Nomad trap coming in from Deveni at the end.
Definitely got some laughs.
What a way to lose the game. An amazing free camp from our observing team as well there to catch that one. You know, what do you do? But what I will say is, the good thing is, I agree with you, Lax, they had control in the game. Yeah. Yes, they didn't maybe play some of the most meta operators. If they had, they would have won it. But the fact of the matter is, they controlled the game against a formidable opponent for the most part. That's something that they can build on. When they add those flavorful operators in, they'll be a real opponent.
Well, Kaysen is someone who we've talked a lot about over the first couple of days because, well, he's a big star potentially down the line, and he's one of these new pickups, Lax. It feels like maybe he hasn't hit the ground sprinting, but he certainly hit the ground running.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kaysen has been performing exceptionally well. I mean, he went positive yesterday, 13 and 11 overall, but something that really stuck out in yesterday's match, especially with how close these games were and how close these rounds were, Kaysen clearly has been struggling in the early game, getting comfortable, where we tend to see with more time as the game develops, he does start to come into his own and he starts finding that success and he starts finding that rhythm.
Yeah.
But for me, especially in that early game, he went 0-5 for the first 5 rounds, where he does get the quad in the very last round. But in games like this, where it's so crucial to stay on the board, get 1 or 2 extra picks, I mean, it makes all the difference. And that really could have been the difference maker for them, where 100 Thieves could have possibly walked away from that series in a 7-3, 7-4 fashion. So for me, it's really about just finding that comfortability very early and then finish strong just like he continues.
I will say it's impressive for his resilience, though. The fact he went 0-4 and then still managed to get himself back in the game. If I look into EML, we've got a player for Heretics called Riaz. Very, very popular, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. First bad game, it defined him. Bad stage and kickoff.
Yeah.
For Kaysen, first, bad half in that game yesterday, didn't define him. Resilience, he came back into it, had a big play, and then was going from there.
On the Cloud9 side of things, the story in this one is kind of about Panba here, because he's going to have an opportunity to play against technically his former team. They were together for a few weeks during kickoff. And if he's able to continue to build on the performance he had yesterday, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And what we even found out yesterday is he's the IGL, which obviously how close that game was again. I mean, I said I don't think they're going to be the most strategically sound team. They should rely on their strengths of being able to take engagements. But again, I think they are making the right strides to become a very competitive team. But it goes without saying, we need that little bit of extra oomph that gets them over the edge, especially with 0 points going into today.
Yeah.
We need to see a little more, because what we saw yesterday, and this is where I was talking about strategically sound, it didn't really look like they had much of a reaction or a response to what was in front of them, outside of just let's throw one body right after the other in hopes those gunfights swing in our favor.
Yeah, I think so. I think with Cloud9, I think it's 2 decent enough performances of Super Week, but 0 points is ultimately the bottom line.
Yeah.
I think Panba coming into this roster will add a level of experience that maybe they didn't have before. I think, Monk seems to come in as the newest player on the roster, but actually, you look across the board, some of the other players are still relatively fresh in their career. This is a very, very young team, so the fact that they're putting in performances is very, very encouraging. They're very close to picking up points against good opposition, but they're just that little bit away. If they can raise their game, their level 10-15% their team play, then they'll be picking up points and they can have a real run at it.
Yeah, and on day 1 and day 2, as you said, they just came up a little bit short.
Yep.
Both times, it was on the same map. They've played Border twice, haven't shown us anything else just yet. Lax, what do you make of where we're headed today?
Again, if you're Cloud9, I think you just want to stick to smaller maps, more maps that you can control. Fortress, I mean, yeah, it's definitely something for them. We saw the old Cloud9, they weren't able to find any success during kickoff, losing to Space Station twice. However, on the other side for 100 Thieves, they did lose to 5 Fears in that 4-7 matchup. So for both sides of these, I'd say this is a pretty even playing field. Just the bigger difference here is this 100 Thieves roster has more structure. But again, if Cloud9 can play into those strengths, get aggressive, and like I said, be able to actually problem solve and have a solution for the problem that's in front of them, I think this really could be a toss-up.
Now, I'm not Mr. Alfama. I'm not going to sit here and defend EML whatsoever. I think North America has a very, very good fortress in general. Maybe the best fortress out of any region. And the fact that both of these teams will have gone away, they will have scrimmed teams on it in the off-season between kickoff and now, means that they will have improved from kickoff. I think that's going to be who can raise their level the most on this map will determine who's going to win it.
Well, Cloud9 have had a tough go of it so far, as you mentioned, just coming up short twice. They have M80 and 5 Fears next week. It's not going to get any easier. A big opportunity to get a point here against a 100 Thieves team looking to find their identity. To get this one started on Fortress, we go over to Lynx and XR Troika.
Big opportunity and potentially must-win opportunity, Ollie, for not only, of course, 100 Thieves, but specifically Cloud9, still looking for their first win inside of the NA League. And given how close these two teams have been against really good teams, this could decide the fate of playoffs, and we're only on play day 3.
Well, that's it. It's only play day 3, but we are a third of the way through, as Fresh was saying on the desk. So it isn't time to squander. It isn't time to take your foot off the gas. That usually comes at the end of a stage. This is the time for teams to start getting points on the board. Social prediction, at least you guys at home watching, you guys are going to be backing 100 Thieves 68% to 32. And I mean, I can't say that I necessarily blame you, to be honest. Cloud9 of late haven't looked fantastic, whereas 100 Thieves, they've got a bit of that revival going on with them now, haven't they, Lynx? They've got hot and cold onto the team, and we're starting to see something.
And of course, you obviously have the introduction of Kaysen onto the team. A lot of eyes on this player. One of the many, I feel, popular rookies we've seen coming in. I like to stop in going back a year ago. And now, of course, we see going into this game, he would even org with the reputation like 100 Thieves. And also in Rainbow Six, an org with the reputation of C9, who have been in the game for been in the game quite a few times over the years, but specifically in North America in the last couple years, they've had a bit of a reputation drop, Ollie. You know, teams that have always kind of been around, but performance ranging from middling to forgettable. Now this new iteration with quite a few rookie pickups looking to try and change things entirely and of course get their first win inside of the NA League so far. Map will be Fortress between these two teams. Well, 100 Thieves have fared a little bit better. Both those games have been quite close. 14 and 15 rounds apiece. 1 victory, 1 loss. We'll see how they can do on Fortress.
100 Thieves will be starting off on the attack, and that's kind of good because the attack is somewhere that I was really looking forward to speaking about tonight. And that is that 100 Thieves, it's kind of unclear at the moment if they have gotten the memo as to what the meta is at the moment for attacks in Rainbow Six Siege, because we very seldom see them play some of those big hitting operators. I'm thinking about a Dokkaebi, I'm thinking about a Deimos, I'm thinking about a Lion, even a Snake. It's not something that we're seeing them play all too often. There's only a couple of recorded cases of them playing Dokkaebi, a couple of recorded cases of them playing Lion and Snake, and that was 2 days ago. Since then, we've seen them attack all of yesterday, and we didn't see anything like that brought. Now, it was a very close game, and I'm not sitting here suggesting that those operators alone were the difference, but they do seem to be trying to blaze the trail in, you know, maybe more of an old-fashioned style or meta of Siege, and it does, you know, kind of revolve around these shields a little bit. We've got Spirits. He's going to be playing on the Blackbeard. We know him to be a very good shield player, and a Blackbeard player in particular. We'll have to see if it does start to bite them a little bit, if they do start to lack information, particularly when we get to the later portions of the rounds.
We're setting up a lot of that information at the moment. First bit of the defense that we're into. Will be Center playing on the tower stairs. Common position for the smoke to play. Close quarters for the shotgun. To take fights with the SMG-11 as well. Shield coming up the stairs. Also, I imagine not a big surprise from the defense. Ooh, Spirits. Mistimed ADS will lose the fight against the SMG-11. Pamba providing some support, walking up from Museum. We'll find Kaysen as his next target. Flanking down below, looking to deal with the tower presence now. No way that 100 Thieves know about this. Creeping beneath, spots hot and cold. The IGL turns on both of them. Double kill for the new entry onto 100 Thieves. You always have to be worried about hot and cold when he gets dropped, but now that he's been picked back up, can still shoot quite well.
Not the cleanest start from either side there, really. I think Pamba had done a heck of a lot of work to support the player on the stairs and to try and, well, at least get the kill on Spirits and to finish that kill onto Kaysen, but giving it hot and cold that much space to grab 2 back in return just entirely levels things out right now. You have lost the Blackbeard, so you've lost that pushing power that you were trying to use Spirits for. You've also lost a little bit of flank protection, but with only 3 defenders alive, it's not something that you really need to worry too much about, but those track stingers, of course, have other uses. Now's the time to hop into the drone and see if they can start to buddy up a little bit. There's a decent enough crossfire being held here, and I think that Monk's position right now is going to be crucial, holding here into Museum. I don't think that he'll be able to get toward Eddie, and he just needs to try and play as aggressively as he can right now and keep these players at bay on the door.
Even a few seconds burn could be quite pivotal for C9's chances on this first defense. Hot and cold with a huge amount of work to bring it back this close, but Monk with a clutch late reposition catches Adam walking into the Museum single, but Hot and cold with some clutch plays of his own. Still the only player on 100 Thieves with kills through round 1. That changes with Gomez onto Uzi, but C9 close it out, take the first defense over by tower.
Hot and cold tried his best there, didn't he? Got himself a slew of kills, but it just wasn't enough. One of the reasons why it wasn't enough, was there a lack of information? Did we know that there was someone just tucked into Museum, easily able to pick up the kill there, Monk? It was just line him up and knock him down. As soon as the laser gate gets burned, bam, you know that someone's going to be coming. Eddie didn't move his feet either. He was just tucked on into sight. So a couple of those really tough, stubborn defenders. And guess what? They know that they can play in those positions. Brilliant play from Pamba, by the way, to utilize a lot of the explosion and a lot of the pre-fire noise to get himself into position there on the ladder. He was already waiting on the ladder, so he'd already made a little bit of the noise. He was very unpredictable in his position, but Eddie there just tucking in for that final kill. C9 holding firm on their first defense here of Fortress.
Yeah, holding firm, and really up until the last kill acquired by 100 Thieves. Required a lot of effort from Hot and Cold. That big double kill, swinging onto Pamazoo, who was caught off guard, I think. He had to jump on the Zofia and ended up losing the fight despite that. And also being able to get the player over on tower stairs. A lot of work done by Hot and Cold to bring that round into the realm of possibility for 100 Thieves. Now as we move to the opposite side, over by Games, we'll have to see what C9 can manage. Usually you'll see defender presence in a lot of the same positions you saw in the last round, albeit here. Maybe a bit more spread out, looking over towards the commander side, over towards the bedroom side. Still with that stronghold around Games that they can retreat to. Given that 100 Thieves were playing a lot of shields, maybe you would have expected them to come in this round with a direct play down old tower stairs, but not the case this time, Ollie. Instead, going to the Ying and the Grim.
Yeah, again, it's looking to try and root some of those defenders out a bit, isn't it? You know, recognizing C9 were playing fairly tucked there, and maybe a Candela or some Bees just to give yourself a little bit of surety. It had gone a long way in the later portion of the round. But the alarm bell, for me, is relying on Hot and Cold to get 3 kills to open the round up in, you know, in the first place to begin with. That's somewhere that we're going to have to see 100 Thieves pay a little bit more attention, and it is going to be that entry. So let's see what sort of information they're going to be able to gather. We can already hear that Atom is getting those Flores Rotero drones out there, but this time it's going to be Hot and Cold to fall, and he's on the Grim, so those Bees have gone with him, unfortunately. Brilliant first pick here from C9.
MVP from round 1 down at the beginning of round 2. Kaysen also on low HP. He was the second to go on the commander bedroom attack. Utility going out as well from Cloud9 as 100 Thieves, 2 rounds in a row, struggling to gain initial control, attacking these exterior bits of the bomb site. Eddie looking to take a peek outside of Courtyard. There is one player over in that position, but on the drone tucked beneath the stairs. Not only not available, C9 also not really in a position where they need to take these fights. 5v4. They're already able to wait out the clock quite successfully in the last go around, and I think they're in the same position here.
There's a confidence at the moment on Cloud9. It really feels like they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the series. That's a great nade to force Center out of position and allows Gomez to pick up the frag there. That should open things up somewhat. A missed-time swing from Pamba. Oh, unfortunate for him. The Vector just sells him a little bit short there, but Uzi coming in big with 2.
Uzi holding out in Games. A lot of big double kills from both teams so far. Uzi, how is he landing these shots? Snapshot onto 2 remaining 100 Thieves players, and that just leaves Gomez already putting in a lot of work. I have to believe I get an ace to win this one for 100 Thieves. Got the first 2, taking after Hot and Cold. Now on half HP, Razor Bloom revealing his position. It's not actually Uzi to get that kill. It's Monk with the Razor Bloom to finish it off. Steals it from the Mira, but takes the second round for C9.
Hey, they're not going to be bothered about who gets the kill. They just want the rounds on the board here. And defense is looking pretty comfortable right now for C9 here on Fortress. I think one of the things that I'm really noticing at the moment already, Lynx, we've only seen a couple of rounds, is there's a big lack of information on this 100 Thieves side. They obviously tried to counter that by bringing the Grim to give themselves a little bit more info. But it's not just about where the operators are and where people are playing, it's the utility. Razor Blooms being detonated, Goyo canisters that are going a little bit unchecked and popping at an inopportune moment. There's a lot going on here that 100 Thieves have to deal with. And then you throw into it people that basically can just post up like this. I mean, Uzi, he got 3 kills and he didn't move his feet.
Excitement in the C9 comms. Didn't have to move, exactly correct, and also just some nice headshots as well. Sentry gun over inside of Games, and C9 with their second now looking to get a flawless site rotation. 100 Thieves seem to be contemplating a rotation back to those shields after the lack of success from the Ying and the Grim, but nothing so far has been all that successful from 100 Thieves. The shield was dealt with pretty quickly in round 1. Didn't see either the Ying or the Grim's utility have much effect in round 2. Maybe now that we have the first floor site, a bit more of an option for a full clear. You can go top down. A bit more control might be immediately available to 100 Thieves. They could face something different. Shots fired over towards the Blitz at the start. Likely not a whole lot of action will take place in the first minute.
Pamba going to be rocking that DMR and just looking to stick a few shots down range, let him know that he's there. Will at least make Spirits think twice and maybe have to adjust his path in. He's got the option to hop himself in there to Hammam and start to make a little bit of progress, but needs to stick with the team. Blitz in this instance, we've already seen it can be a fairly useful prospect if you've got to try and move upstairs or you've got any sort of danger of being shot from above or even below for that matter. So you do want to be trying to take fights on your level. See Spirits there just glancing over at one of his teammates' screens just to ensure that everything there is clear. And well, Atom, he's going to start to move through this top floor as well. This ground has been taken here from 100 Thieves, and fortunately it's not really cost them too much to get it.
That kind of helps when the defense isn't really looking to contest the second floor all that much. 100 Thieves in perfectly adequate time will take that second floor control and start looking toward the first. There are a whole lot of C9 defenders scattered around the nurse's office and the bomb site as well. Ooh, feet of the two brows spotted by Adam on that hatch, but Angle, unfortunately, not giving him a whole lot to work with. Kaysen instead used the rest of his booty drones to get some of this important vertical control, as this might be the slowest round we've had so far. 100 Thieves really taking their time with this one and taking things with a very traditional top-down approach.
I think 100 Thieves need to take a little bit of the pace out of the rounds because they are just getting away from them a little bit too quickly. Something they do need to concern themselves with is the 2 C4s on C9. They are going to be devastating, especially when you've got a little bit of this floor opened up. But as we know, those vertical angles will work both ways. And Atom, he's going to send one of his ROU projectors down through that vert. There was a nice little bounce off as well. So he's looking to try and cut off a line of sight. Now we can activate that ROU projector when he chooses. Big engagement there for Spirits to take Sentir down. That's going to be Hammam now called as clear. And hopefully we can start to see 100 Thieves start to tighten this net a little bit. All the defenders very constricted right now.
Very constricted. Also the first time that 100 Thieves have started off with an opening pick. They have been fighting from behind at the beginning of this map. And now Spirits not only being able to get that kill, but also now still a factor in these rounds. Always bringing these powerful operators. The blitz might be low. Not able to get the kill on Monk, but instead perfectly sets up Gomez for the headshot behind the deployable shield. It's now C9 looking to mount some kind of comeback. Pamazu with a kill against his former team, but 100 Thieves still with the lead, continuing their onslaught into the site, and all of a sudden, C9 with 4 kills just snatch it away from the Thieves.
Eddie and Pamba line them up and they will knock them down. Loads of vert, doesn't matter. No one's watching it. You've got the blitz walking towards you and still they're able to find the crossfire. Still they're able to cherry pick those angles. Cloud9 really getting away with a round there. It looks good for 100 Thieves, but we'd commented on it, Links. You'd said it was a slower round, and I thought it was a good thing. It was a good thing that 100 Thieves were taking a little bit more time in that early portion and not just barreling into engagements, but it was the thing that cost them in the end. They spent too much of that early portion of the round ensuring that top floor was clear when it already was called clear or they were already occupying it, and for the jobs that they had to do, they spent too long in doing it.
Timeout called by 100 Thieves at about the point when you absolutely need to down 0-3. The point we normally see coaches hit the pause button and try to talk things over. Cloud9's defenses, though, have not been the issue throughout these past couple days. They've actually had quite a good showing on this side. 3 rounds, against the Rebellion in their first game, and then I believe 4 against Wildcard on the next. It's been these attacks that have been the issue, 2 and 1 respectively, throughout those 2 7-5 losses to the Rebellion and Wildcard. That's still quite important for 100 Thieves to get every round they can on this side, but going up 3-0, even getting a 3-3 half, does not mean Cloud9 are out of the woods just yet. They will understand, as they also have the benefit of that tack pause. They need to run the score as much as they can because their attacks are what have been the concern. But what a good play this was at the beginning, Ollie.
It was a great play, and I think it opened things up quite nicely. They had the information, they knew where those final 2 players were, but there was just the pressure of the clock pushing them on the back, saying you need to get moving because we're in red time now and you're in no way, shape or form capable of getting that plant down. You haven't got the space. One of the C4s came good as well for C9. Tactical timeout at the halfway point then of the first phase of play from 100 Thieves. Obviously now feeling as though they've got an idea of what the rotation will be. They know where C9 are going to be taking them. They know roughly what the setup's going to look like. Well, there's nothing stopping C9 from throwing a few changes in there. Better lineup from 100 Thieves. We've got the Deimos and we've got the Dokkaebi. 2 big hitting operators. Dokkaebi, giga broken at the moment. Like, it's just, if you're not playing it, you're throwing. You are trolling if you're not bringing it. I called an Aruni 4 times in a row in ranked earlier today.
That's just uncalled for.
4 times. We run the round, obviously. And it was 3 versus 1 when I was sending the last call in. And
Really?
Des was like, call her again, call her again. It was horrendous. I felt bad.
You called the Dokkaebi 4 times in a 3, well, not in a 3v1, but 4 times and you won the game or won the round. I'm shocked about that. Really just shocked to learn that. But,
It's crazy stuff.
but to Ollie's point, Dokkaebi in a really strong state right now. And I mean, when the attack has Deimos, Dokkaebi, and Snake, and that doesn't even begin to describe all the different tools they have. You know that attack is in quite a strong position depending on the lineup, depending on the team. First call will go out. It's not the Aruni who's suffering for it at the moment, instead of Deathmark Tracker. Currently spotting her playing behind the mirror window. Hatch to retreat. Of course, concerned that somebody might lurk down below and cut off that path of egress away from this attacking lineup. Spirits back on the shield, looking to take the fight to the players behind this mirror window. And a bit further inside of briefing. C4 prepped by Eddie, providing some support to toss into the rotate. The call will be given. Minute 30 remaining for the Aruni to fall back. They still need to hold the site. Now on a longer angle, Uzi will take up a fallback position, still trying to support the team as Spirit's quite close to these defenders.
Uzi just has to continue to harass on this top floor, doesn't he? It's already demonstrated how much this is slowing 100 Thieves down. Center, Toxic Babe canister prepped and ready. He's going to send that into the hallway. That's just going to stop anyone from really rushing him down there. Pamba will tank a phone call. Of course, once your phone's blown up, you can't be called again. So if you're in a position to tank it, in some instances, it can be better to do so. Spirit is downed and finished off here. Pamba from below. He's going to snatch that opening pick away. Kaysen has been down, but not finished just yet. Things, again, not looking good here for 100 Thieves. Where has the time gone in this round? 35 seconds, and we've still got Gomez on the Deimos outside right now. Atom's a little bit further dug in, but these C9 players, they can just take some horrible angles up at the moment.
And with the advantage of time and how well C9 have been able to make use of it in worse situations, it seems quite difficult to imagine 100 Thieves getting this one. How many times we've seen these rapid swings in man advantage, and yet it all ends the same. C9 with 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nothing can seem to go wrong for this team by the end of the round.
C9 know exactly what to expect now. It's a very slow early portion of the round. The timeout has done nothing to change that. The operator selection hasn't done anything to change that from 100 Thieves. It's very slow. And that's fine if you get the desired result, but they're not, so it's a problem. C9 put a little bit of a mini game up. They've got mirror windows available, for goodness sake. They're just playing them out in the middle of the map and saying, yep, clear us on the top floor. We're going to play a mirror up there. You're going to have to do something about it. And 100 Thieves are just drawn to it. Not going down in that single corridor as well, by the way, toward the end there. But again, it comes to the point, doesn't it? If you spend all your time clearing a couple of mirror windows on the top floor, then where are they going to be? Well, they're going to be trying to rush and get into the site and further make progress. But as C9, they don't even always need to occupy the site in some of these rounds. They're flawless right now.
And always been able to close it out by the end. Unfortunate trend for 100 Thieves. It's just Spirits and Kaysen a couple times now. The opening couple kills not having a lot of impact. It has entirely been Hot and Cold and Gomez with some big mid to late round double or triple kills. The rest of the team quite struggling against C9, who have proven quite adept not only at winning these individual engagements, but also, as you pointed out, just playing the clock, playing their angles, playing off of each other, and forcing 100 Thieves to take some pretty nasty engagements and to push into a pretty despicable trading structure. C9 have just constantly made good use of, and so as 100 Thieves continue to look for solutions, try another attack over on Games. This time, different than before, bringing the shield might go for a bit more of a direct over towards the old tower side.
Pamba, bit of confidence in and around this roster now. Not really Pamba that's the star of the show at the moment, though. Eddie played some brilliant backline positions and is 7-0 right now. Real player that's worth highlighting. Doesn't always find action in the early portion of the round, though, but that's not where a lot of these kills have been happening. He's been taking advantage of these low time executes. Gomez will be in position to deal with some of the barbed wire. He's going to be playing the Deimos with the shotgun, so you expect him to play a lot of vertical there, but his first engagement will be against Monk. Gets the better of him and takes him down. This is a different 100 Thieves that we've started to see, but it isn't all going their way.
No, it's not. Different 100 Thieves, but it might just be the same result again. 4 or 5, 8 kills happened in the span of 5 seconds, and yet it all ends with a C9 victory. Even with the momentum, even with like 3 different frags, 100 Thieves could not buy a round.
I don't think that they could, I'll be honest. And even if they tried, C9 are not selling. They are playing very well indeed. They've recognized what this 100 Thieves team is about, and they've stayed 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of them at every single turn. Tactical timeout used. There is only one another to look toward now. The thing that strikes me there as we flick through those player cameras, I can't see anybody talking, Lynx.
I mean, what else is there to say? It's not even that these attacks are looking completely hopeless. I mean, every single round, damn near every single round, has had no more than 2 players remaining. Just 2 that had 3, 2 that had 2, and then of course the 1v1 that started off this entire game. And all these rounds have basically gone where C9 get the opening pick, 100 Thieves then get 3 kills, and we barely even have time to register that it's a 2v4 or a 2v3 before C9 clutch it. It just feels like all part of that natural structure. It doesn't feel like an actual clutch. But I mean, what do you say when the round seems to be going well, and then right as you get about everything you want, C9 just win it?
Yeah.
They literally just win the round. I don't know what I would say to that.
We haven't seen a round yet that hasn't had a multi-kill in it. Every round has had a multi-kill of some description. It was hot and cold in the first. They still lost the round, but it was still a multi-kill. Uzi, Pamba, Eddie, Sente, everybody is pulling their weight right now.
Deploying shock drone.
5-0, shaping up for a flawless half here to Fortress. C9, can they hold on again? The thing that strikes me is if you look at it on the balance things and say, okay, why have we had a multi-kill in every round? The decisions and the reasons point really toward one of a couple of things. Time is a factor, and I think that is a factor for 100 Thieves. And the other is that they're kind of all just pushing the same stuff. If they were a little bit more spread out, then there's less chance of a multi-kill happening, because we don't always see crazy flicks here, there, and everywhere. But if everyone's lining up in one corridor, it can be a little bit easier.
Could be a little bit easier, at least right now. See how easy this Hammam clear will be. Pambazu put to 1 HP quite early. Some support around the corner, finds an angle onto Gomez, but can't quite land the shots. Another chance onto Spirits. Some support behind this Blackbeard shield nade in the corner. Oh, Monk just gets out of it. Center gets the first as it's Gomez who falls. Another chance on 100 Thieves. Yet they gain an advantage by the mid-round. These have not been good enough for conversions. Even 4v2s have been anything but certain. But now 100 Thieves feel like they have more room to play with this one than they have before. Now Adam with 1. It would need to be a 1vx from center. He's got us first. The backstab onto the Twitch, spotted on the drone, firing some shots at another. And these have control of the site. Another shot drone will reveal Center's position around the corner against a Blackbeard. Doesn't seem like Center's the more favored one in this engagement. You'll sprint around the corner, but Kaysen on Overwatch at the very last second gets 100 Thieves there first.
A consolation prize, really, for a phase that I'm sure 100 Thieves would rather forget. Let's see what the desk has to say.
Dominance from Cloud9 at the start, 5-0, now 5-1. But this is wild. Even for a map that skews defender-sided, they are crushing it right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, I obviously have my Cloud9 shirt and colors going in support of that. No, all jokes aside, their defenses have actually been really strong. We were talking about in the back. It's been pretty impressive. I mean, they've seamlessly been able to constantly have crossfires that are leaving 100 Thieves having to choose whether to take a gunfight that's in front of them or to the side, and every single time they are just getting picked apart. That was a huge 3K from Uzi in that round. But again, even in this round here, this is the crossfires I'm talking about. Look, the Blitz is pushing up, goes to peek, dies from behind. Another their play gets peaked. I mean, they are transitioning and making these rounds look seamlessly well.
Yeah, I was so impressed by the strategic depth of those defenses. I think the operator pool that was brought, I think actually just the fact that they had an answer for spirits on the shields.
Yeah.
Monk was playing the fawn almost every round, and the answer for whenever you're against a shield is just play close, compact to each other, as you're saying, play those crossfires and then trade each other out. That's exactly what was happening. But we were seeing layers upon layers. We were seeing mirrors behind mirror windows. We saw the Denari. We saw Zalman. We saw all sorts of, utility-based operators that realistically 100 Thieves had absolutely no answer for.
And I don't want to say, for a lack of not trying 100 Thieves. I mean, I can appreciate, now they're bringing the intel, but now it's a scenario it's like, maybe we need to start bringing the Brava. Maybe we need to bring a Twitch. Obviously, that's neither here nor there.
Lineup.
Yeah, obviously, that's neither here nor there. Now they're going to be starting on their defensive half, but I would also like to see the exact same thing replicated of them having seamless crossfires, forcing C9's hand, not leaving them in a situation to walk away with a man advantage. But overall, really impressive stuff from the side of Cloud9.
The tough part is now you're 100 Thieves and you're kind of on the back foot all of a sudden.
They haven't been here.
Right. They have not been here. They've had close competitive games all the way. Now they need a big comeback.
Yeah, they really do. I think they will be going on to their defenses. I think that's what I've stated. They could see quite a big comeback. Fortress can be a very difficult map to attack. Depends on the operator bans that comes in. But they really need to dig deep. They really need to find something. You're looking at some of their big players to now be the ones that are going to step up. Gomez in particular, I thought he was actually okay.
Yeah.
He was the shining light probably for 100 Thieves during that first half. Can he step up? Can he drag his team through it?
And that's another thing for me. Obviously, I think that's more the bigger picture when it comes to Cloud9 is talking about those attacks, and are we going to be actually able to see them find a solution for the problem that's in front of them?
I love that two-brow ban as well, by the way, because it means you don't necessarily need to worry about banning away breaches. You could just ban away the two-brow. It still makes breaching more difficult, but it doesn't make it impossible with the tricking. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 ban. I don't think we see that one enough.
Well, this is how things started out for 100 Thieves on the first day of play. They started out slow, and then they brought it back. They're definitely going to have to do the same thing here. Guys?
They will absolutely need to lock in for this game against C9, but nice thing, Ollie, they can look forward to that the Deaths kind of mentioned towards the end there. Not great attacks so far. At least there's some struggles on the attacks, maybe the more accurate phrasing. They haven't necessarily completely lost their halves, but defense has been by far and away the better ones, and Fortress being what it is. 6 rounds in a row to close out in regulation is always unlikely, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, I think, you just got to work with the game that you're given, haven't you? And I think C9 have given us a brilliant first half to talk about, but the attention now turns, and we're not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to ride the highs of those first 6 rounds or 5 rounds if you include only the ones that they won any further into this game. They're going to need to do something that, well, it's fair to say they've not really done before, Lynx, because on record, we've got 1 game played on Fortress for C9, and that was against Space Station around 50 days ago. So in the middle of April, it's going to be part of kickoff. Yeah, they weren't good on the attack. They didn't win a single round. So, they're going to be doing something they've never done before if they get an attacking round here today. Let's hope that they're able to achieve that. They've certainly got the lineup for it. Blumin' heck, look at this. We've got the Snake, we've got the Dokkaebi, and we've got the Monty, and we've got the Ying, and we've got a Glass. I mean, it just gets better and better, right? The defense lineup looking a little bit strong as well, and, well, in some ways quite hot to Chanka and a Goyo. So there's going to be a lot of flame denial there, a lot of ability to soak up some time. And you've got Atom playing inside a museum on that horse wall, just making sure no one's allowed to walk in for free.
Radar. The Soliton radar.
Museum always an important position. Razor Bloom in pocket, able to evade the rest of the utility clear. Maybe ward off any kind of shield push. Pambazu right on in. F2 in hand, but with a couple reinforcements in his way, can't quite find the gap he might have been able to. That rotate hole was still open. Might have found a killer angle onto this 100 Thieves defense, but not today, unfortunately. He will get a bit of an up-tempo, get an important bit of control. Him and Eddie both moving into the Showers position. Eddie 7-1 right now, coming up on his 3rd year in the NAL. Kind of surprised to see. Journeyman player at this point, now getting some good information on the players in sight.
Pacing's definitely different, the way that 100 Thieves approach this. But I'm still seeing a lot of stuff that needs to be dealt with right now. You're not seeing calls go out there, and Razor Bloom will be triggered. Snake. So much information for Pambazoo on his Soliton scanner. But he needs to be able to dig these players out right now. Kaysen, he's just going to be stuck hard left of that door, and there's a razor bloom above it. So regardless of if you can see him on the glass, it's going to be a tough angle. Spirits, he's better in the moment. Gomez backs him up as well.
Oh, Spirits backing up himself with that shotgun. Kaysen might be down, but 100 Thieves still in it. Looked like he slapped that shield into the grave, but instead it's a flawless team win from 100 Thieves, getting their second in a row.
Yeah, 100 Thieves going to start to really put their foot down now, I think. They're able to bring some very difficult tools to deal with. And the stall out there from C9 in that, even just that opening round, you can see where the difficulties are going to lie for this roster, you know, on the defense when things are coming to them. They're very comfortable, very capable as well. We've seen so many nice shots here. But when you've got a player like Hyson just tucked in there, I mean, sure, good for the down, but it's the teamwork, it's the layers that are behind all of that. And the fact that Spirits has some pretty nifty glasses that he's able to see through the smoke with. Still looks like Spirit's got that final kill, by the way, but I don't know where Hot and Cold was to actually land that bullet. I've no idea.
I don't either. I thought for sure Spirits got that melee kill, but alas, he did not. Hot and Cold credited with his 6th kill of the game so far, and also first time that Spirits and Adam have meaningfully got onto the scoreboard. Well, in addition to the round that 100 Thieves won on their attacking side, but it ended a half in which it was just Gomez and Hot and Cold really having any kind of success. Still looking a bit for Kaysen, who's down early on in the beginning, but a lot more rounds to play, and 100 Thieves will need to play a lot of them if they want to win this game. 7-5 is the best scoreline they can hope for right now, and they need 5 more in order to get there.
Eddie just going to be making sure that the pistol's working to his satisfaction there as he's just pre-firing just about everything right off the rip. Everyone from C9 up on the roof. They're going to be trying to base this attack in and around that Monty again. Again, looking to try and leverage that glass and utilize some of those smokes. But it is a bit of an old trick, especially when there is a Warden available. Maybe throws into question the 2-brow ban at this point, because you're thinking, well, you know, if you were going to be so specific and play glass and a lot of smokes and Capitao all the time, maybe get rid of the Warden. That's a pretty powerful tool to be looking through that smoke, but it is going to be in play and Spirits will be rocking it. Should be allowing players to start to drop down now, but Hot and Cold, you can just zone off so many areas with that Shumika launcher.
And leery of anybody coming up those stairs, and rightfully so, as Center actually mounts that position right after the flames dissipate. A couple players moving down Old Tower as well. C9 trying to use this glass to clear out some of these power positions within the site itself. Player on the stairs no longer a factor. Spirit swinging around. Isn't able to get the kill on the Twitch, actually. Monk losing remarkably little HP given the gun that had just fired towards him. Uzi instead with the first, though quickly traded by Hot and Cold through the smoke. Glaz, the one advantage in that engagement, but moving with those sights obscures quite a lot. C9 not able to find much beyond the 1 kill on the Warden. Now looking to reset and gain some more information.
A 1-for-1 trade. The glass for a Warden is nice and balanced. However, something that maybe isn't so counterable right now are going to be that Shumika launcher raining on through. Monk eventually deals with him, but the fire will remain. Center and Monk both on super low HP, and it's down to Gomez and Kaysen to hold on.
And Gomez and Kaysen still with museum control, but C9 moving into the site. Should be able to get this diffuser down. Not a whole lot of recovery, but no! Kaysen hops over! Late impact, but potentially the biggest play of the game so far, down to a 1v1 as well. Against Pambazoo, newly on this IGL role, but fragging is an old instinct for him. 5 years he's been on the T1 level, but swinging around the corner with his back turn. Looking more like Hashom than Pambazoo on that door frame. It's 100 Thieves with 1 more round.
Caught out on the bulletproof cam there. There wasn't too much that poor old Pambazoo could do. Couldn't quite get the angle on the camera. Low time, no diffuser, has to push, no utility. Closer of the 2 rounds that we've seen so far. And brilliant work from C9 to really flush Spirits around. Everywhere that Spirits turned to there for that opening death, somebody was there saying, nope, you got to go the other way. Nope, you got to go the other way. It's like they were parceling him around. Big play as well to take Sentir down. Ooh, so close to getting that plan down. Not the closest we've ever seen, but still a second, maybe less. Fuser going down in a tough spot there for Pamba to try and rectify. 100 Thieves firmly on this fight back now. It's going to start to feel very doable for them. They've gone 1 round at a time for the first couple. Now they only lag behind by 2.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Stringing these rounds together progressively.
5 seconds left.
Required a big play from Kaysen in a 1v1, but won't complain about that. Just winning the rounds in front of them, and now look to complete a flawless site rotation as they move down to the first floor. Got some presence over in Hammam, but generally it's quite spread out for 100 Thieves at the beginning of this one. Be a good instinct. Contesting some control early against C9 might be nice as they've struggled on this attacking side. Not the most strategically refined team, just given the leanness of this roster. Still developing talent of a lot of these players, making things a bit more complicated early, denying some time and forcing them to solve complicated problems in the late game. A really good strategy to disrupt this team.
Again, a round that is airing on the slower side of things. Monk will start his approach in now through this old tower. Top floor is largely clear from what we can see on the icons. Decent information on the drones available as well, though, so C9 not really taking it too many chances right now. Unfortunately, they haven't got any great flank protection. It's not like they've got the gridlock or the Nomad to sort of lean back into, so players like Uzi just going to be caught in watching these staircases for the time being. That is until the drones have moved a little bit further forward and got a bit of a head count as to who is going to be inside of the site. Monk now going to try and search out for any sort of electrification that he can find down below. See if there's anything that the old EMP can take care of. Those Grisma mines and maybe even some Denari trips are definitely going to be on his to-do list. With the lack of a flank watch, there's a lot of players here for C9 that are just locked into holding angles, and they're going to need to make a bit more progress than this.
Time looking to hurt Cloud9. There's only a minute to go. Just beginning to place some of that important utility, but players not really in positions to fully capitalize off of it. Slowest rounds we've had so far, but Sentir made his way in. C4 misses. Utility going wide. Full HP and nobody with a clear angle until Adam gets involved. 100 Thieves not only taking down the Fuser, but with a firm lead. 3 bodies wide. Pamazu another 1vx, but this one even worse than the first. And swing on to Hot and Cold around the corner and another 1v1, but a shotgun close. That's going to beat him every day of the week. 3 in a row now for 100 Thieves, and in all likelihood, probably timeout from C9.
It's a real shame because C9 had such a nice strategy there for trying to get that plant down. They were doing it under the cover of the Thatcher EMP, looking to deal with not only the C4s, not only any bits of utility that was sort of lingering and remaining, but also the Solace, not allowing Solace to jump in that scanner and able to see where the plant was going down. So another attempt at really getting it down there, and C9 just falling short once again. As you predicted, timeout has been called. Very typical for the timeout to be used after 3 rounds have been played, regardless of the side. Usually the attack, though, because if things aren't going well, it's a great opportunity to have a quick discussion and understand what they can do differently going forward to the next few rounds. Some of these have been fairly close, Lynx, and I think that Cloud9, for me today, have shown more willingness to play to the objective than we ever really saw 100 Thieves do. We didn't see 100 Thieves really attempt the plant with all too much gumption. That was mainly because they never really got into the site with enough time left to do it. But the pacing for Cloud9, it's been good, but they just can't win those gunfights right now.
Yeah, and it was the complete inverse issue for 100 Thieves. They could win pretty much every gunfight in the round. It's, well, either A, getting the objective, which, to your point, it seemed like the kills were, if anything, a necessary condition to get that plant, which we never saw, but the gunfights were generally fine. It was just the last one, maybe 2, that were the issue for 100 Thieves, whereas here, C9 have really just struggled, of course, to get that plant down in the convincing position for what we just saw. But in general as well, throughout this half, it's been much more one-sided, whereas it was 2, maybe 3 people left at best in in those rounds C9 was winning here. Flawless for 100 Thieves in the first one. 1v1 last round, but then 3 alive here. It's been a much more dominant game for 100 Thieves on these defenses, though. It's a bit hard to really attribute labels like dominant or close to that half in which it'd go from 4-2 to a 1v1 in a span of 5 seconds.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh dear, look at this. Kaysen getting himself into the bathtub, trying to hide himself away. I mean, the Solace has been brought before. Is it that really that much of a big hide? 100 Thieves have definitely done their homework, though. They know that there's a plant focus here for C9. The Solace is always a brilliant tool to bring to try and fight against that. No C4s this time, though. 100 Thieves have been quite good, and C9 as well, with the more explosive elements of utility. Instead, it's going to be death by barbed wire. There are 3 players that are each bringing 2 pieces, and all of them have been used. So Pamba's definitely going to be busy in that Flores Rotero drone, making sure that not only the soft walls and anything else that he needs to try and tick off the list are done, but any pieces of barbed wire that he can get rid of as well, just to ease the access and give his team a slightly easier time of things on this approach.
No force Sterling Cloud.
I've detected an enemy nearby.
Now after this, he can just walk around with the assault rifle, the weapon of his choosing, get any kills that he wants. Benefit of the Flores in that pick. Rookie call going out. Messing with Adam on that Thorn, but good so far. Able to disable it. Another one goes out. This is just nasty from Eddie at the moment. Is the third going to hit him too? Not entirely sure. It's Monk with the first, but 100 Thieves trying to keep as tight a grip on the site as they can, losing it progressively as C9 so plant-focused. It might be the first time they've had some kind of success. Yes, it will. Just immediately in the span of 5 seconds, looking like those defenses, everything begins and ends the moment C9 decides it.
It's a shame that C9 won't be credited with a plant there, because this game has been so plant focused on the attack for them. They finally got themselves into a position to do it, and then bang, everyone just gets the kills instead. And poor Pambazoo sat there holding F, and his team are just doing the business around him. Great to see here from C9. Let's not forget, this puts them in a very commanding position right now. This game has been really hanging in a balance for 100 Thieves for a long time. And whereas it felt quite doable back at 5-3, 5-4, 6-4, feels like a world away. C9, 1 round away here from wrapping it up and confirming a much-needed 3 points. I don't think that can be stressed enough for either links at this stage. Obviously, Cloud9 still sitting on 0 points. We're starting off the stage this time with a super week in many ways, because we have 3 play days, or we've had 2, and this is the 3rd play day of the week. You can't afford to be walking away with nothing out of that. So C9 points here are pretty much required if they want to have a hope of having a decent stage. So far, they've put themselves in a reasonable position to pull that off.
Well, especially given how close these 2 teams have been in their games so far. I mean, against some very good teams. Got M80 and Wildcard on the other side. You have the Rebellion and Wildcard as well. Both these 2 teams end up fighting for that 5th, 6th place spot. Whoever gets the win here, especially if it's won in regulation with a decent round diff, be quite critical going into the back half of the stage as well. But of course, as you mentioned, C9 still looking for not only 3 points, but just their first point, period. They're frankly getting robbed of a couple points as going all 12 rounds, still gets 0. Looking to have some numbers on the board that actually reflect the level of effort and quality they have put into Stage 1 of the NAL this year. Gomez tagged up to about 50 HP at the start of round 11. Nothing much to come from it right now, and likely not much will come from it, because C9 have been taking these ones quite slow and seem to make use of every second they have at the beginning.
It's been sort of 2 different schools of thought and almost 2 different ways that you can spend this time in the beginning as well, because C9 have been fairly effective with it, whereas we saw quite a lot more stall on the side of 100 Thieves, and I think that's largely down to the operators that 100 Thieves are playing. They haven't really strayed too far away from the sort of Tachanka and Thorn vibe, and it's doing hot and cold pretty well, but it doesn't always have the staying power that is required.
Ooh. Doesn't always have it, but Monk, center as well. Just 4 kills in a matter of seconds, and C9 have really just decided that they've had enough of Fortress. Hungry for these 3 points and hungry to show that they have come to play inside of the NA League. Spirits now in a 1v3. Make that a 1v2. But just one player around the corner. Could be a 1v1 in the blink of an eye. Both stacking on top of each other. Just one pump saw that needed. Misses his first opportunity. And the second's no good. C9 for their first 3 points. Take Fortress 7-4.
A good stabilization there for C9. It was getting scary, wasn't it? I really thought that Spirits had a very good chance at pulling off a hell of a clutch there. But fortunately, they were able to double swing him right up until the end. Great defenses from C9 and some very well coordinated attacks and a well-deserved 3 points.
Cloud9 get on the board, and they do it with a full 3 points in pretty dominant fashion. And we can welcome in the man with more experience than just about anybody on this team. Panba, congratulations on the 3 points. And tell me a little bit about what it's like on this new team. You got Monk, you got this new dynamic. How are things going for you guys?
I mean, things are going great. The last 2 games, we lost 7-5. Like, again, we only have 2 weeks together. I think we started practice officially like the 27th was our first scrim. So in terms of like actual scrim days, less than 2 weeks. And I'm feeling more confident than ever, genuinely, like in terms of myself, in terms of my team. I feel good. Like 2 close games against, you know, some of the like best teams of the world. And now we got to win against a former team. So I couldn't feel better.
Well, Pamba, congratulations, and congratulations also on bridging the gap, getting a much-needed 3 points. I kind of want to pick your brains on 2 questions. We heard you are now the IGL of Cloud9. I don't know if that's accurate or not. We saw something. Okay, that is accurate. And then in terms of, obviously, you've had your ups and downs throughout your career. You've been bouncing between teams. What made you decide on Cloud9? And throughout this, what's been the biggest obstacle for you as being a veteran of the league?
Yeah, I mean, I've been under quite a few IGLs now. You know, some considered to be like Troy, especially. You know, considered to be one of the best, and then some less experienced ones. Like, but it's been in the back of my head for a while that I want to do this. And you know, with a team like Cloud9, I looked at the roster. We have 3 19, 20-year-olds, like, you know, 3 younger players, and I think. To me, it made sense. Like, it was finally time. Like, again, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I've always considered myself like a very determined player, always had this idea for the game, like a certain vision. And, you know, like with other IGLs, I couldn't quite do that because, like, again, like, you know, every IGL will see the game different. And honestly, like, I always just thought I was better than the other IGLs I've been under. So I was just like, I can't let it happen again. It's time for me to get control. Yeah.
For sure.
With these 3 performances, Pamba, you already said it. I think the 2 losses in Playday 1 and 2 were still quite encouraging because they were close 100%. Games. You know, they were 5-7, whatever. What was your, I suppose, teachings to the team? Was you just telling them to trust that process and that the wins would come?
Yeah, no, that's literally it. Like, again, we only have 2 weeks, 3 young players. To put up those performances and the performances we've been putting up in scrims, like I kept saying, just keep your heads high. Like, these games don't matter. All we need to do is get top 6 at the end of the day. And we could win NAL, we can make the major, we can win the major. Like, we just got to keep our head on top of things. And like, you know, again, the last 2 games, we've played some incredible players, like, you know, Shopify, Ambi-Sport, you know, like, so I made it clear to this team, tomorrow, we're playing 100 Thieves. The average age of this team is like 26, 27. Just peak these guys. Like, you just got to keep the confidence up. Don't be scared of just taking fights. And I think we destroyed those guys on entry, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, sweet, Pamba, thank you so much, of course, for your insight. Congrats on getting on the board here, and I know I can speak for all 3 of us when I say we're really looking forward to seeing you develop with this team and what this team can become. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, wait. Don't forget to buy the Cloud9 bundle.
Genius.
There it is.
Genius.
There it is. Now the org will like you.
That's what players need to do.
Exactly.
Plain and simple.
Exactly. We got to see that on every end of every interview. Thank you so much, Panda. We will catch you another time, man. Well, it was a big win for Cloud9. It wasn't just a win, which they desperately needed. It was a very confident one as well.
Yeah, again, defense, absolutely flawless.
Yeah.
Stellar performance on that side. Attack, little wishy-washy for sure, but we did say that this is a very defender-sided map. And again, when I'm saying it's wishy-washy, we did see a lot of cheese, a lot of trying to rush a plant, which didn't end up working out. But then towards the very end, the last couple of rounds on their attacks, it looked very well orchestrated on how they were going to execute on the site. They were using the Candelas very well from the Ying. They were using the Solid Snake on that backline coming from Monk, being able to entry into some of those kills. I mean, every single player on this team had their heroics and contributed to this victory.
Yeah, they increased the pace a little bit. I think that's ultimately what they did to get over the line once they got into their attacks. But yeah, I think a really solid performance. Another close game. By the way, another game that 100 Thieves are involved in that gets a little bit gritty. Looks like it's going to be heading towards overtime.
Yeah.
It's not quite sticking for them yet, but they're going close with every team they play. But I think from Cloud9's perspective, their defense really set them up for success. When you go 5-1 into any half a siege, you know what it's like, Lex. You win the mental because you're already 5-1 up. You're so close to victory, you can taste it. You just need to be right a couple of times. The other team needs to be right almost every time. And that's ultimately what happened with Cloud9. They had a few rounds to play with, didn't go quite so well in the first half of their attacks, and then the second half of their attacks, they increased the pace, The Ying shotgun came out, the coordination came out, and they got it over the line.
But on that first half, as you mentioned, we saw a wild pattern emerging with the guy who was leading the charge, Eddie, was playing a ton of different operators, and he was destroying his opponent.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight him as well, I think realistically, because he played 5 operators in, well, actually 5 rounds. He repeated the Warden pick in the 6th round, and I was so impressed with that. You know, he was jumping out there, playing a lot of different operators, flexing around, and I think when your team's asking you to do a lot, and you're playing against a very certain style, when you're playing against particularly, you know, spirits on the shields as well, and you're able to jump on the Wardens, jump on the Mirror, the Izami, the Castle as well, everything's gone so well for him, and he was 7-1, he was 7-0 after 5 rounds actually, so he was a big reason as to why they found success.
And that's what you need, especially at this level where Siege is at. You need to be able to flex around, you need to be able to be as versatile as possible, and when you can be able to flex around, it really creates a lot of different avenues and how you can approach bomb sites, how you can approach certain defenses. I mean, it really carries a lot of value, and it's good that you even highlighted that so people can really look into that because it makes a big difference.
Well, and a big difference for Cloud9, as we said, because now they get on the board with 3 points, which will be huge, especially considering how difficult their schedule could be down the line. But we're going to shift gears into our second matchup of the day as For Fun Esports take on M80. This one is, as usual, a big one for the underdogs because For Fun Esports, they've got a lot of work to do here. They got on the board, Lax, with their very first win yesterday, and that should set them up for success here, but they need to harness that same energy again, and what we've seen from them on the attack as well, that has to continue.
Yeah, it's only going to get tougher as it goes on, and especially as, you know, we talk about time and time again, the goal here is to get playoffs. Sure, getting first, second, it's great, but you just want to be able to get into playoffs, get into those best 3s, because that's when you can really flex your strength. That's when you can flex your map pool. You can flex the ability to be able to adapt, to bounce back if need be. And for them, I think they are on the right track. Obviously, it hasn't been the prettiest to say the least, but a win's a win at the end of the day. And that man right there, Bino, is someone that I specifically want to talk about because Bino himself hasn't really been given the opportunity to thrive in the teams that he's been on. Sure, he's attended an event, but we even talked to him yesterday. He hasn't had any representation in the 3 appearances that he's had in the pro scene so far. And you can clearly tell it makes a difference. When you actually have something to represent, you feel like you're playing for something now, you have a purpose, and we see it in his performance. We see it in the way that he's leading. And even for myself, I've been really enjoying to watch him flourish and being able to thrive as an IGL. And you can see how comfortable that transition has been for him now with this team that not only is he leading very well, he's able to play extremely well, and even in that round, I mean, that was a massive clutch, and it's been really, really fun watching Bino's story.
Really liked his interview yesterday as well, just to tell that story a little bit, you know. He said that they'd worked on things in the offseason, his season. He said they brought maps into their map pool. They, of course, played Bank yesterday, one of their permabans. So things are heading in the right direction now. They had a really good performance, I would say, just missed out against Dark Zero. Came through yesterday, won the game yesterday, and now they're looking to kick on again. It'll be against quite a formidable opponent, but another good performance, another maybe a good result, and you're looking at For Fun that can really start challenging for playoffs.
But that's the challenge here, as you mentioned. They have a very formidable opponent on the other side. M80 didn't make the major, and then they made a big roster change. They add Savage into the mix, and now they are 2 for 2.
Yeah, they actually are. They're 2 for 2. They're looking good. You know, Savage is firing, Ashen's firing. Yesterday was the Gaveni show.
I was going to say.
It absolutely was the Gaveni show. But one of the big, I would say, factors when Savage was on Team Secret was how his team trusted him implicitly in his shot calls. Now, in this round, what you will actually see is their opponent yesterday, they were on a basement roam. They were up in the top 2 floors, and M80 decided to clear it. They get the first kill, Savage on the Blackbeard here, gets a second kill on the Mirror, looking to drop the hatch, but he gets traded out. And this is where Savage kind of comes into his own. When he sat on the camps making a shot call for his team, because his team have a problem. A smoke is out here on the filtration stairs. What are they going to do? And this is the shot call, by the way. He calls his Dokkaebi and his Deimos to track and call the smoke. Leave the smoke on the boiler stairs, on the filtration stairs, and then what do? Do they push the smoke? No. They hit the site directly. You can see the Dokkaebi of Ashen here, pushes through, finds a kill, and then Diffuser hits the site as well, holding the player on the filtration stairs and picks up a big double kill. That's what Savage brings to this team, and I think what's important for me is his team responding to that shot call without any hesitation whatsoever, because that's the sign of a team that already trusts their IGL.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing too, especially coming in so early with such little time, that the trust is already being established. And both me and you were very impressed in that round, so I'm glad you even highlighted it here to rewatch that, because that was a key defining moment, especially with how close that game was. If they don't make that call, they don't make that pivot, they expunge all of the utility onto those stairs, who knows what happens in that round. But it's very good to see that they are hitting the ground running, so to speak, and continue to see what this looks like going forward.
Well, Fresh, yesterday you said that Five Fears had some problems with the map pool, and that could potentially be a concern, especially as they get deeper and deeper into the stage. Now, they won that game on a map they had never played before. They played Bank, and they won it. Where could they go to today?
Well, Bank was one of their permabans. Fortress was the other permaban. That was the big thing that I wanted to see from them, expand their map pool. So if we happen to see it, and we will see it, they will also play their other permaban. Now, they're called For Fun Esports, but they're making me very, very jolly with the way that they're bringing their maps into their pool. I actually am quite excited to see it, because it means they've worked on it. They put in a good bank yesterday. Maybe they can follow up with Fortress today.
I mean, I hope we see it from both sides, just what we saw in the most previous match. Now, for M80, this has been an okay map for them. Thankfully, I would say they beat the most pioneered team on the map, which was Wildcard. We also talked about this in back. NA seems to really enjoy Fortress as a whole. So at least they have that going for them. But in terms of secret success on Fortress, I'm not really sure, because I felt like that was more of the Joom show when we were watching them play against it in FaZe back at SI. But again, when we can see just the trust and that they're giving Savage, I have no doubt that they can turn this map heavily into their favor.
Well, we've talked about Savage and that shot calling ability. What about the flashy and the fragging playability? Gavini has been someone really popping off recently. He's had a couple of big clutches. He's been dropping some pretty big numbers. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I think M80, they really have to thank him yesterday, because particularly you see the most played operators there, the Nomad and the Azami, and he actually had generational clips in both of them, to be honest. The Azami on the top floor, 3 rounds in a row, he got multi-kills, he got clutches. He was absolutely crazy with it. And then on the Nomad as well, he was so good. I think the thing is about Gavini, I think the one thing that I think is underappreciated for him is the raw FPS talent. Look at his crosshair placement in almost every single one of these clips. When you see his POV, it's always in the right place.
I think also what defines good player from a great player, especially for Gavini's case, is his split-second decision-making. In those moments, at a moment's notice, he's able to quickly understand the pressure that's being applied, how he can alleviate, and then what the pivot is going to be. I mean, you obviously have to highlight this player, but an interesting stat that also I'm going to be looking for in this match for both sides, but more so on the side for 5 Fears, I mean, not 5 Fears, For Fun Esports,
every time,
is that they're the 3rd highest rated team here in the NAL for opening picks, and they are winning 60% of those turning into an opening conversion. So when I'm looking at this matchup in particular, where we haven't seen both of these teams really play this map, I'm looking to see what those opening kills are looking like. Who's getting that man advantage, and then who's able to keep trickling that down into their favor once you get into that late round? Who's going to be up in the advantage?
And we actually just seen it in the previous game as well, just generally a little bit more how Fortress plays out. Teams are playing compact, they're playing behind so much utility. The horse area, whenever you're trying to get in there, there's always the Rooney gates, Fawn traps, Ella traps, you know, Denaris, Azamis. Like, there's so much to try and get in. And I think for the attack to play through it quite systematically, but in a way that doesn't leave gaps, it's what compounds making the entry pick so important.
Do we see the Twitch? Do we see the Brava then? I mean, it would have been lovely to see it in the last series. I mean, maybe we'll see it in this one. Who knows? Maybe they just send it straight through with a shield and just deny all the bit of utility in front of them.
Well, we've got Fortress in front of us now. It is For Fun Esports taking on a very good-looking M80. Ahead, we go to our casters to get this one started. Lynx, XR Troika, that's all you.
Thank you very much, Jonah and Ollie. Obviously, For Fun Esports coming in the underdog of this. Social vote will bear that out. But just like C9, they've had some promising play throughout the past couple days. But with M80 starting out on the defense on Fortress, it's going to be an uphill climb to start.
It feels like it might. It really does. Another round or another map we do where it's Fortress as the chosen map between the two teams. We couldn't get away from this map, Salt Lake, and it seems like for our first day here of NAL Stage 126, we aren't getting away from it either. But why not? Hey, M80 more than comfortable to come here. For Fun, obviously, there is a lot less information about this team on this map. So it's a little bit more of a box of chocolates. You don't quite know what you are going to get. But I think what they're going to get is a very difficult game because it feels as though M80 are potentially in a little bit of a honeymoon period at the moment. Obviously, with the recent addition of Savage onto the roster, it's something that tends to happen, isn't it? You know, you tend to see teams make a change and everything starts to usually start off quite well, and then it either goes one way or another, or it just continues to sort of plod along. But it really feels like they are having a heck of a lot of fun with things at the moment. Who's doing press ups in the background?
Please, they're called push-ups. And
They're not called press ups.
No, we call them push-ups over here.
Well, he's doing them in America, so we'll call them push-ups.
Ashen doing all of those push-ups to hold a close angle for 2 minutes on Fortress.
Just getting absolutely jacked out of his mind.
Getting absolutely jacked to hold the power position and not move until 30 seconds left in the round. And that's not a statement against Ashen. That's just a statement of how Fortress tends to go. Typically what we've seen so far of how this map gets played, especially if you're defending over by, say, Command, hold around Museum, hold around the tower stairs, but you're not really going for any deep roams or lurks or anything like that. And maybe we'll have the benefit of that side to start these first 6 rounds on Fortress, which we will get into right now. For fun on the attack, M80 starting out on the defense. But to talk about For Fun for a minute, as the desk mentioned, Bino obviously coming into his own as an IGL. Again, quite a few stages of the NAL under his belt at this point. Also, a player I want to highlight, Mike W on this roster. Might not be having the best start of the stage so far, but last time around or in kickoff was one of the standout rookies that we saw in the NA League.
I really enjoy watching Mike W play. I think he brings he fills the role exceptionally well, and it can be really good at finding space in a round. And on Fortress, that's something that you very often got to do, right? You have to find space, particularly on that attacking side, whether that's inside of a corridor, getting in toward Museum and Horse, or really wherever it might be, if you're going to try and get in on the first floor and make your way up the staircase. Whichever one of those angles you're going to go with, you need someone that's adept at finding that area. And Mike W can often find himself as, at least for me, being that player. So another good one to keep an eye on there. Of course, we would be a little bit remiss if we didn't sort of remind everyone about the fantastic play from Gunnar and Gaveni yesterday on Lair. That was a map to remember for sure. So it's always one to keep an eye out for there on that M80 side. You could pretty much list anyone at this point, and it's someone that's going to be worth keeping a lookout for. For Fun though, going to be starting off on the attacking side here for Fortress, and they're going to be attacking into that downstairs first floor bomb site. As we've got M80 just starting to set themselves up here.
5 seconds left.
And Gunnar on the Azami, Gaveni on the Thorn, Ladder in particular.
And defuse a bomb.
Really, I would say has slowly become one of the best players in the NA League, but not even really slowly has become, more so I think just like finally really getting moments to show how dominant he's always been. Just on the Beast Coast now M80 roster. We're just getting time to shine in a way that he's always had. It's just don't always have the opportunity to do so. Ashen, player who is no stranger to the spotlight, he too coming up on his 3rd year in the NA League. No longer a loud talking rookie, just a loud talker. 35 seconds in, trying to find some kind of engagement outside of the main doorway, but nothing availing itself to the Denari at the moment. Fun instead taking a peek at these windows, taking a look inside, but it's not Ashen, it's not Gunnar, it's Savage with the first kill. Volsper taken down outside the building. Gridlock the first to fall.
Sensor on the lookout.
Yeah, Gridder's not a great one to fall there. It's going to leave these M80 players just to be a little bit more flexible, especially in positions like Ashen's holding right now, just hanging out inside a lobby. It's going to require players like Mike W to more actively watch these staircases as opposed to just being able to place those track stingers down and kind of forget about it a little bit. But For Fun have got no option. They need to move through, and they're going to start to boogie drone this floor open and see if they can rip open some angles that could be used to flush these defenders out. And we can see that a lot of the defenders are going to be offside anyway. One of those offside players gets taken down there by Mike W. Brilliant little peek down the stairs and just gets himself straight back up to start working on this vert.
The play For Fun needed to get some pace back into this round, get a little bit of, not even an advantage, but just a bit of a leg up on M80. Azami not being a factor. If she had any Kibas remaining, will of course be important, but Gunners, we highlighted, can be such a standout player for M80. Say that for anybody on this squad, but it's always something you'll be happy about. ROU projectors activating, angles being denied by For Fun, but still with some utility left to work with. A lot of shots left in that launcher. Packer, of course, destroy any of that utility that goes in to deny the plant. Gavini looking to take a side angle through the ROU, but fortunately, the Blitz already pushing in. C4 lands at his feet. Mike W with a big double kill. Make that a big triple kill, in fact. The only factor for Fun right now, but he's leveled by Savage. So now M80 with a 2v2 diffuser control, and For Fun not with the manpower to make use of those vertical angles anymore. Packer instead will creep in. Being Silo as the sole element of Overwatch, now felled by the P90. So it's Packer in a 1vx shotgun around the corner to find a whole lot of nothing. M80 with the first. Some great plant denial on the bottom floor.
M8's doing a really good job of holding on there, but you've got to ask questions of Packer. He's got 6 EMPs left in Thatcher's launcher, and he allows the plants to die to a C4? That's what it's there for! We've just seen it in the C900 Thieves game!
And 6 of them.
It's so frustrating. You bring the Thatch, you open up the floor, you use your EMP to try and disable the plant. I'm sure that was the intent. I don't know if it was on cooldown. I'm not sure if he missed, if he was caught watching something else. But when you see it all sort of play out, you're like, hang on a minute, this plant's meant to go down. M80 keeping a cool head down on that first floor. Able to not only stop the plant from going down, but also just sort of brush up the pieces after the fact as well. Feeling too much of the heat that 4-1 were looking to try and bring there in round number 1. They will turn their attentions elsewhere. We'll head ourselves upstairs to command.
5 seconds left.
Again, with mirror open, this is going to be a real tricky area to try and take control of. Wherever those mirror windows do get placed, typically over toward the bedroom side of things. I'm sure we'll see those in due course. Savage just placing a couple of mute jammers around the place. Mute, of course, seen. I mean, Mute's always been a fantastic pick, but it's so necessary now. And you look at the positions that Savage is placing these jammers, it's very much just sort of safer areas in the map where you can run in and cleanse yourself through whatever global ability or targeted effects you are currently suffering. So they're going to be little safe havens that M80 are going to look to try and play into if they need to.
A little bit of utility acquired by Savage, or intel, excuse me, acquired by Savage early on. Seeing the barbed wire get destroyed. Where somebody might be looming outside of the single doorway. Can't be certain. Just the nature of phantom pressure. Could be there, might not. At least in the first minute. The slow one for Fun. Taking their time with these windows and with these doors. Shot from the Grim launcher will go out. And some aggressive defensive presence stationed on the old tower and game side. Breach opened up in the wall, but plenty of layers in this M80 defense and plenty of time to retreat back without many angles cutting them off. The defense and the attack are basically taking things step by step, but I don't think surprising anybody in the lobby.
Yeah, step-by-step plays right into M80's hands. You can already see that Gunner's played one pocket reinforcement. There's still another if they require it. Vulsper is going to start to try and move through. He's only got a couple of players that he's able to track out. One of them being the Azami, the other being the Smoke. He will start to target Gaveni on that Azami. But you can see immediately runs into the mute jammer, cleansed instantly, and there's no real gain through that piece of utility. Bino can start to try and open up some of these walls, and whilst control of dormitories has almost been given to them, little peek around that corner from Silo, and it's not really what you want to see, is it? Mirror window facing right at you. Azami still playing in there, will be taken out though, so Packer picks that opening kill around the 40-second mark. Should allow players to start to move into horse, but you're walking into a mirror window, Lynx. It's going to be a nightmare. Oh, it has been dealt with.
Yeah. But he's still walking into 4 players all right next to each other, still in a lot of their same positions, and running out of utility to make good use of it. All the Bs have been used. M80 still in their positions. Oh, a big fight won by Ashen. Packer on the backstab, cut short on tower stairs. And despite the opening pick, that's the only one for Fun get. Traps and guns get the job done. M80 with 2.
It just, the writing was kind of on the wall for it, wasn't it? M80 allowed to just keep retreating back, play the layered defense for that top floor, and just get themselves further and further out of harm's way. For Fun, not really, you know, sort of taking advantage of what they actually had in that round. They had some brilliant top floor control quite early on, but weren't able to leverage it. They weren't able to transition and turn that into something that was a little bit more positive. We maybe needed something happening a little bit toward that backside, those eagle stairs, maybe someone with a bit of a walk up there, just some alternate pressure, because it just felt a little bit one-dimensional in round number 2. M80 though, they are cruising on down at the moment, not really coming up against significant obstacle, and with only 4 kills to speak of on the side of For Fun, there's a lack of gunfights being won there as well at the minute, and that isn't going to help, especially when you're on Fortress and on the attack.
10 seconds left before insertion.
For Fun starting to run up against the wall. Tactical timeout territory. They can't win this next one. Maybe looking to complete the flawless site rotation. Moving over to games. Monty, Dokubi combo, and the Grim as well. Really, you can take any of these duos of operators and probably come up with a compelling 2-man setup for Fun right now. As you said, towards these attacking sides, needing to win them. Especially as we've just seen how defensive side they can be. Even getting a couple rounds could be the difference maker for Fun. Team who's similar to C9 have had some good success so far. Might be a loss, but a 7-5 loss to the major champs. Then, of course, a 7-4 victory against Space Station Gaming. Some good trends in the early days of NAL Stage 1. Might be difficult to do it against M80, but on Fortress, this is a must-win round for Fun.
Starting to feel that way, isn't it? Under the cover of the Lion scan, Packer, he's going to drop down in toward tower, can start to get the wall open toward command. They are going to be basing themselves over on this side. Already got players challenging it down toward Museum Corridor as well, but they're just going to be faced with more reinforcements. Again, it's that layered defense that M80 like to play here. Little rotate hole here, little line of sight there, couple of reinforcements. Everything just really funneling these players. A lot of serious shoulder checking as well, so you kind of question the drone information available. Might W with a Lion scan. Again, seeing if you can try and catch someone out on one of these rotates, but as we can see, everyone's fairly well entrenched onto this top floor.
All in very good positions. Savage with C4 in hand. Be able to toss it around. Near window broken by the Monty, so it doesn't have the angle he had before. Kiva barrier setting up a fallback position. Great coordination between these players on M80. But Fun, not only with an opening pick, with 2 Volsper, primary and secondary. To get a 5v3 for this attacking side. They got the opening kill before. Was not enough, but this is the biggest lead Fun have had throughout the first 3 rounds. Look at how close to the site they are. Monty can easily make their way in. Diffuser, ooh, cut off on the flank. Fun not making any mistakes in round 3. The first player to go down. Loses a fight to a shotgun around the corner. That's the kind of thing that's going to happen. Cost of doing business when you're attacking a map as close quarters as Fortress can be. They still have control of the site. Monty has made the way fully into B. Ashen and Gunner looking for some kind of angle. Ashen's found 2. Silo is the next to go down. SMG 11 this time, getting that kill. But Fun still have 2 players who can cover this Monty. Putting this diffuser down. Gunner stuck over on Old Tower Stairs. Ashen going for a different angle, spotted by Volsper. Really great awareness from Fun in round 3. He's cut off a couple big plays and a couple lurks from M80. And now Gunner with very little options to even get close to this counter diffuse. My reach in terms of proximity, but in terms of feasibility, it's not happening. Volsper, 3, I believe, in round 3. And probably just saves them from having to burn a tactical timeout early.
It very well could be the saving grace. I still wouldn't be surprised if we saw it, because the first couple of rounds didn't go fantastically well. But it's at least it put them on the board here and gives them, like you say, just a slight bit of breathing room. Volsper, not just 1 opening pick, but 2, really doubling down on it. And I think that from that point, Fun did such a good job of not overcommitting. They weren't, you know, extremely cocky in the fact that they had a 2-man advantage and thinking that they could just start to run at their opponents. Still giving M80 a hell of a lot of respect there and recognizing, okay, we don't need to go too fancy here. We can just play behind the Monty, get the plant down and work that and really force those last 2 players, which admittedly had already been chunked down to quite low health. We can just force those last 2 players to really push us and flip the clock against them. As we said there, the timeout has been called. Sometimes the timeout gets called early on toward the round, and it's one of those things where once you've pressed that button, there is really no going back. So regardless of the fact they've won it, they're still going to choose this time to just stabilize themselves ahead of going up against what I expect is going to be the same rotation again here from M80, because let's be honest, the first couple of rounds worked out very nicely for them indeed.
It worked out really well. Worked out very, very well for, well, I was about to say for M80, but then again, as you can see, For Fun able to get a win on one of the primary sites, probably one of the best omens you could have going into a new kind of, I suppose, spin at the site selection. Especially such a dominant one as well. 5v2 going towards the end of that. Coming out of the tac pause, M80 will have a couple more of the better sites, likely going back down to the first floor. For Fun's slow and steady strategy paying off in round 3. This as we go over, I believe, back to first floor? Question mark? Yes. As we go over back to first floor, they'll have a lot of room to work with, but Ollie, M80 have brought some countermeasures to deal with any kind of vertical pressure.
Yeah, I think they know what's going to be the script here, really, don't they? They know that the top floor is going to be taken. That's where For Fun are going to try and mount a lot of this attack. We're not seeing the Thatcher this time for For Fun, so it's not going to be trying to get the plant in. But then again, with the Monty ban, it's a little bit less viable to just walk someone in, you know, have them face a wall, shield on the back and get the plant down. It's not as safe now that that isn't a factor. You've got the blitz, but as we all know, it isn't quite the same thing. One thing that isn't going to change, though, is the requirement to take top floor control. Silo's still going to be playing the Ram, so they're still going to look to get in there and use those boogie drones. Great tool for that, as we all know, is going to be the Pulse. Savage straight on that. He's also got Diffuser with the C4 as well, so he's going to be able to ping out Diffuser. Obviously, you know, utilize that heartbeat scanner a little bit more in the sort of explosive department. C4 on himself and a C4 on Diffuser, and still be able to have a good idea as to where the push is likely going to be coming from. I don't think that we'll see it too heavily contested up here. M80 weren't too interested in, you know, sort of dying upstairs. Unfortunate little drone bounce there for Silo. They weren't too interested in sort of dying upstairs in the early portion. Saying that, with Gaveni just running down the stairs, I imagine that that's where he got his first kill from. Again, onto Vulspa. So we're starting this round again. Same site, same as round 1, and the same first pick. It's going to be the gridlock down.
Ashen with the assist in all chat. For Fun, going with the same boogie drones he did before. I will say, you might have the gridlock going down again, but For Fun's active flame watch was quite good last time. But even with a decent amount of bodies on the board, we saw that For Fun weren't able to make, that's a hell of a Tenari trip right there. For Fun weren't able to leverage it into a full conversion. Back in the first round of Fortress, Savage spotting one through the floor through that heartbeat scanner. Decide not to try and throw a C4 through the hatch, but getting good information on these positions held by For Fun. With a minute 10 to go, M80, or excuse me, For Fun, taking quite a bit of time with this. Candela potentially cooked, but I think For Fun still taking a bit of a breather.
Like you say, it's a horrible trip, that, isn't it? You know, you've even got to be careful that you, whatever you choose to like burn it with, you've got to be careful that you actually hit it, because there's a chance you'll miss it there with the angle that it is. Bino, it's going to start to try and knock on the door of Nurse here, but that Kiba is just going to keep getting replaced. It's going to be a difficult challenge to try and make. Eventually will find himself in there, but the Ying is flashing just about everyone. A 1-for-1 trade as Bino goes down, but look at Ashen go.
Finding 2 important kills in the late game. Mike W throwing those Candelas from up top. Now has to move down below. 1v4. In all likelihood, maybe can get one. If this player on the opposite side of Nurse decides to swing out, it won't be the case. Gavini instead wrapping around from behind. Solidifies M80's lead by another round. Again, a lot of the right pieces for fun in that round. You got the vertical control, you've got the shield moving in, but something I think, of course, that we saw in the last game, I think something we see a lot of the times on Fortress, teams really understand how to set up these crossfires, really understand that you don't have to overplay your hand on a lot of these bomb sites, and especially against a shield team, and especially if you have a man advantage, just play that 5v4. You should be able to close it out, and you can see it's exactly what happened here. Big engagement, because even though Gunner's trapped in the corner, Ashen's good with the cross, and it's basically all said and done there.
I was doing with that guy outside. Flash again.
Vibes look good on the side of M80. Always easy to have good vibes when the team is winning. Let's see if they can continue that form. For fun, still don't look too deflated. I think they're probably going into this with their eyes open. They know that they're up against a potential top 3 team here in NAL. I think that's fair to say, isn't it, Lynx? We're expecting M80 to be in that, you know, first, second, third spot, maybe even in that sort of 4th spot, depending if we get, you know, a big show up from somebody else. But they know that they're going up against a tough opponent here tonight. And it isn't made any easier for the fact that you've got Diffuser and Savage both still only on 1 death in the 4 full rounds that we've seen going into this 5th round. They must be wearing Teflon suits tonight, because there's not a lot that's sticking to them at the minute. Forsberg is going to start off this round number 5, just navigating himself around that mute jammer. Should be able to gain a little bit of information there, as the Twitch drone will start to back that up as well. Ooh, good aggressive swing from Diffuser. Not letting the blitz drop for free.
Damaging that blitz quite a lot at the start. Saw Spirits running into some similar issues in the last one. A lot of great shield counterplay from these Fortress defenses. Played A3. You know, just happens to be on the receiving end of it. Thankfully, he's still alive. We haven't really seen the glass have a lot of impact either. We saw C9 trying to do that on some of their attacks. Swing around the corners, through the smoke. It's a common strategy, just we haven't really seen it work all that much today. Oh, C4. Even if Bino was not at below half HP, that C4 probably would have been the end of him. Man's right at his feet. M80 doing quite well on these opening duels so far, and taking down such a key operator, it just gets even worse for fun.
It feels like everything that they lose is such a key part of their puzzle and how they want to try and play the round. You really got to feel for him at this point. For fun, just consistently getting caught in harm's way at the minute. 1 minute and 15, Diffuser cold on the ground. Bit of a stall out here as they've got control of dorms, but M80 don't need to give them anything. And look at how solo M80 can be while still being able to affect on the other. Got to play it all the way back toward tower. We've got another one inside of Horse. One in command. With the links that they've got between them, there's no need to be stood on top of one another. They can hold their own ground right now. Packer is going to find out Ashen. He is able to take him down. We'll be able to navigate around that Thorn gadget as well and continue the drop. Oh, grabs himself a second, but you still don't feel like it's enough.
Oh, you don't feel like that's enough, but a 3rd kill should be able to get the job done. Diffuser now in a 1v3. Packer on a crazy backstab has opened up the round for fun. Looking for number 4 as Diffuser locked down inside a bedroom. Rotating around, Silo instead taking the engagement. Low HP, gotta be careful here, but Volspur of the DMR. Again, Mira could add more HP than that, and that DMR is piecing her up every day of the week. Getting another win on a primary site.
Very typical of a couple of kills to come in before I was able to finish my sentence there, because Packer's backstab was in fact enough. Fantastic stuff. Despite, like we said, losing that key operator in the blitz. Again, an opening pick going against For Fun here. They were able to pull it out of the bag, and I think that's, you know, maybe going to be the playbook from this point onwards. You know, that maybe a little bit more sort of when they're forced into the more flexible plans of plan B and plan C, once plan A is sort of no longer a factor and off the table, we see a little bit more creative siege from them and a little bit more space finding. Packer certainly finding the space in round 5. A chance of an even half here, which I think for an attacking round on Fortress, you're gonna be walking away with that as thinking it's a bit of a win, aren't you?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Especially with the couple wins they've had so far. I mean, we're not talking about like, you know, an off win on a tertiary side. We're talking about a win on dorms and a win on command. Ironic, it's been the tertiary side that's been more difficult for them. The Fortress is just a good defensive map in general. It's certainly not a weak one. For Fun have put together 2 very good rounds with a majority of their players left alive at the end. It's been a bit of a one-sided game no matter who is winning these rounds. But for Fun, that's a very good sign. And if you're able to close this half 3-3, you are feeling very good. Very good. Going on to your defenses. M80 are no slouch, but you have done about as well as you can do for an attacking team on Fortress. And again, a team that we've said has shown some promise. The same level as C9, looking to maybe try and contest and punch above their weight, or at least punch above what we thought their weight was going in. Close game against the major champs, and Munich has been a long time ago. For Fun looking to channel some of that same energy.
Good spot there from Bino. Gets rid of one of the Razor Blooms placed out around the map by Gunner. It can be so punishing because as soon as it's gone off and you get the notification on your screen, if you're even able to get away from it, you're very often pushing yourself into a less than favorable position. Diffuser, C4 ripped, but thinks better of it. Was looking to try and catch the player on the drop, but For Fun aren't just blindly throwing themselves in at this. They're instead choosing to whittle away the utility that has been placed here. A little bit of a bait from Diffuser. He's got Ashen there to back him up. It looks like the bait is working both ways right now as it's Vulsper stood at the top, glass DMR in hand, just waiting for someone to swing.
Oh, waiting for someone to swing. Ashen doesn't even move and gets put to 1 HP. Packer was looking to have another level of success compared to last round, but fortunately he goes down to Diffuser. 2 more meet the same fate. Make that 4 overall for Fun. 3-3 half is, well, it might happen. It could. Silo on basically full HP, but everyone else, 1 HP. Just 3 bullets from Silo would be enough to dispatch every single defender for M80 right now. He's got 2 flashbangs as well. Weaving his way through the site as the defense has instead coalesced around the Diffuser. Q barrier breaking will reveal Silo's position. Barbed wire confirms it. But plenty of time to reset, to rotate. Some shots fired around the corner. Can bet that Azami's on the opposite side of the door frame. Flashbang goes in. Cover a little bit of the sound as well. M80 have a good idea where this Hibana's pushing from. All looking towards that rotate hole. Second flashbang goes out. Doesn't activate anything for Silo, instead crosses, loses a lot of HP, ends up putting himself in the middle of a 2-way angle. M80 close out the first half with a lead.
Well, it is 4-2 at this point for Fun. They're keeping it competitive as we know they can, but Lax, they're also still missing opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to look at round 4 in particular, the rush or the site retake, well, not site retake, but the map control that they were trying to go for here inside Infirmary. I mean, it was a great strat. I mean, they threw the Candelas early. They were blinding the players in there. But as Blitz going in, another Candela falls through, which inevitably blinds the Blitz. Blitz can already do that, so I don't know why we're throwing more Candelas in there. But then the round just falls apart, and especially ending the half already on a 4-2. Had they not blundered that round, had they not flashed themselves inside of Infirmary, we'd probably see this on a 3-3 half. And Jack, I know this is something that we were talking about as well. The operator bans from the side of For Fun.
Well, exactly what was the Blitz trying to push into Infirmary to try and clear? It was Nazami. Who was supporting him? A Denari. And I think realistically, the choice that For Fun made on their attack was to ban away the Bandit, the Cade, and then the Clash. Now, Clash is fine. Take Clash away from it. Bandit and Cade. Now, breaching isn't the be-all and end-all on Fortress. I think we've seen lots of teams do well attacking this map without any breaching whatsoever. They take away the Bandit and Cade so they can breach easily. Sure, that's fine. They're never going to have any problems breaching. But what does that mean they play into? Particularly that one operator, this army, but also the mirror. We saw it in that very last round there. And I think when you give a team like M80 those operators to be available, they're going to use and abuse them every single round like they did. 4-2 could have been a 3-3 maybe if that rush, you know, hadn't have blinded the Blitz, whatever. It's not been too bad for For Fun.
No.
But when you give them the opportunity, when you give good teams opportunity in an inch, they take a mile.
I think that's the important thing that you just said. If you're going to give a good team the opportunity, they're 100% going to run with it.
Well, we have seen this map, at least earlier, in our first Fortress of the day. It went defender-sided. Could that be where For Fun can make this comeback?
Honestly, just based on how M80 has played on their attacks, I'm not going to be too confident for the side of For Fun, given I think the bans already have been a little wonky. So maybe if we see more traditional bans on their defending side, then I can find a little more comfort within. But again, I'm expecting maybe Shields being banned here, and if they don't, then I have no doubt that Savage is probably going to make as much use out of it as he possibly can and take space.
At some point, we or you guys will stop comparing, I suppose, Team Secret to M80, but Savage being the IGL of the old into the IGL of the new.
You have to.
Them comparisons make sense. Team Secret were always so much more comfortable in the attack than they were the defense, because it was just one team unifying behind that singular voice. So the fact that M80 have already had a strong defensive half for me is good, because I imagine they'll be strong in their attacks. Of course, that shield does get taken away from Savage on the Montaigne. Probably the best shield for him, but he still has the Blackbeard and the Blitz supply. And also, we've seen in this half as well, and so far, he can frag out when needed.
I do like that they're getting rid of the information. Maybe I would have... Yeah, I guess I do prefer Solid Snake and then the shield. So I can appreciate these bans in terms of what we saw, at least from their attacking side.
Interesting though, M80 again, they're also banning away the Cade and the Bandit. So they're going to be facing the same problems that they were presenting.
They're going to get into the building.
Yeah, they were presenting the same, they're facing the same problems they were presenting For Fun.
All right, well, For Fun, we know they can get scrappy. We know they can keep it close, but they're really going to have to find something here if it sounds like M80 are as strong as they seem.
Well, it certainly sounds like it, and giving Savage a lot of shields to play with is something that, of course, the defense has to be nervous about, but I don't think you'd really be going against Savage and not consider that possibility, Ollie. I'm sure For Fun have created some measures for it, and well, got Vulcan packs and Razor Blooms on board. Seems like it's plenty of utility to deal with that player.
Yeah, you're going to be, you know what you're going up against when you go up against a player like Savage. He's brilliant on the Monty, but he's also terrifying on the Blitz. So you've kind of got to pick your poison there. And like you say, it just leaves a plethora of other operators available, particularly for some of the fraggers on the side of M80 to really start to sink their teeth into. We'll see if they choose to bring any of those a little bit later on, at least for round 7. It's going to be a fairly straightforward lineup. We've got a little bit of Lion, we've got the Glass, and of course got a bit of hard breach potential, which will go very much unhindered in these opening, or these 6 rounds here for M80 on the attack, given that they have chosen to remove both forms of electrification, opting to give themselves an easier time of opening things up, but at the cost and at the balance of having a bit more to deal with when they get into the meat of the map. One of those things in particular is going to be that mirror, and there's not really anything directly to deal with it at the moment on the side of M80. You're going to be looking to get close to that and really bash it out, or get an ace onto get an ace Selma charge onto it. But even then, especially with the position of some of these windows, they are going to be tricky to deal with.
Ooh, Tower Stairs not tricky to deal with whatsoever. Just walks up, puts Silo on his back, and it's unfortunately not Savage to confirm that kill. Diffuser was looking around with that F90 for quite a bit. Gets the first pick for M80. Ashen, DMR in hand. Good for the next, and it seems M80 might be good for round 7 as Savage watching Diffuser kill every defender around him. Packer all the way off site, lurking just like he did on the attack. Catches Gunner with his back turned. Gunner actually dying to Gavini via a Vulcan pack, but Packer floors the next. It's not enough to stop this Diffuser going down. Packer's got an important set of kills. Another 1v1 around the corner, but a long angle held by the attack. Blitz around the corner will be the end of the Goyo. M80 now up 5-2. A beautiful execute onto command.
I mean, what do you get when you put one of the best Blitz players in the world with an extremely capable gunner like Diffuser? I'm not even sure that Savage was able to like fully articulate or open his mouth and say the words required to give the call out before Diffuser was just clean taking heads off. It was absolute chaos. Able to push himself up the stairs. Tower stairs instantly taken. Bang, first kill. Okay, Diffuser nicks it away from him, it seems. Mike W. I mean, Savage hadn't even got good eyes on him. He just knew where the tracer shots were coming from at that point. Crazy speed here being shown by M80.
That's the thing. Why are we killing Sean? Give him reverse friendly fire, bro. Wait, who killed Sean?
Ashen quite mad that Gunner, or that Gavini accidentally team killed Gunner. But yeah, I mean, not much Savage even literally needed to do. He just sprinted into the site, made eye contact with somebody, and next thing you knew, they were dead from the gun over his shoulder. M80, don't think round 1 could have gone any better. Packers 2 kills coming to 1v5 that went nowhere and was never going to go anywhere, unfortunately. M80 next up, not bringing the shield. Instead, Savage moving to the Dokkaebi, turning their attention towards the other primary site. Leery of that possibility, though, Ollie. Bino, supplementing the Razor Blooms and Vulcan packs we had last time, has brought a Tachanka into the mix. Obviously, broader applicability than just a shield. You have to imagine witnessing what happened probably incentivized that pick a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and control a little bit of the sort of zones around the map, haven't you? You've got to be able to choke down those corridors. Sometimes we even see a Tachanka banned on Fortress because of how good it can be at controlling the corridors. The top floor, if you think about it, it's kind of ring-fenced entirely with corridors. You've got corridor all around inside of sort of bunks area. You've got corridor all around command area. If you can control those narrower spaces, usually you can have a better time of things. Savage might not be on the blitz, but he's still moving quickly here as he gets a great opening pick onto Vulsper.
Big trade. Vulsper reaction, if it was quick enough, might have been able to land it. It's one of those weird engagements where technically had 2 isolated 1v1s, but the timing good enough for M80, good enough for Savage. Nice couple drones spotted by Mike W. Ooh, gets the next diffuser lit up, but Gunner, great backstab. M80 are playing so well together on these attacks. Every gun seems to be in the right position, not only able to supplement the others, but to catch a defender completely off guard. Gavini tagging Packer to death as the ladder rotates back into sight. For fun, with some important utility remaining. Bino has 20 Shumika grenades to lock off some of these zones, but with a minute 10 remaining, M80 have full time to make use of this 4v2.
Yeah, M80 aren't going to waste this time now, are they? They just know exactly what it is that they need to do, and that is to hunt down these last 2 players. Action finds one, Gaveni another, and just like that, M80 on map point here on Fortress.
2 attacks that, I mean, just haven't even looked close. Not even competitive at the moment. It's a shame. Not how it was the first half. Packer, quite heated after these couple rounds.
I think there's got to be a little bit of frustration starting to creep in, right? You know, we've seen For Fun give us 3 brilliant rounds on the attack here, and they're arguably falling on the air quotes easier side of things. Something that Fresh said in the halftime show sort of rang true to me, and it, you know, evoked a load of memory of, yeah, actually that is the case, or that was the case. We always sort of looked at Team Secret as a very capable attacking team, and a lot of that was, you know, down to Savage and the IGLing that he's able to provide. The IGLing in these couple of rounds, obviously we're not privy to it, we don't hear it, but you can only imagine that it's very concise and very easy to follow because everyone's able to move at such pace. The plan is so clear, it's so laid out that once you've got a couple of, you know, once you've got that opening pick, it really feels like they're just starting to snowball that advantage.
John, your headset died after 80 hours.
It doesn't give me any...
It's some of those rounds that remind you that, you know, obviously Joom getting the biggest attention and highlights off of that Team Secret roster, but Savage himself, runner-up IGL with quite a lot of international success over the past year. You know, talk about Joom all you want, but Savage, big part of that Team Secret success we saw in 2025, and now moving over onto M80. Clearly providing some good benefits in the games that we've seen so far. Had some close ones. Against what did Pam, would you say, average age of 27 over on 100 Thieves?
Oh, honestly, I felt terrible at that point.
That was a brutal one. I didn't know. That was a great interview from Panda, by the way. Normally one of the quietest members of the league in terms of general temperament, but very well spoken, very articulate and passionate. An interview talking about the direction he wants to take C9. Highly encourage all of you to go watch it, and also watch the first game if you missed it. Really good showing, 7-4 victory by C9 over 100 Thieves. And, well, you might have some time to, because M80 are looking to end this one probably in the next round. Could very well be a 7-2 at the pace M80 are playing with the coordination they're bringing to these Fortress attacks.
Kind of feels like it, doesn't it? They aren't really slow and steady, and, you know, as soon as they've figured out the plan and got that initial thrust into the map, it never really takes them too long. Savage just droning out ahead of his teammates moving in. Now we've got Gunner occupying a space in Games Room, can throw those boogies down and start to make a little bit of progress on this top floor. Again, the Razor Blooms nice and dealt with. Packer taking a good portion of damage there as well. That's the Dokkaebi phone call in action. Choosing to tank the damage as opposed to answer the call. Does mean that he can't be called again, of course, so it's the only saving grace. The only good thing that he's got going for him at the moment is that his number has been deleted out of Dokkaebi's phone. The top floor very handily taken care of. Hatch is open. Now can start to try and work a little bit down further. Nades can be sent through as well. I feel like 4-4 need to try and make a play here.
Even if it's just for the momentum, even if it's just to like feel like they can do something, they have been well and truly stifled by M80. Try to bring some bit of pace back, bring some fight to the attacking team. But to be fair, strategically, a minute 10 seconds remaining, M80 are getting set up. They've used quite a bit of time. If you are able to hold on to these engagements, able to take some off angles, M80 probably don't have the time to fully deal with them if it's gone unnoticed. Quite a few blitz plays, pushing deep into Nurse. That's what we needed to see. Packer swinging around the corner, catches the blitz moving down tower stairs. That is what we needed to see from 4Fun. Not only the 5v4, but taking down a key piece of utility held by an extremely important player. You can see M80 stunned by this. Looking over towards Packer's previous position, he's causing even more havoc. Moving up the central stairs, secondary in hand, now covering his own flank as M80 with 30 seconds remaining. Lacking any kind of clear option instead. Ashen and Diffuser, both with kills moving into the site. Mike W. Wolfsburg sort of displaced from the whole situation. Mike W. trying to find a way back in, but a huge double from the Malusi. As round 9 will be anything but dominant from M80. If it's 7-2, it'll have to be close. It'll be a 2v2 with 10 seconds remaining. Diffuser recovered. And Gunner, 26 bullets to cover to get 2 remaining players. Great pre-fire onto 1. Needs to get the second. It spots him! Just one shot to the head, barely even registers on his screen. But 4Fun barely even registered in that game. 7-2 for M80 as it is not even close.
A brilliant game there from M80 and another photo finish. This team really know how to do those Hollywood-style highlights.
M80 keep it quick. 7-2 over 4Fun Esports, and now they go 3 for 3 so far in this Super Week. And the man with the clutch in that last round, he joins us now. Gunnar, congratulations on the win and some flashy play there at the end. But before we get really into the meat of the game, we've heard from Savage, we've heard from Ashen now about the new team dynamic. Can you tell me from your perspective, what's it been like working under a European IGL now on your team? How has that changed things for you guys?
I mean, it was a massive adjustment. You know, we basically completely switched systems to Lucas's. It took us a little bit. You know, we weren't really used to like the very, very splits type of attacks, you know, and just kind of being our own person. But I think we've really come together, especially in these last, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, especially in practice and now on game day. Like, it just feels like it's really clicking now, and then it's been really fun.
Gunnar, I'm not going to dunk on you too much for these performances for my fantasy team. Let's just roll the clip for the very final round, because you was absolutely instrumental in there. So what are you guys thinking? Because it was, what, a 2 versus 3 when that round's rolling?
Yeah, I mean, well, Lucas died, so it completely fucked up our plan, and we had to, like, straight plan B. We just wanted to kill the Thorn that killed him and just kind of flip the attack on its head because they probably all thought we were going to go medic side.
Yep.
And we just traded out, luckily. I mean, that's like one of the big things we're able to do right now is we're doing a lot of flips and a lot of quick, you know, plan Bs, and it's working out really well.
You must have a lot of trust in the team because, like, obviously you've got, you've got a new IGL, you've got a new vision. We've kind of documented that a lot, but you've got some of the best players in North America kind of supporting that. So it must feel to you guys like you've got basically every round you still have a comeback even when the primary plan hasn't quite happened.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. You know, you keep picking me on your fantasy team, and I shit the bed, and we win. You know, I don't really got to do much right now. It's a great feeling.
Fabian did DM me to stop to ask me to stop picking you, and I said I'm going to pick you for the rest of the stage.
Oh, lovely.
Well, Gunnar.
-10 inbound.
Well, Gunnar, I want to congratulate you on yet another win. And I also just want to pick your brain as well. Obviously, you've had to make a lot of adjustments throughout your career, and then with the adjustments within M80. What are the biggest things that you've kind of been focusing on as a player to keep the consistency, and not just keeping the consistency, to make sure that you're also improving in whatever area those might be?
I mean, the big thing obviously is like whenever an NA player or team plays me, they're probably prepping like, this guy's a rat, this guy's hiding, and so I always have to like evolve my game, always switch things up, and like, you know, always do new things, which can be hard, but I think I have done a good job at it. Obviously, I've started a little slow for my standards this stage, but I mean, the team's flowing, and like I still feel good.
All right, Gunnar, thank you so much for your time. As always, congratulations on now 3 wins in a row to start the stage. I'm sure we'll talk to you later. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you.
Well, a big win there for the team, and a great finish from Gunnar. As you said, you picked him on your fantasy team. He hasn't been playing that well, but in that last round, he really did make it work and put M80 over the line.
I keep picking him. Form his temporary class is permanent. He's one of the best players in North America. There's no doubt about it.
Oh,
so.
with hands down.
Well, but he's also surrounded by another 4 players. Yeah. I mean, if we talk about Savage, it must be great for him. You know, transitioning. He's got 3 wins out of 3 now. The team have played well as a coherent unit, and he's out there on the blitz. He's playing the shields, and he's having a lot of fun with it. But I think as he's doing it, the team at exactly the same time, he creates so much space.
I think that was also the first time that I heard that they are changing their ideologies and approaches. You said they weren't used to doing splits, now they're doing splits, but this is what we talked about. Sure, they got rid of the Montang where he was going to make good value out of it, but obviously he's still going to be a threat on the blitz, and this round just really showcases that he's still going to be in your face. He's still going to take map control, and this is why he's so lethal on these
And you
shields.
see how used to it the team are. The fact of the matter is, as he was looking at people, they were just dead, and it's just a wrecking train, a wrecking ball all the way through sight, and he even goes in and finishes the round off himself as well. It's one of the things that he brings is the ability to call from the front line with the shields. Obviously, so many IGLs do it, but I think the fact of the matter is the team have responded so well to it. And M80, let's not forget, this is M80 who won a major, somewhat struggled in NA finals, somewhat struggled by their standards at SI, didn't make it to Salt Lake City. They've had a period of, 6 months where they struggled. They're now looking back on top with 3 wins out of 3 in Super Week. You cannot ask for much.
I think I can put him on S tier. I think I can do it.
I
think I can jump
what, B tier?
For not putting him on S tier.
I think we can do it. No, I think I'm gonna have to wait. I think A tier is good. I think once we get to the DZ SR game, that's where we'll see them.
So I agree.
Elevate higher.
Great performances though from everybody. Like obviously we highlighted Savage. We saw the Gunnar play at the end. He's still on the bottom of the leaderboard. Ashen has has been leading the way, Fresh, for this team throughout this first week. I mean, we know he's capable of this stuff, but as he said in the interview yesterday, you take him off shields, you allow him to thrive, and look at this. He's going to thrive.
Yeah, and he's going to benefit from where his team makes the space. That's not just Savage, that's the rest of the team. It's Diffuser, it's Gav, it's those guys that can find the kills, find the energy, find the attention, and then give him the space to go and thrive. And we saw another game today where he was absolutely instrumental. The cut that you showed at halftime, actually, where not 5 Fears for Fun kind of blundered the blitz and the Ying play, he was the one that was pushing in, being close to his teammates, finding those kills as well. He's becoming a really important piece of this puzzle, especially now he's had that kickoff stage to settle into it.
Well, so far we've had a lot of games that have been opportunities to see these teams play each other again. We've seen these matches in kickoff or maybe at the major. This next one is going to be unique because 5 Fears and Dark Zero have yet to cross paths this year. And this is a great opportunity for, well, in this case, 5 Fears to bounce back. They started off so hot. Day 1, 7-1 over Outlast. Day 2, they got dismantled by Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I think, do you know what? It's great. It's great when you're playing against Outlast. I think a lot of North American teams are going to have a lot of fun with it at this stage. But then I think for 5 years, I think it went a little bit wrong. They thought they had great prep against Shopify Rebellion, and then they went and played Shopify Rebellion on probably their best map.
Yeah.
They played Nighthaven. Why? And I think they absolutely got dismantled. I actually got the opportunity. I spoke to JJ just after the game. I DM'd him. I guess we're close like that. Apparently, I don't know what's going on. And I said, why? Like, why? And here's what he had to say. We thought we had a masterclass game plan. We did not. And for me, I don't know, I guess that's karma. Sometimes that will happen for you. Sometimes you will just go into a game, you think you've got a masterclass game plan, you think you've got them on the map that you expect them to be on, and you think everything's going to go right, and then it just goes wrong.
And a big thing that I also highlighted last night was just the sample size between the two. You had SR that burst the Cloud9, they got pushed to the brink, almost went to an OT, so they had to tighten things up. They had to get those jitters out of the way to make sure that they were going to be as good as possible going into this matchup, where on the other side for 5 Fears, they dominated Outlast, and when you're dominating like that, you're not going to take a whole lot from that game. You're not going to have that pressure that was applied that you had to make a comeback. You had to make quick adjustments. You had to be quick on adapting. So obviously, I think it kind of played into how this game turned out. Not to take anything away from SR. I think we also highlight it's just one of those scenarios where SR was just on a completely other level and 5 Fears couldn't find any bit of success.
I think where they got it slightly wrong is I think they were a little bit disjointed. I think we saw times where, especially on their defensive half, where they were getting aggressive or too passive. And it was one player,
They look very timid.
When you're playing out those kind of 3v3 scenarios, you've got to think of a game plan on the fly, who's holding what, who's got the crossfires, where you're going. Are we all going aggressive together? Are we all going passive? And we saw a couple of players would go aggressive, and one would be in Narnia just being quite passive. And I think those type of things, you just get your ducks in a row, get in line, and then from there you can show your true self.
And they need to happen in order to improve realistically.
And to do it against Dark Zero is going to be a very tall task because their day yesterday was the complete opposite. Instead of getting absolutely dismantled, they did the dismantling. It was a 7-0, the first 7-0 we've seen all year in the NAL.
Yeah, Dark Zero has been farming, and they're still continuing to push the narrative that they are the best team in the region, that they are the best team in the world after SLC, and they don't seem to be letting their foot off the gas. We spoke with NJR after this. I mean, he was pretty ice cold in terms of his responses, but I think the important takeaway is that they were still treating this seriously, even though there might have been some goofy situation that we saw, that they still were coming into this with the game plan and how they were going to execute it, and you can't get any better than a 7-0. I mean, this round right here, you got to feel for it. No bullets left in the chamber, and Kino's just, hitting the cha-cha slide on you right here. You can't make anything happen. But again, it's also important for them to be able to have fun, because that's the most important thing, is that you're having fun with your team, and having moments like these do just make that bond a little stronger. So when you're coming into this match against 5 Fears, I think they're going to have to really reel it in. And as you can see, I mean, meditating, who's that coming from? It's coming from Call Out.
We've seen this time and time again with the old SSG roster, now Dark Zero. And I think that's good, because playing Outlast in the middle of a tricky week is actually quite a difficult proposition, because you've got to get very, very, very up for your first game. You go through that, and then you're playing a team that's really not got it together right now in terms of what is then an easy game, to then go in and play what is the current kickoff champions and 5 Fears. I know they had a difficult day yesterday, but it doesn't diminish their quality whatsoever. And I think the fact that they've got this mentality, this out-of-game stuff, the stuff that Call Out preaches, I know Leo spoke about it from when he was a player. This is stuff that he's been going at a long time. The stuff that he implements into the team, they will treat every game with such professionalism. That's why we saw 7-0 yesterday. That's why I expect DZ to be strong today.
Well, part of the reason this team is so scary to go up against Dark Zero is because not only are they at the top of the leaderboard right now in terms of their overall standings, but they have separated themselves from the pack statistically.
Yeah, I mean, we already showed where they were at SLC. They were attacking well above the rest, but as you can see here in red, this time red means good, doesn't mean bad, but they are clearly leading across the top 5 currently of the point holders. You can clearly see their average EPS, they're the best in attack, best in defense, or rather tied in defense. They're the best in the entry, second on conversion. But again, obviously the numbers are a little skewed after their match against Outlast today. That could shift. However, I don't really see them following off of how strong their attacks really have been.
And I just think the attack win rate is the most important thing.
Absolutely, it's
whenever
the hardest side.
Whenever we look at any teams that win events, I'm not talking about NAL, I'm talking about winning events, 6 invitationals, majors, EWCs, no matter what it is, the team that wins it always has the strongest attack of the tournament. And the reason for that, I think, for Dark Zero is they've got the most balance. They've got IGL, they've got a natural shield player, they've got a link player that links it up, and they've got 2 incredible guys at the front that will outgun pretty much anybody in the world. And I think when you've got that composition and you're just playing with the form and momentum that they are, it's what makes them the champion team.
Well, you mentioned that Five Fears made quite the mistake going to Labs yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. They're going to look to maybe pick a better map here. Jack, where do you think we're headed now?
Well, it's going to be Chalet. Now, you know, I was in Salt Lake. You were in Salt Lake.
I was in Salt Lake.
One of my key core memories from Salt Lake was the Saturday, actually. It was when Dark Zero played up against FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
And FaZe Clan, best Chalet team in the world, and Dark Zero beat them 7-1. In one of the biggest, what at the time felt like one of the biggest upsets I'd ever seen. They then went on to also win it in the Salt Lake City Grand Final as well against Shopify Rebellion. So, you know, I think they're pretty confident in that map.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not to say that Five Fears isn't good at this map. They're currently 4-0. I mean, they 7-1 SR last stage. They just recently smoked Outlast on it as well. And their attacks did look clean. But again, it's going to be a different approach. And that's where we're really going to have to see that mental game, that being able to adjust, being able to adapt is really going to come into play when you're going against Dark Zero's defenses, because they aren't going to give you space. There's going to be someone on green stairs. There's going to be someone holding fireplace. I mean, you aren't going to be able to just take space for free on Dark Zero.
Can we get the map bans up for a second? Because I wanted to take another look at this. You mentioned the disaster that was Labs for Five Fears.
Yeah.
They leave it up until the very... They gave Dark Zero the choice here between Labs and Chalet. To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, it kind of does and it doesn't, because I think Shopify Rebellion, I can't say that word, specifically on Native and Labs, are incredibly strong. I think Five Fears got it wrong yesterday. I don't think the Labs that they showed was representative of their skill on that map. And I think if you give Dark Zero Chalet the option of the two, they're always going to go Chalet as well. The one thing that I will say, though, is I did see a tweet from one of the Five Fears players, can't remember which one it was, that they had the best Chalet player in the world of Forest. So that's really going to get proven today, who, when he's up against the best, I would say, the current best Chalet team in the world for Dark Zero, it's going to, you know, we're going to see.
But Forest is a very good player and has proved that this week. Out of the top 10 players ranked, he is there in the middle at number 6, despite the game that they had yesterday. We'll see if he can continue that now. Dark Zero, a formidable opponent. Five Fears, as always, look to change the narrative. Let's go.
Well, Five Fears are looking to change the narrative, Ollie, but to do so by sticking with the same plan as yesterday, it seems. They go in on Shopify Rebellion's best map, and now, after that game plan failing, they've decided to play the best Chalet team in the world on Chalet.
It just feels a little bit, I don't know, it feels a little bit strange, right? JJ said yesterday that they got the game plan wrong. They thought they had a plan, and they didn't. I just hope that today they don't also think they've got a plan, because I've got a feeling they might not do. How have we ended up on Chalet here? This is a map that DZ took off FaZe Clan. FaZe are still, they've lost it once to DZ, let's be honest. FaZe are an incredible Chalet team, and DZ came in and made them look like amateurs. Therefore, that now means that DZ are an incredible Chalet team because they've beaten a good Chalet team, and yet we end up on Chalet. Let's see how these two teams face off. Real interesting one for me. Obviously, you've got Five Fears coming out of NA. kickoff as the best team in North America, and then kind of ironically you've got DZ that went to Salt Lake City, the event that was qualified to by kickoff, and were the best team in Salt Lake City. So we've got a big matchup here. Five Fears have not had the start that they were hoping for. The 7-1, that's a great result, brilliant, fantastic, but then to get 1-7 yesterday against SR, it's really going to hurt them. And today, things don't really get much easier for them. They're going up against another top-tier team here inside the NAL.
And if things become as competitive as we've seen, depending on what teams like C9 or For Fun can do, this could be one of the most competitive stages of the NAL we've had, and what is following some already hyper-competitive stages of the NA League. J9O taking a peek out of the main door right at the start, but not finding anybody for the time being. As it was mentioned, DZ, a formidable Chalet team, though Newer is a formidable player, will not be a factor in this round as he's taken down by Forrest, who was dubbed by JJ as one of the, I think it was JJ, was as one of the best Chalet players in North America. Proving true, at least in the first round. Able to win the opening duel for 5 years with basically 0 cost to the attacking team. Not a whole lot of cost to the defense beyond the loss of Newer's. Definitely these two players on the roam are going to feel a bit more pressure to retreat, especially as you might not have anybody who can play the Link like they could before.
Pretty early opening pick there. Five Fears have put themselves in a good position now. Rival going to start to move his drone through and just understand where these players are. Obviously for a bit of an off-meta choice bomb site here that DZ have really kicked things off with. The basement doesn't tend to see a great deal of play. And it certainly didn't see a lot of play at Salt Lake. C4 ripped here from NJR. He's in such a good position, but I just don't think he knows. Pre-fire from Forrest as he takes him down on the west main stairs. I thought Forrest was just going to try and Terminator his way all the way through sight, and he might just do so. JJ started to get the plan down.
Covered by Rival as Forrest ironically ends up making a one-way that disadvantages him, but it does cover the hatch, and that's the main goal. And the main goal, getting the plant down, is perfect. Flawless round for 5 Fears to start. And if we wanted this to be a competitive series, quite literally could not be a better first round.
I'm here for it. You know what? We've had a couple of fairly stompy first games here for NAL on Playday 3. Why not have a little bit of chaos for game number 3? Five Fears walking away with the round there. I can't stress enough how weird the bomb site choice was there from Dark Zero, but you know they've put themselves in that position, and they've really, you know, not excelled in that regard. Obviously, the breach getting open, everything that Five Fears wanted to do in that round, they were able to achieve.
What are these clowns?
It's been a while since we've seen JJ on the player cams as well. Hopefully that's something that we see a couple more times this evening as well, because he is ever the entertainer.
Located by attackers.
Back to something a little bit more predictable. This is where I was expecting to go for round 1 links. I was expecting to go bar and games, nice and straightforward.
Yeah.
Keep control of library, keep control of Ivy Hall on the top of Blue Stairs, maybe a bit of an extension into office if you fancy it, and just some good traditional chalet, you know?
That's because you're a normal person, Ollie. You are a normal person with normal thoughts and beliefs is why you thought that we would go to. If not bar and games, at least like master bedroom and office or something. To your point, basement, extremely little play at Salt Lake City. Shockingly little play, given, you know, it's not in the conversation for primary site, but it's, you know, it's at least considered one of the maps in which all 4 sites are at least decently viable, or at least used to be. Not the gate, not working. DZ instead pivot to one of, if not the primary site on this map, depending on which team you are. JJ hopping into trophy right quick. Reloading! Get down to default and set up a good position. Can rotate upstairs, go for the normal full clear into mezzanine, or consider moving in for more direct down below, but you're going to have to focus in that mezzanine position no matter which way you cut it. It just depends on what you decide to do. Castle barricade in his way. Most immediate obstacle that 5 Fears have to face.
Just going to take a little bit of time, but it's very easy to deal with. You just got to plug away at meleeing that castle barricade. No Roarer being brought from 5 Fears. That's often a little firm favourite for attacking this top floor. Well, clearing the top floor, should I say, to attack the basement. You can get in there with a Roarer door and close off the top of fireplace. Instead, they're going for something a little bit looser, and they're going for a heck of a lot of information, because look at Forrest go downstairs, searching for Fultz. Fultz answer or pay the price. He will, of course, tank it. That is the preferred outcome at the moment with Dokkaebi. Means that your phone cannot be called again.
Ooh. Another one. NJR tanking it as well. Impact grenade going out. Marvel tanks that in turn. JJ's worked his way all the way up to mezzanine or fireplace stairs. Don't actually really know how he's got in this position, but with Snake covering the double door, can get it done right quite well. Snake taking down Fultz. Fens next up on to Newers, a double kill. Make that a triple for Fens. Is it another flawless for 5 years to start? It might just be if NJR can't land some of the nice shots he's known for, with so many players around him. It is another flawless round for 5 years. Already, game plan much better than that against the Rebellion yesterday.
Listen, maybe we're going to be eating our words here, and maybe the desk is going to be eating theirs, because the first couple of rounds here from 5 Fears, they've got the job done. Regardless of the side choice, regardless of how it's happened, they've brought a very entertaining and a very convincing game so far. Early timeout territory, potentially, for DZ here. His call-out sat there thinking, maybe we just need to take the wind out of 5 Fears' sails a little bit. Maybe we just need to reevaluate things ahead of moving forward. You can see the players are already in the prep phase, so it isn't coming just yet, but it's got to be on the horizon.
Almost definitely see it if DZ go down this round. I mean, depends on, if it's a 1v1, 50-50, maybe you won't see it, but if it's anything even comparable, even half of what we saw through rounds 1 and 2, almost certainly Callout will hit the pause button. If anything, just take some of the momentum out of 5 Fears' sails. Forrest is moving through the bottom floor completely untethered and unbothered from anything the defense might throw at him, or at least try to concern him with. And if that's indicative of anything, 5 Fears feel very confident going into this map. And if they did go into the Nighthaven Labs game yesterday, it's at least working out better here. Dark Zero not adding any bells and whistles to this master bedroom, and, well, master bedroom office defense, but kitchen dining defense, as we all know, they hold a lot of the same positions and follow a lot of the same steps.
Loading new mags!
A lot of the steps very similar on Chalet. One of them is that initial entry or lack of initial entry. Oftentimes you can see attacks get great advantage just by cutting through the site, cutting through some of those upstairs windows. Forrest is in one of those positions right now. He's able to keep himself pretty safe up on that top floor and still get his drones out to where they need to be. It's a hell of a drive for a Rotero drone. It's going to see, importantly, that there's going to be no barbed wire on the lower portion of West Main, so it's a good option for someone to have a little bit of a walk up a little bit later on. But 5 Fears already looking a lot slower here. There's ground that they could be taking, but they're a little bit reluctant to do so. Only now, just over the halfway point into the round, are we going to see Rival get himself into this top fireplace.
We'll see him likely wrestle with the piano position, a very common spot for the Shield to, of course, face some trouble, but also to try and test themselves against the defensive setup. Darjo playing very passive behind this Heartbreach Denial, behind these shields. NJR, long angle on a JJ, not entirely sure where. Gets that first pick. J9O with a good vertical angle as well. Fultz also could flank up the fireplace stairs. Track Stingers might be in his way, but NJR gets JJ through the map hole and probably, well, and as we see, gets Snake to the exact same one. Unfortunately, just common stuff for NJR. No player in North America more dangerous when they're holding a passive angle, just hard scoping down range. Now 5 Fears, what do? You wanted to get Rival in, activate that Blackbeard by pressuring Piano in a 3v5. Dark Zero know that they can and will trade that out if the opportunity presents itself. Out of nades for the Blackbeard, but not for Fens. Could bank some around the corner with no projectile denial on board. First one will go out. Toss towards the rotate in office. Rival hesitant to push through the double door. Concerned about a possible Gurj should also be concerned about this three-way crossfire that Dark Zero have formed, peeking over towards Piano. There's one. The next outside the window. Fens with the first kill over Black Wall. It's a quick trade by Dark Zero as this advantage is not going anywhere.
Poor old Forrest. is able to hop himself in. He's 3-0 right now, and he's got 6 seconds to decide. That's going to be 7-0, or it's going to be 3-1. Will find himself one before being traded. J9O there on the longer angle. DZ managing to take a breath there. Take a little bit of the pace out of the game. Five Fears have been bringing a hell of a lick so far. But it was just a little bit of a stretch too far in round number 3. Midway point of the first half then. What are we going to get removed here? Gotta fancy some of that hard breach denial. There it is. Got the Cade taken care of. The Ace also fallen by the wayside. I mean, the Cade, it mattered a little bit. But it's still going to be something that they're going to be able to try and navigate around. The two-brow, of course, will come in to try and plug that gap. Piano, really a bit of a meat grinder there in that last round, Lynx. Not able to transition through it, and despite having Forest with a bit of space inside a bathroom, it just wasn't quite enough.
I mean, P&O is often the spot that I feel like the attacks really can break against, whether it's 5 Fears or anybody. I mean, like, try and throw a nade over Black Wall, but then you got a guy behind the piano. The guy behind the wall dodges the nade. You're scared about actively playing the window because somebody's going to flank up Ivy and shoot you. It's always one of the trickiest positions to attack on this map, I feel, specifically for these 2 sets of sights. So,
10 seconds
5
left.
Fears we're always going to struggle with that. It's just a shame that in 3v5, there's very little ways to make that work for your favor. Contemplating a double shield play, but 5 Fears at the last second deciding to just stick with the Blackbeard, and instead, what a horrific lineup we have for Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos, and then accentuating that with the Grim. This should be banned. This should not be allowed in competitive play.
The thing is, that's the lineup that is going to be winning games. That's the lineup that's going to win you rounds, isn't it? Because that utility used correctly is a nightmare to contend with. Now, DZ, they know what they're going to be going up against. They're very cognizant of the bans that they have dished out, so they know that by banning away the Glaz, Thatcher, and the Ace, that this is kind of the game plan. This is what they've left open to play with, but they've got some tools to try and navigate that. Obviously, the Cade gets removed in the previous round. It opens the door for the two-brow to be brought in. Now, two-brow, not only brilliant at delaying walls from being opened, but the Zoto canister, a great tool. Throw it at the floor, throw it at your feet, and if you're caught inside of whatever it might be, a Deimos call, a Dokkaebi phone call, it's all just going to cleanse off you. You will get the slowed effect slightly, but you can then just destroy the Zoto canister and sort of move on with your day. The Mute Jammer works in a very similar way. That's a nice way of cleansing some of those abilities. And then you've got the Clash. I mean, you can know where the Clash is, but guess what? You've got to then move through and do something about someone that's going to shield in front of the face. So Fultz is going to be pretty busy, I'm sure, getting himself into the right position there. Knows that there's going to be somebody just outside on that piano window. Can hear Snake Soliton scanner pinging off, but will be allowed to get himself onto Library.
Oh! Snake with the right line, but ends up hitting one of the little connectors in the rafters within the floor. Unlucky. Don't know if that would have been a kill, but might have at least done some damage to Newers. Instead, it's J9O who's caught through the floor. Fultz also looking to retreat back, but kind of stuck in a difficult position. On the west main stairs, nade going at his feet, players falling around Library. Instead, it's Newers with the first. JJ taken down, Rival moving in for a trade, catches J9O hopping out. DZ not giving things up just yet. It's the players on the, well, not on the opposite side, but the players offside at the moment who are falling. Actual on-site players who are rotating back to Master Bedroom office seem to be surviving, but Snake with some very quick movement up Solar Stairs. Intel on one, though given in turn. This backstab will be revealed, so he'll call Rival over. Got a couple nades to pick up. Make good use of that utility. Ooh, Newers peeking his head out, but if there's anybody who could one-tap Snake from this position, it's this Azami on the opposite side. Moving a little bit deeper as the Blackbeard left alone all the way over in Fireplace, but Rival with 2 from the back, make that 3! F2 and the pistol. 5 Fears tie the game.
Rival getting some really good space there. I think 5 Fears as a whole have done such a good job of being able to operate from 2 different locations. They've not all just tried to buddy up when they're in that 3 versus 3 and funnel through one direction. Instead, they're able to split things up, get somebody in through Solar, get a little bit of pressure into Bathroom, and still have somebody knocking around over toward Piano. The timeout has been used now from Dark Zero. They're going to be using it on the defensive side here as well. Now, it is Chalet, and with with the tools available, attack is going to have a field day, and it has been doing. So it's not too much of a bad thing that the timeout's being used here. I think it more just speaks to how well Five Fears are playing at the moment and how much of their A game they are bringing. I'm starting to believe, Lynx, that they may have had a little bit of a plan for this one.
Or even if they didn't have a plan, a lot of what we're seeing just seems like very good reactions in rounds, and I think putting a lot of really good players in positions to succeed. I mean, Snake is, a really, I was gonna say underrated player in North America, but like he's competed at a couple majors over the course of his careers, but at least in terms of teams, it's not always on the biggest names, but is a very prolific fragger, and if there's anybody I think could push up that backside, it's Snake. And yet it's Rival who gets the triple kill over by Solar, who gets, I think, actually, what, a 4K overall in that round? Completely opens things up for Five Fears. And understanding and spotting the weakness over on the Solar side, reading that the defense is pushed so deep up towards Mezzanine, they just react to that information as any good team should. And keep in mind, this was the team that was crowned the best in North America, won the regional league. That was just a really good mid-round call and putting the best two players into that position.
Pressure on Dark Zero now. Obviously, it's very early days. Like, we are literally 3 days in, and this being the third, and we're not even finished yet. Since the last bit of the competitive siege that we saw, which was, of course, Salt Lake City Major. And already you start to worry about DZ a little bit. You start to think, oh, is this just going to follow the usual course of things where we see teams that win majors then go on to have, a disappointing stage or to struggle again? It's very early days for that sort of an assessment. But you'd like to think that DZ would be able to put away a team like Five Fears, especially with the wishy-washy start that they've had to the stage so far. Yes, they got a 7-1, but then they lose 1-7 against SR, a team of a very similar stamp to Dark Zero. But it could have been the wake-up call that they needed, because so far, in the 4 full rounds that we've seen, they've played some fantastic siege. The timeout now is going to be the difference maker for Dark Zero. It needs to be effective here. They can't afford to go down this first phase on like a 5-1 scoreline and then have to fight it all the way back. They want to give themselves a little bit of a buffer.
You want a little bit of wiggle room, definitely, especially coming out of attack timeout. 5 Fears. Ooh. Hitting a smoke bolt. It's Kairos right there. And obviously no Warden playing up top. Janino won't be able to look through it. Detonates. I don't know if Janino knew about it, maybe heard it, not entirely sure, but creates a nice little line. Normally it's the Maverick we see open up that angle. Not the case right now. Janino throwing some toxic canisters over towards the library window. It is a Bar Games defense. 5 Fears, well, they have made some good progress. Only minute 15 to go, Ollie. Haven't actually done a whole lot.
Well, they've got connector open, haven't they? So it's an option for later on. They are now starting to move in through libraries. So they can continue to take a bit of ground, but they are coming up against a fierce fight right now.
I mean, fierce fight doesn't even say the half of it. Just 4 kills immediately for Dark Zero. 5 Fears think they have a set play and are just dismantled in their entirety. Ben's now stuck in the 1v5, likely just going to spend at least some time talking about what went wrong. As, again, despite a nice little angle opened up in the stock wall, when they actually tried to push in, Dark Zero were ready for it. A lot of time spent setting it up for 5 Years as well and accomplishing not a lot. Dark Zero, after the tactical timeout, get a flawless round and are just 1 away from tying things up.
You expect nothing less off the back of a call-out round, let's be honest. You are expecting at least a round win, flawless. Well, why not just throw it in there for good measure? Dark Zero looking somewhat stabilized there. Like you say, 5 Fears doing a couple of not unusual things, but they really struggled in a lot of ways to get a lot of control. Committing 3 ADSs and the deployable shield there for J90, and Kino just springing to his aid to enable him to stay alive. I mean, it didn't really matter if he'd have stayed alive or not at that point, but to play the smoke in that kind of a fronted up aggressive position, because we all know that fireplace player, it's a death sentence. You are expecting to be looking at the default cameras and flicking through your team's utility before too long. There are so many different angles that you've got to be concerned with, but in another way, if you're going to play there, fully commit to it. And that's exactly what they did. Deployable shield, 3 ADSs, really kept them very safe then.
10 seconds remaining.
Projectiles now coming back in a big way this year, but also in this round as moving from the ADSs to the magnets still have an option to deny some of these projectiles. And against a Grim, very important stuff. Crack stingers could be used to burn, but especially we've seen Dark Zero not have a lot of success with it, but with this Solus, try to go for some flanks, keep 5 Fears on their toes. Some utility's gonna have to get burned if they want to deal with these magnets, and 5 Fears will have a tough call to make for which it will be. Rival continuing with the Snake as well into this round, but Operator, you and I love to say that we want to see Brava making her way into this one, as there are quite a few tasty electronics for those clutch drones to find.
It's just a great operator, isn't it? You get the ability to hack the gadgets, but you just get a couple more drones as well. I mean, as just a base thing, more information is usually a better thing here in Siege. So if the drones is something that you're struggling with, and I'm not suggesting that that's the case here for 5 Fears, they are going to be looking to try and remove some of these Banshees and give themselves a slightly easier time of things. But the more time that you spend in the drone, the better.
Clutch online.
He's going to be able to get the default camera as well, I believe. We'll take another bite at that cherry, but fortunately he has multiple clutch drones to play with. Will eventually get taken out there by Newers. Oh, such a narrow shot. I thought he got him in the head right there and then. No damage exchanged. Instead, on the other side, Fenn's going to open things up with a kill onto Fultz.
I'm not entirely sure. I think he might have got robbed. I thought I heard the hit reg sound, but either way, no kill secured. Instead, it's 5 Fears with the advantage and looking to press it aggressively. Forced another walkabout basement. Only spots a player on West Main, but doesn't pull the trigger. Instead, fires the bees up. Oh, might have just been exposed to Newers, but ducks around the corner right as the Solus gets an idea, decides to pursue it for further questioning. Forrest is rotated out through Big Garage, and instead up to Solar. Kino tagged by the 5.52. 2-body lead for 5 Fears at the moment. Now Newers in a difficult position. Wants to go for the peak. Will take it over by Blue Stairs. Doesn't find anything. So 1 player on site, 1 player off it. 5 Fears know how to win this one. Just be careful you don't lose it in the process. JJ pushing so close. Fenn's also on low HP. It could swing if they aren't careful. But they've got enough angles on Jane Ano's position. And so now NJR, 1vx. A 1v1 over by Solar Stairs. That opportunity leaves for the time being. Can't quite find the angle as they move further into sight. JJ with the diffuser up on top floor. But logically running away, vaulting down. Going to put that plant inside of dining. Has to be careful about these vertical angles. Same could go for all of 5 Fears. NJR doesn't really have the utility to take people down around corners. If you plant in the wrong spot, he might be able to get an angle on you. NJR continuing to peek, but as somebody moves up Solar for the kill, actually doesn't find the initial opportunity. Still gives 5 Fears the position to put that diffuser down, move us into the post plant. NJR still struggling for information. And 5 Fears don't have to do much to convert this round. Whether it's Solar or the Hash, you can set up a 3-way crossfire. Nade lands right at NJR's feet, and the F90 will do the job. 5 Fears stun on these Chalet attacks and take a fight to the best Chalet team in the world.
Well, that is one way to start things off. 5 Fears, they knew they were coming off a rough one yesterday, and so they decided, you know what, let's come out swinging. The first and the second round, flawless. I mean, they destroy Dark Zero to start this game.
Yeah, I was honestly a little surprised by it. I mean, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I wasn't expecting two flawless rounds to say back-to-back from the side of 5 Fears, but it really goes to show both these two have a very good understanding of the map, and to say they have a better plan for Chalet than what we saw recently on Nighthaven Lab.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Forrest's best Chalet player in the world? Question mark? I don't know. He came out with the blocks, big 3K in the very first round, and the first round was quite plant focused, but the second round they kicked on as well. I think for Dark Zero, actually, whenever they've struggled, it's when they've moved too much. Chalet is very small map, and the operators that they chose to ban from Dark Zero was the Glass and the Thatcher initially in the first half of the first half.
Which was a question mark for me.
Which was maybe a question mark, but there's still whatever you ban, there's so much that could be levied against you, especially on Chalet. So I think actually when Dark Zero found success is when they were kind of hunkered up close together and forcing 5Fears to execute into them. When Dark Zero were really struggling, they were out on their own taking 1v1s, very often against a shield on JJ, very often then against Rival or Fen supporting that, and that's where 5Fears were finding their success.
Yeah, and I've really been enjoying watching both Rival and Fens find success within these rounds, especially Fens. I mean, he's doing such a good job on that solid snake, getting that information, playing off of it, but just to even add further onto that, you know, we talked about this team in kickoff and throughout SLC, they like to do that double shield pressure. Now we're seeing both go hand in hand. They're using the info ops, they're using the shields together, and then like I said, once it gets to that mid to late round, they are slowly constricting the members from Dark Zero and not giving them any breathing room and just forcing them into unwinnable crossfires. And even in that last round, Forrest was elusive. He was moving around the map, catching them off guard. He gets that kill, rotates basement, puts the pressure, and then all of a sudden they switch back to him, and he's on an Astro window getting another kill.
I'm glad you mentioned the Solid Snake, actually, because he's such a disgusting operator on this map. Chalet's one of the smallest maps in our pool, but it's an L shape, right? If you fundamentally think about it from a top-down perspective, it's an L shape. Solid Snake, and you've just seen him banned away, by the way, by 5Fears, can get so much information by just pulling his scanner out and just seeing basically whether there's an enemy there or not. Doesn't actually have to commit to using the ability, but he can cover so much more area on Chalet than he can potentially on other maps, which makes him so good. We saw 5Fears abuse him. We've now seen them take him away.
Well, 5Fears have definitely found a way to break from the trend of yesterday, only getting 1 round. They already have 4, and this one could be a 5Fears game if DZ are not careful. One thing we know, it's going to be close.
Well, you hope it'll be close, and Ollie, I would be truly shocked if this does not end up being a close map, but Chalet attacks are a bit the easier thing to come by. If 5Fears are able to come out and stun on these defenses, that's when we'll really have something to talk about.
I think the defense is, for me, is really where this is going to live or die for 5Fears. Is it going to be a red letter day for him, or is it just going to look like a bit of a flash in the pan? If you look down at the scoreboard, it tells a huge story right now. You not only have you got players barely dying there, I mean, Forrest is 5-2, but you've got Fens at 10-3. Now, we've just not seen that same level of contribution from Dark Zero so far, but we know they're a very experienced team. We know they're a very capable roster, and attacks aren't something that they typically struggle with. So you throw that into a map like Chalet, and all of a sudden you've got a little bit of a recipe on your hands for a good game, and I think that's what we're going to see here. I want DZ to come out and to take some commanding space right now. They've got plenty of tools to do it, regardless of how and what they want to try and bring into this party. Obviously, Fresh has mentioned there that the Snake's going to be taken away, but you've still got a Deimos, you've still got a Dokkaebi, you've still got Monty if you want to get Kino onto some shield play and, you know, really let him flex that we know him to be pretty good at. So there's so many different options for him here. It's really going to be about finding those in the server and taking full advantage of them.
Changing mags.
50 seconds in. Not a whole lot DZ have done just yet. Just a lot of the normal base checking, opening up of windows. Mezzanine position will, of course, get some focus at some point in this round. Projectile denial will make things a bit more difficult, especially with that Capitao in the Grim being 2 of the core attacking operators that DZ have brought. Beyond that, viewers. I don't even know where he's found that one. I had to think an engagement was probably going to happen for the next 30 seconds or so. It seems like Forrest caught roaming on the opposite side of the map as smoke. Viewers has just shot that down. That's some important utility dealt with quite early. Going for a backstab on the opposite side, looking to pierce right through this roam and Master Bedroom office.
Nice angle here from Fultz. He's got himself up on the rappel. Just gives a little bit of a veil of cover for his teammates to start to operate in. Full white flash at the top of those fireplace stairs as well, and it should be the cue to call allowed to hop in, but oh, the Thorn, the Razor Bloom sells in there, and Fens is instantly there to take advantage of it. The hatch isn't even open yet, and we've got players hopping in down toward bar. A little bit of a blunder there. It still leaves DZ in a very commanding position. They have only lost Fultz, and he had used a good portion of that utility already.
I used a good portion of it, and also still only 1 body compared to the 4 remaining for Dark Zero. Thinks he might have a play, didn't end up having it. Of course, the round doesn't go Dark Zero's way, maybe gets a bit more scrutiny, but still 40 seconds, 4v2. Information that the second defender is rotated back to the site. It's just a matter of conversion now. A lot of that utility's now gone for Dark Zero. They've used it, they've gained control, but they need to get these last two. The first is down. Fens, well, and then JJ pretty soon after. Dark Zero, rapid comeback in round 7, coming out of the halfway timeout. Do not miss a beat.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that attack. On the balance things, they get in there, they get the job done, and, you know, a bit of collateral damage along the way. It isn't too much of a big deal. But I think this is where alarm bells are going to start to ring for Five Fears, because it didn't really seem to stress DZ out too much having to deal with that. It was very much just another day at the office. They were able to affect quite heavily onto that Fireplace player. And I think just the coordination of the utility that was getting dumped into that position was fantastic to see. And it's going to be a continuing theme here, I'm sure, as we move through round after round on Chalet. We'll go downstairs to dining and kitchen here for a second attempt at Five Fears to get around on this defensive side. But the lead that they came into the half with is going to slip away from them if they're not careful.
Yeah, Dark Zero, especially with how easy that round felt for them to get set up. Not easy as in something Five Fears did wrong, but how naturally Dark Zero seemed to slot into those Chalet attacks. 4-2 could become a tie game before you know it, and, well, looks like this one might go pretty similarly. We have a lineup that at least us telegraphs a quick execute quite explicitly. Amaru being brought, I mean, could go upstairs for the roam clear, but could just as well. Yup, no up the hatch. Forrest, again, caught with his pants down. Newers 2-0 on the opening kills for these attacks, and specifically 2-0 against Forrest.
I think that's the longest kill that shotgun's ever got in recorded history. That was absolutely obscene. Forrest has just been, he's just been RNG'd right there.
You gotta feel bad for him at that point. I mean, he barely even did anything wrong. He was just caught on the opposite side of a barricade at the wrong time. What, 30 seconds in basement on a kitchen dining defense? Far greater sins have happened and gone unpunished inside of Rainbow Six. Dark Zero will just take their time afterward. No need to hit the play button just yet. They've got more information to gather, and it seems Newers not really considering going up the hatch. Got that shotgun, great for breaching doors. Combined with a shield, pushing into piano might just be enough to solidify Dark Zero's control of this position. Just waiting a little bit longer. It's Foltz taking a deep angle. Hear the phone call ringing for Fens. Newers now taking a line of sight. That angle's way too far away for the shotgun, but Foltz finally swings around the corner, gets the play around Black Wall. Jane, I know, good for it too. Rival and Snake trying to hold each other's hands across the second floor, but Dark Zero just silence across the map, and then one bullet will fly into the head of Five Fears, and it is just dominance on these attacks.
Dark Zero look incredibly comfortable on this attacking side, don't they? They're able to get the opening pick onto Forrest. Now, you know, like it or lump it, it happens, doesn't it? You're going to bang a barricade occasionally, and you're going to get a player caught on the backside of it. But the reaction from that point isn't to double down or to, you know, further open the gap that's created. It's instead just to keep to the plan, just to stick to the brief. And everybody gets themselves into position, and then they just continue to gather that information and work through that step-by-step plan. DZ, a very step-by-step team when they have to be. And they have looked in firm control of these attacking rounds so far. So much so, Five Fears, they're going to choose now. They've only seen 2 rounds on the defense, but already they're going to take that tactical timeout.
I mean, with how strong these attacks were for Dark Zero, you can understand it. I mean, Dark Zero just come out after this, after a really strong half so far, and are completely decimating the opposition. Oh, okay, well, this is just about as unfortunate a start as you can get. Forrest really, I mean, that was hip fired, and it put him down to basically a 3rd HP. That's just not even fair. But after that, I mean, 4 people left alive in round 7, flawless in round 8. Very understandable for anybody to take a tactical timeout at this point. Five Fears will now look to bounce back as they switch up on some of their defensive lineup. Not the side, of course. Kitchen dining 2 rounds in a row, but pretty much I don't think a single operator carrying over from the previous one.
Well, there's no real reason to, was there? Because they didn't get a single kill. So,
Yeah, I mean,
you know, why not just entirely mix it up? There was a focus on, you know, a bit of wall denial. We had the Bandit last time. We had a 2Brow as well. Now, as we all know, 2Brow isn't always brought exclusively to slow walls down, but this is entirely different. It's very trap focused. The call has been, let's play traps, let's play loose. We've got JJ on the Mozzie. He's going to be targeting the drones and look to be a little bit of a pain in that sort of regard. Ella Thorn combination, it's pretty disgusting, really. It's going to force a heck of a lot of drone work out of Dark Zero. Fortunately, we don't always get to see Brava, but when we do, it usually happens in the same game a couple of times and not just on the same side. This time it's going to be DZ bringing Brava out to play as they realize, hey, we've got quite a lot of stuff to drone. We've got quite a lot of stuff to try and get a hack on. So we may as well bring those clutch drones and try and give ourselves a bit of an easier time as they are inevitably going to have to clear this top floor. And some of these Denari trips, well, they're quite extensive in solar at the moment. I think Nua's maybe just going to move through and try and get a couple of pings on those and give a slightly easier time for Fultz on that clutch drone to go in and get the job done. But oh, it even extends over into the bathroom.
I love that one. I love that one so much. The one that goes over Blackwall in front of piano window. It's actually one of my favorite Denari trips in the game. Not like from any effectiveness. I just think it looks really cool. And it also is just like, it does cover quite a lot of useful real estate. DZ opting to burn some of these Denaris by just repelling into them. Newer's losing a bit of HP from one.
Let's find those.
Snake with no utility, needing to actively concern himself with, is pushed all the way into piano behind the deployable shield. Dark Zero, despite some of these extended players, not able to find a kill just yet. JJ put to quite low HP, in part by a Dokubi call, and Fultz maybe learning from his mistakes in that bar games hop and instead moving into West main window and spotting that there is barely anybody in the site. One player prone behind the dining room table. Newer's instead on cutoff, gets the first pick for Dark Zero. Forest hanging up the phone in the basement is a bit of a null factor in this round. Dark Zero can keep a flank watch on this staircase and turn their attention towards JJ. He tries to push up, immediately dispatched by the DMR. NJR and Kino, both quite low HP, and not able to fully move in just yet. Despite hopping into West main with the utmost confidence, Dark Zero instead wait for 5 fears to peak and just win every fight presented to them. It's JJ, the only one in sight this entire round, who's somehow the last one left alive, still in control of it, but only nominally so. It is a second flawless in a row, as Dark Zero have not dropped around this half.
Dark Zero are looking fantastic at the moment on the attacks. Nothing can stand in their way right now. 5 fears. They've played just about every different style imaginable. They've gone for denial, slow and steady, try and hold space. Nope, not worked. Incredibly trap focused. Again, not worked. Nuas has had the opening pick in every single attack so far. And I don't know that the bans at the start of round 10 are going to make that much of a difference. Because DZ came into this half on the back foot and they have now taken the lead. 5 rounds to 4. 5 fears have used their timeout and it wasn't good. It didn't change a single thing. It was another flawless round in round 9. Now, okay, NJR and Kino are both on 1 HP. So it could have very well not been a flawless round, but the sentiment remains. DZ consistently putting themselves in winning position after winning position on this attack.
And we talked about the statistics before the game and how just excellent Dark Zero look going into this matchup. But while they might not be as dominant as that, still a lot of great stats. I mean, NJR, Shocker, top of the leaderboards, but Newer's 4-0 on the entry, specifically 3-0 through these attacks so far. Consistent, an excellent entry player in North America, but particularly right now in this map, leading the way for Dark Zero and making this a 5v4. And there's any team in North America who will likely play an advantage well, it's a team as disciplined and professional as Dark Zero underneath the leadership of Call Out, this system he spent 3 years tweaking, cultivating, bringing people in and showing them what the method is. The major in Salt Lake City was as much a victory for him as these 5 players, a vindication of that ideology he's been building, and you can see how calm and collected Dark Zero are when they really have an idea of what they want to do and when they have an advantage to do it. Snake, also quite disciplined, not going for the jump out. Early Dokubi call by Flores to force him to hang it up as ho-ho! NJR looking more like Newers right there, immediately in the building within 30 seconds, a shoots forced in the back.
That's exactly how you play Dokkaebi. If you're not going to answer the phone, then you're going to get burned. If you're going to answer the phone, you are going to be stood still, and they are going to immediately close that gap and close that space. NJR needs to be cautious, but a drone will give rival away. He throws his impacts out. He knows there's somebody there, but he's not got a great read. Pre-fire is just eluding him here, and NJR's just tucked. He's gone back into mailman mode.
He knows how to deliver. He knows how to get the job done. Lands the shot onto rival. But 5 Fears have had some good fight in the meantime. Kino and Folt both down for the count. Just the 3 best players for Dark Zero on Chalet so far left alive. And the 3v3. That's a tricky situation. Fens also only with double digits right now. 10 and 6 at the moment. Really good plays. Doesn't have the shotgun as well, so a bit more ability to take long-range engagements against Dark Zero. It seems like the attack might be hitting a bit of a pause at the moment as with a minute 15 to go. Not a whole lot they can do in this position.
Default cameras have been hacked, so Kino's going to be allowed to flick those for a couple of seconds along with Fultz. See if there's any information that they can gather. Even if they know where players aren't, it's going to give them a good idea as to where players might be. And very quickly, we see J90 taking space here at the top of these main stairs. A couple of pre-fire shots out. The diffuser still in Nua's hand, so he's the player to watch, and he's going to be angling for a bit of a walk-up solar. NJR, still with 3 Dokkaebi calls left. You can't stress the importance of that at the 40-second mark. He's going to be in position to really affect onto these defenders in a big, big way. And you get the feeling that JJ is going to be having his phone call in a moment.
Yeah, he'll be able to tank it at least. He's got full HP, so it might not hurt him too much. The shotgun's such a big threat, though. Dark Zero rethinking things. Player on bathroom window. Potentially a must-win fight for Snake that might spell doom if 5 Fears aren't careful. J90 gets the angle, and Newer is not killed in that position. NGR dedicates some time to pick him up, but with only 5 seconds remaining, they've got to get into sight. They've got to get in now. Snake turns his back, takes down the Sens as they push in. Fens with a big kill, and NGR might put this diffuser down, but will it be successful? Yeah, on no planet will it work. 5 Fears interrupt the momentum and take their first on defense.
It took every available second of the round, but 5 Fears managed to keep DZ out. Managed to avoid the plank going down. Managed to pick up that final kill. It's a big play from NJR. I think it was the right call, really. They needed to, you know, when you've got 3 players left alive, your best bet is a 2-1 split. Try and work that out. It was this kill for me. The fact that Nuas was able to be picked up there. Incredible stuff. Just strays a little bit too far there when he's trying to hold, but it's a less than ideal plan spot, really. But the time is so low. NJR hasn't really got too many options there. 5 Fears. It's not going to give him a lead, but it's going to draw things back level here.
And a really big round for 5 Fears, obviously, to do that, but also a 3v3 played really well by the defense. Even you talked about that kill acquired by Dark Zero on bathroom window. For me as well, Snake just having the wherewithal to check behind him in Piano. You could see, I think, anybody getting tunnel vision, being worried about the push up front, but understanding not only what might happen, but also the distance between those players on Solar and the actual site. You have an opportunity to check your behind, look at the Piano single before anybody's actually in a position to go get that kill. So it's just good thinking by Snake right there, especially hearing that somebody's on bathroom window. That might be a possibility. 5 Fears keeping things really close as Dark Zero outside of that Outlast game. It was a 7-5 victory against For Fun as well. So giving this team a lot of credit, as we should, for these attacking wins, but just goes to show how competitive the NA League is at the moment. For Fun and 5 Fears taking it to a full 12 against Dark Zero. Snake prone beneath the office balcony window. Dokkaebi call goes out, will maybe reveal some information to NJR, who spots him at the last second impact to create an escape route. And Snake drifts and moves into the wind. Candela's detonating on the opposite side. Bolt's hopping in with a shotgun, but it's 5 Fears with the first. First time they've got an opening pick so far this half, and it might just be enough. 5-3. They got their first round victory in round 10, and now so close to a map point. Not just yet. Kino levels things a little bit, not done. Oh, shield in hand, ADSs! A double kill, but a big play by Rival, reasserting control of Library Stairs. As off the back of Kino, Dark Zero just gained brief control of round 11. It is arrested by Five Fears. Newers with something to say as Rival taken down. Big control, but both of these attackers in awkward positions. Newers without any clear angles on these defenders, and NJR still upstairs, but maybe just a little time to work with. Looking forward to the stock position. 3 calls remaining. Again, Ollie, this is such big utility.
3 calls. I mean, 1 call is going to be good enough for Fens. He's going to have to answer it. He's got no 2 ways about it. A little bit of work can be done now by Newers. There's so much time for this engagement to take place as well. And I think that that's something that Dark Zero have realized. They've gone back upstairs. They're starting to swing that sledgehammer. Oh, so close to banging the player inside a stock. And the pre-fire coming back is just going to further confirm Newers' suspicion right now. Another call primed and ready for NJR if he wants to use it. But for something that started off with quite a lot of time, they're now approaching the final 30 seconds. Another call. Fens, you have to answer it. Tucked away. Obviously feels like he's safe enough to do so, but the audio is still going to give him away.
Oh, and a big kill by Newers. Spots JJ and Fens on low HP. When this call goes out, he has no choice but to turn it off. It'll give Dark Zero either the time to get into sight or the time to secure this kill. Oh, just gets hit right at the buzzer, and NJR swoops in. It's Newers to confirm. Five Fears for the briefest of moments had a 5v3, and it seemed like map point could happen. But instead, Dark Zero retake the lead.
NJR firmly understands how Dokkaebi works and exactly how to play it. That's the one that has been in the trenches with it right there. Consistently just snatching that space away and taking advantage of an occupied defender. A couple of big moments there where you got DZ players just almost entirely looking the wrong way. We saw that kill there from Fultz. Nice bit of free cam work in the replays here as well. But we had Kino like more concerned with the default camera at the top of Library Stairs than the players that were pushing him, and that's after he'd had so much success on the Blackbeard. The Shields have just made it through almost unscathed with the Blitz ban, but I mean, Kino and Blackbeard, it's a marriage made in heaven. Finally, in the last couple of rounds, we've started to see him play it. We've started to see the value that that can create from one shield to another. Looks like he's going to be onto the Monty here for what could be the final round. Five Fears will have to be successful down in the basement if they want to try and take this game to an OT.
Start on basements where we will end for regulation. You said need to be successful, need to work things out. NJR. Probably difficult giving up the power of those Dokkaebi calls to instead pick up the exothermic charges and the 5.56, but he'll do so, yielding it to Newers, who's 11-6 right now. Still not breaking past Fens, 12-7. Best player in the lobby just in terms of the kills. Lewis and NJR putting in a good performance. Monty also be a powerful tool in Dark Zero's arsenal. Hate to be a guy getting called by the Dokkaebi right as you're getting pressured by the Monty around the corner. Could very well be what happens. Somebody player like Forrest, for example, positioned aggressively inside of Library, spotted early by Dark Zero. Kino swooping in with that shield. Immediately sprints down the stairs. Jane, I know, opening pick. Rival taken down. Don't know exactly what that was, but Dark Zero will never complain about a 5v4.
Another round, another opening pick here for DZ on the attacks. Rival dealt with. J9O can start to move through, get those shock drones working for him, remove those Fenrir's, remove any bulletproof cameras that could be lingering, even start to try and target those Vulcan canisters. Got the ability to get everything they need to open. The C4 sent outside, Fens. A great game so far, but I think even that was asking just a little bit too much. Newers able to dodge that. Great pick there. Catches Forrest inside a trophy. That should be the first or the second nail in the coffin, as it were. Five Fears only have 3 bodies to look toward now to try and stave off the full force of Dark Zero.
When Newers is in his element like that, what are you gonna do? Snake with a big trade. But Newers decided to lock in 13-7, surpasses Fens. Still alive. Fens has the opportunity to really stun everybody. Snake as well, too. involved with some good utility. Not a whole lot that Specchio Scanner can spot, but if somebody's putting that diffuser down, one of these two players can spot it. Who just drops down the hatch? She doesn't even notice! Fultz moves so quick, the Solus doesn't even register. And Fens, oh, couldn't be in a worse spot to stop this diffuser. The pop by the Vulcan pack. Kino actually down, will commit to put the diffuser on the floor, but Fultz finished off by the Bandit. Doesn't have time to counter diffuse just yet, and also on 1 HP. And JR and JNNO just have to blink in Fens. One have 15 or 16 by the end of this one. One wrapped around to the blue hallway. Fens now activates. Just around the corner. Gotta move in. JNNO pushing deep. Got a wall bang. Got a land those shots, and he will! It's another close game, but it's another victory for Dark Zero, and those attacks are just major material.
Five Fears might have thought that they had one of the best Chalet players in the world in Forest, but they were yet to go up against Dark Zero, who have cemented themselves again as one of the best Chalet teams inside of North America.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the gold, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Well, in a matchup that saw 5 flawless rounds over the course of the map, it was DZ who were just a little more perfect, absolutely turning it up on the back half of that map and taking the win over 5 Fears. Kino, you're standing by, my friend. Kino, congratulations on the win. It's good to talk to you again after seeing you so much in Salt Lake City. But how are things going for you guys right now? I mean, you go to Chalet, the map you beat FaZe on. When you saw that was gonna be allowed, when they left that up, were you guys just smiling saying, we got this?
Hey guys, you guys look good, by the way.
Thank you.
I mean, no, definitely not like smiling like that. I mean, it's a game like any other, and we know the Chalet is good, right? They're very competent on the map, as much as we really like it too. So I mean, the prep was like any other team, and we just played our game.
Well, Kino, congratulations. Flawless so far this week. That's obviously got to feel good. I want to just pick your brain in terms of what really is setting you guys apart from the rest, whether it's within the region, whether it's internationally. And don't give me the boring, we just got the best 5 players. Like, I really want you to give me why you guys are the way that you are and how successful you guys have been.
I mean, I don't know if I can give you like an actual like good answer for this, because like I don't really know myself, but I do think that the culture we have and our system is definitely like the whole backbone of what we have and what works for this team. We treat any game like any other. You know, it doesn't matter who we're playing. I literally found out who we were playing yesterday. Same with the other games this week. Like, you know, when I have to do prep and when I have to like actually, you know, watch their VODs and get ready for the team, like that's when I, you know, figure out like who we're gonna play. Because before that, it doesn't matter. It just keeps building that narrative in your head. And I feel like that's something that a lot of teams lack. You know, they care too much about their expectations, and you know, if the team's gonna do good, if they're gonna make the major, if they're gonna win, etc. And that's something we just like don't really care about. And it's something that like it could be a boring answer, but if you train this and if you practice every day, like this, you know, thought in your head, it becomes a part of your life. You know, it becomes a part of like who you are.
Oh, you're so mature.
That's a good answer,
I love you,
dude. Holy.
Kyle's doing wonders for you.
Is it a different keynote to the one that you teamed with?
Completely different. I mean, he's obviously grown throughout the years. He's a 2-time major champion winner. I mean, there's a lot of maturity with him now.
Kino, do you think that system really shows inside of the server as well? Because you guys were it was a comeback today, right? Like you were too far down on the first half, and then you grind it out, but it never really looked like you were out of the game, even when you were a few rounds behind.
Yeah, I mean, the game's never over, right? You're down 6-0. It's like you still got fuel in you. You just gotta keep going.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if we had a bad half or not. Chalet attack. We're competent. We know we're good on it, and we're just gonna, you know, do our thing and make it happen.
I mean, talk to me about Dokkaebi as well, because you guys were using and abusing that operator today on the attacks.
So are they, huh? It's just a really, really, really balanced and fair operator. Don't change it. It's just really balanced.
Okay.
All right, Kino. Thank you so much as always. We will talk to you next week, and enjoy your break.
Thank you, guys.
What a win for Dark Zero, as they said, obviously, taking advantage of the meta at the moment. And boy, did it look good on them. It looked good on Newers at the top. It looked good on NJR. I mean, as a team, they are playing well across the board.
I mean, flawless for the week. I mean, it can't get any better than that. Total of 9 points. They're really setting themselves up for success to be able to make it in playoffs.
There it is.
Talking about third wave through.
Yeah. And you know what? This is why, you know, Kino's saying Dokkaebi's balanced and fair, because once they got it into a 2 versus 1, all they had to do was call. All they had to do was call, because at some point the Goya, who was low HP, was either going to die from the Dokkaebi call with the explosion and the fire, or he had to stop, stand there, answer his phone, and then both of them rushed him at the same time. That was unwinnable for him. There was nothing he could have done. Maybe his teammate could have helped him out in the 2 versus 2 by not dying. That's literally the only way. As soon as it was 2 versus 1, nothing could be done.
Well, if you've been watching today and you think, oh, maybe there's a chance you can make better calls than the pros, well, Rainbow Six has an opportunity for you to do exactly that. In a partnership with MOBA Trainer, an educational platform that's now bringing their famous tactical challenges to Siege for the first time, there are 5 challenges available, co-created by some of your favorite content creators. Macy J, Fast and King George, and Royal Penguin have created in-game scenarios to see if you can make the right decision. If you complete all 5, you can go and have a chance to win a Salt Lake City attendee skin. I know you've talked about this a bit, Fresh, because, I mean, Anne on the EML desk is a part of this process, but it's an opportunity that you just don't get chances like this to put yourself in that kind of situation.
I think so. I mean, we just saw a clip there where it was a 2 versus 2, bad decision, sends it to 2 versus 1, unwinnable round, right? Like, maybe we need to send some of our pros to go and do this. But yeah, no, I played through Macy's. I think it's very, it's very intuitive, explains to you why the right decision is the right decision, why the wrong decision could be the wrong decision, and what other routes you could take. It's super good, and of course, you could win a coveted Salt Lake Major skin. I didn't even get one of those.
I mean, that skin is pretty, but again, the educational side for it, especially for people who are just getting into the side of competitive nature, the esports, I think it really does them wonders just to maybe even increase their own decision making when they get into maybe some of those scenarios.
Well, for our 4th game of the day, we are looking at 2 teams who are looking for their first point here in stage 1. And it's going to happen no matter what. One team is going to be left maybe with a point if we go to overtime. It is SSG and Outlast. Now, this one's interesting here because SSG, I think we had a little higher expectations of them coming in based off their kickoff performance. I mean, they didn't look amazing, but they had a fifth place showing, Fresh. And so far, no points. We're just not seeing
that 5th place showing, the fact that they got to the games about, the fact they showed some potentials inside a kickoff allowed us to believe that we would get to stage 1 and we would see a better SSG. I think that hasn't really come to fruition. I think they've made some fundamental mistakes, I think, in terms of some of their gameplay. Mistakes that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see them make.
It's something that we talked about in that pre-match of like, this is a team that we know can get past these fundamental problems, but they just keep popping up, whether that's taking the space, whether that's making use of the time. Like, the fundamentals are there, but there are moments where the gaps are just open.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the game yesterday, they played a game yesterday where I think both teams were making fundamental mistakes as well. This was for Fun Esports. Vulsper walks in here, and he's into a Fenrir mine, manages to still find the kill. He then actually makes a fundamental mistake himself. He breaches high on the bank server. Now, we're so used to seeing bank server, it's a low breach, you see somebody try and back in and get the plant. When that breach is high, what that means is the player has to run through the doorway. Now, Dream, and a really experienced player here, on the Tachanka, gets the kill, knows they're going to go for it, knows he has to run through the doorway, lets go of the doorway. That just allows the player on for fun just to walk in, just get the plant down and get the round win. Now, that was one of the first rounds. That isn't the only mistake that they made. And I think it's players maybe getting a little bit nervous in the moment. Here, we're going to see a player from the side of SSG on the Clash. What does he do? Pick up his Clash shield to try and deny the hatch drop. Doesn't leave the Clash shield there, puts it on his back, and then just goes and pushes them. And then the 4th round that we saw, where they have everything set up. They've got the Azami to hold the rappel in, but the door's barricaded. Because the door's barricaded, they can't see the feet holes for the rappel in. The guy's able to cross for free. Doesn't matter. Oh, well, they've got a Solace, they've got an Echo. What are those guys doing? They're just too late. And the Solace is too late, throws that impact after the plant's gone down, and ultimately they end up losing the round because of it. All of those rounds were in SSG's remit to win, but they didn't win because players made fundamental individual mistakes, and that's 3 rounds that they could have won yesterday. That's what I want to see them tighten up on, because Dream, the guy on your screen, he's very experienced, he's been there, he's done it all, he's seen it, but he was one of the players who made a fundamental mistake yesterday, but this team weren't necessarily making them in kickoff. They were performing a little bit better, so they need to get back to that.
Yeah, I feel for me, one of the bigger issues is obviously like a Cinderella story, a Cinderella moment for this team. The stars are aligning when they first come into kickoff. Things are looking good. They're come so close to making SLC, and you expect that exact same sort of play coming into this, and I think it really is. They're coming into their first obstacle. They're coming into their first hurdle, and that's always one of the biggest challenges for any new team is once you hit that wall, how are you going to get over it? And as he said, it's just these little fundamental mistakes where if there's a little more communication, a little more effort put into a scenario, it fixes the problem, and then they look better, they can feel more confident, but they keep running into that same wall, and it's more so a matter of a mentality for them that they need to overcome.
Right, Outlast also with 0 points, similar but different. Our expectations for them were not high. They only got 1 or 2 rounds at times throughout all of kickoff, yet they've still fallen short of those expectations, getting flawless by Dark Zero yesterday.
Listen, being a former player, I'm going to push the analysis things aside. The reality is, they've been playing like shit, plain and simple. Whether it was kickoff or coming into this, we haven't seen really much from them, and I don't think it's for a lack of trying, to say the least. I do feel for this team, I think they're putting too much emphasis and priority into things that they don't really need to. Like matter of if they're practicing scrims, they're playing to win, not playing to improve. And being a former coach, I mean, when you're in this situation, how do you help this team develop? Because for me, I think it's getting back to the basics.
Yeah, I think it's getting back to the basics. Simple maps, simple strategies, simple executions of those strategies. Said it yesterday. Would much rather see them lose on time than lose to something silly. I'd rather see them go through their processes but take a little bit longer to figure out in terms of how they solve the problems, but then lose on time, you know?
Well, we know that for a young team that's struggling, going to a default map can be helpful. Is it going to be enough here? I mean, what do we need to see from them for them to make this happen?
We need to see communication.
Oh,
we need to see team play. We need to see an understanding of the site and the map that they are playing, because what we saw in Chalet on that top floor, there was a lot of fundamental errors of how they played that as a whole.
Now, Clubhouse always makes sense, I think, for a team that's struggling. That being said, it's Space Station's favorite map, and it's a map that they also beat the major champions Dark Zero on. So they absolutely love it, and I think for Space Station, it's a perfect map because those guys, they won't have to think too much about, you know, some of the previous maps where they've made individual errors.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen on Clubhouse because everybody knows exactly what to do. It's just about executing it.
Well, the good thing is we get to find out now if this one, how this one is going to go down. And we can answer the question, did SSG take a step back from kickoff, or was it the other teams that took a step forward? Let's find out.
I would certainly hope SSG haven't taken a step back because, Ollie, they're one of the more impressive teams that we saw in kickoff, given like their recent, I think, come up inside of kickoff. They showed a lot of interesting promise, showed a lot of potential. But both these teams, probably the two more so than anybody else, that are just struggling unequivocally out the gate in stage one.
Yeah, there's no real two ways about it, is there? They're the only two teams at the moment that don't have any points, and that's going to change. That's the good news. It just depends on who is going to get those points. Space Station winning the social vote, winning the hearts and minds of all you guys watching around the world. For Outlast, I think for me, you know, obviously, like said some very sort of choice words for how they've been playing, but you've kind of got to agree, you know, it hasn't really been going their way. It's not to the same standard that we see, and I think that's one of it's a weird and wonderful thing about the NAL league, right? You've got teams at the tippity top like your Dark Zeros of the world, and then you've got, you know, your Space Stations, your Outlasts, kind of the other end of the spectrum, putting it nicely. But all you need for a good game of Siege is two well-matched teams, and it kind of feels like Space Station and Outlast at the moment are fairly well-matched, and they're certainly going to a very basic map where they really should be able to just let those fundamentals shine, right? Not overcomplicate things and just go through the motions with some good old-fashioned Siege.
It's what you hope. I mean, for both these teams, something that you and I were kind of talking about beforehand is like, even if the matchup isn't super competitive or isn't the highest quality, Clubhouse is just such a neutral factor in the game and for everybody in the pool that you're going to get a lot of the same stuff no matter what team you're seeing playing. It might be executed to varying degrees, but you know what you're getting into, and I think that's kind of, I mean, everything has its upsides and downsides, but for this context, I think it's good for everybody involved. Outlast, SSG, a lot of these players are going to feel more well-practiced on this map than they might on something that's newer like Fortress, something more complicated like Lair or Bank. And so, obviously, only one of these teams can win, but both these teams are going to be in maybe a bit more comfortable territory than they otherwise would be or otherwise have been. I mean, Outlast going up against 5 years on Chalet, that can be a tricky map against a team that is really feeling themselves, really feeling aggressive. Similarly, going against Dark Zero on Bank, I wouldn't want to go against Dark Zero on any map, but a more complicated one to attack like Bank, it's quite a tricky situation, and same for SSG, Bank as well, and then of course, Bank twice, but this is a bit more of a simple map. It's a bit more well understood of a map, and this might work to both of these teams' advantage. Not Raids though. Striker, unfortunately peaked by the TCSG very quickly into the round. A few shots fired outside of Dirt, and that is the opening pick, breaking the way of Outlast.
It's just one of the things that you don't really want to be seeing, is it? An opening death at that sort of stage. Dream, he's not going to waste much time, though. Get himself straight down Dirt Tunnel and start to try and occupy some of this space on the Monty. He hasn't really got the fortune of his teammates backing him up here, and whilst he can get rid of a couple of Goyo canisters, fear that he might need to retreat out of this to really give his team a bit of a chance, although it looks like Aiden's trying to double down on this. Has any work been done? Has kitchen hatch been opened yet? Has people in position at, blue or main stage? I mean, the only two silhouettes that we can see on the screen is going to be Gitty. And you can see that he's over toward those blue stairs. Is it just going to be a blue and dirt push?
Well, and the concern I have is that they're pushing into a 4v5. They don't have the advantage here. It's not like there's two people on site, everyone else on the roam. It's everyone here. Could be betting, like you pointed out, on Giddy with these Candelas, either finding the pick or heavily disrupting Outlast defense, but it's a bit of a risky call. Candela will go out. Don't think any major push is coming off the back of this. It's just to bait out some rotations, cause some concern for the Outlast defenders. Dream on that Monty. Creeping closer to the AK's position. She pointed out as well, nothing done on the kitchen hatch, nothing done pretty much anywhere. Even Rival just lurking down blue will spot the Solus behind the generator. Might catch her off guard, but this is just a raw engagement for Rival. Air jab around the corner. Might just blind the Solus, trying to knock her off her feet, but I think she's out of range, or maybe gets it in the process, no matter what it is. Giddy falls on the ink, trying to double swing with the Nomad. Only one half of that remaining. Monty also trapped behind AK. It's only one kill for Space Station at the moment. They seem to decide on this plan 20 seconds into the round, and 2:20 later, it's hard to see what exactly the win con was for SSG because Outlast just stared them in the face and catch them blinking.
I just don't know what they did. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think that SSG did a single thing in that round. They opened up Dirt Tunnel and then just tried to drop stock hatch and walk down generator stairs, blue stairs. Like, it's basement on Clubhouse. Like, there's so many different things you can do. You can go, you can bring a ram, you can rip open kitchen corridor, you can go kitchen dirt. It needs a little bit more, it deserves a little bit more.
And you could see like one core idea they had was that air jab and Candela interaction in blue, and then it didn't work. And then it seemed like there was nothing else after that. It's like the air jab got shot, the Candelas went out. It's like, well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll just try and take this gunfight raw. Bit of a lackluster round from SSG out the gate. You can see some ideas, like I just mentioned, but doggedly going at that dirt blue take.
10 seconds left.
Doesn't work out. Gym Bedroom is the next defense for Outlast, who will not be complaining whatsoever. Nesta getting a nice 3 kill for his troubles. Lowest rated player on the team and in the league, but with a few TCSG shots in round 1, is already going to be feeling a little bit better about his streaks these first 3 games.
Let's see if SSG can make it to the building in one piece this time.
Drone active.
Let's see if they can formulate something with the operators that they have chosen to bring. They've got a reasonable lineup here for this. We've got a little bit of shield action. We've got some information. Like, there's nothing that stands out as being, too out of the way. We'll be able to very quickly get that plat wall open. And they're going to have to start to work through this cache and CCTV side. Decent drone work being done here by Aiden as well. And, well, that's going to paint a little bit of a picture for you, isn't it? 2 ADSs, barbed wire at the bottom of the stairs, and a clash shield at the top. That's going to be a bit of a nightmare to try and deal with. No matter which way you go, you're going to be chewing through some utility. And the fact that it's a clash just makes it even more difficult to try and do. Gitty should be something that he's focused on. He's going to be able to at least remove the barbed wire, but I'm not too sure that we saw the razor bloom in the drone POV. So that could be something that comes back to bite Outlast, Space Station Gaming as well here. Is he going to continue to send these drones through? But the opening pick is going to go the way of Outlast as Aiden takes a tumble.
Yeah, the cash roam getting kills with a minute and a half remaining is probably one of the worst things you could see when you're attacking Gym Bedroom. Not only has it not been cleared, it's still got teeth. Bleak picture painted for Space Station Gaming, especially now that Millie can swing that CC window, and Giddy's got to do double duty, holding middle balcony and also watching his own flank. Raid looking to push up main stairs, stopped by a clash. Giddy, shocker, swung from that exact window. Outlast know the exact win conditions that they, one, had at the beginning of this defense, but two, what they've acquired throughout this round. Really good play by Millie, just applying pressure to the Flores. That leaves Dream and Raid separated by this clash and the rest of the defensive setup. Puts pressure on Raid, who's got to win a big engagement. Can't do it with Trevmac on a shotgun around the corner. So now Dream stuck outside of Jacuzzi. Unless Nesta decides to literally give his life away, there is not a single way Dream could win this.
It's pretty dire, isn't it? You got a breach that you can only crouch through, and a clash is just looking at you. Dream picking at the scraps right now, hoping for the consolation kill at best. Will at least get himself on the roof and guarantee the next 17 seconds to chat as a team. But he ain't doing much talking.
No.
SSG,
10 seconds remaining.
not the start that we were really hoping for here. And I'm guessing not the start that everyone at home was hoping for, because there was a big sway in the social vote for the SSG toward SSG's favor. But it hasn't been materializing itself in the server just yet. Outlast standing firm so far in the opening 2 rounds of Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's one of those weird games where the team that is losing just kind of feels like a non-factor at the moment. It doesn't really feel like SSG are active participants in this round. I mean, Millie got a kill over on the CCTV cache side, and I couldn't even tell you how it happened. Like, I mean, obviously it was DMR. It's probably, you know, maybe swung, got an angle in garage or onto plat wall. In fact, we'll see right now. Yep, swung plat wall. Very, like, normal thing to happen on that side if a defender gets a kill. But, like, it was barely even worth noting. There was no lead up to it. It was just somebody sitting, holding an angle. Normal for that spot, but it was just Outlast setting the pace, taking the fights, taking the initiative. Say Millie then taking the fight onto Giddy on Metal Bounty. The defender, I mean, the defenders always set the pace of the game because they make the setup at the beginning of the round, but if they're setting the pace in every gunfight that's being taken, which kind of felt like how things were in round 1, but especially in round 2, you're in for a bad way. You're in for a bad way on any map of Rainbow Six Siege. Space Station Gaming need to bounce back from that. Obviously, if you go down on CCTV, tactical timeout in all likelihood, but I mean, Garage is such an easy position to focus on, Ollie, to say that we're going to clear that. If we still see SSG struggle to, like, really create opportunities, I'm real worried for this half.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit to go through going to Garage. You know, into the Wamai, into the Azami, no Capitao.
Clash as well.
Clash, like, it's going to be wiser for SSG to really go somewhere else. You know, like, get plat wall open and then just transition into a construction-sided push. You've got the means to do so. Obviously, you've not got the thermite available, so you're going to be a little bit more limited in your breaches, but you've got some tin openers on Dream. Even if they're just used to get the bottom of garage open and create a little bit of phantom pressure, the breach should be opened fairly easily here by Aiden. But I do worry with the position that not only he, but also Raid is holding right now. They're going to be straight on through there. Raid will find the frag onto Millie, so a worthwhile angle to be held. And a bit of a horrible one on the rappel there as well. Really trying to dig that player out of the catwalk. Now with the Azami gone, yes, Garage should be taken. And to be honest, should be taken quite quickly.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of, like, lounge presence from Outlast, doesn't really seem like you can prevent that. And there is. There's one player playing in Swamp in the Clash, holding things down over by Secret, but I was about to say Dream can just full shield walk through any barbed wire utility on that staircase, and you've got Garage control. Got to be careful. You don't want to get trapped in that position. Vrion, as he gets the first kill, at least first kill for Outlast. And so we'll take a look at what attackers are setting up inside of Garage. Striker down below, Monty up top. Just thinking about jumping in. Not a whole lot of utility to deny this plant. You've got the toxic canisters, so really not much beyond that. I think Outlast are now thinking towards the late round to threaten a retake up the vertical. But Ollie, this is a tricky stalemate these teams have found themselves in.
It really is. I mean, Nesta's doing such a good job of wasting a lot of time here. There's an argument to say that Gitty should just be trying to ignore this or looking for a little bit of support from elsewhere. But Aiden is going to come to his aid. We'll find one, but Logan with a quick two-piece. It just entirely shifts the tide, and with Gitty down, 50 seconds left. Dream, you got a decision to make here. There's 2 very low defenders, but you're also in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, and Logan, impact around the corner. Makes it a 2v1 for Outlast. That was such a tricky position for Dream. He didn't know where the Melusi was. For all he knew was she was right around the corner, and we might have seen her rotating away, but she ends up coming back, confirms the kill, and The Monty's reticence makes a whole lot of sense. This attack has just fallen apart for Space Station Gaming, and it's even more heartbreaking after 2 that never got off the ground, sprinting towards the clash. Desperately, just one bullet is all Dream needs. She'll fall off the roof, and he's completely nullified that factor. Clash is going to take about 5 to 10 seconds to rotate back up. That might just give Dream the time to put this diffuser down. Logan out of position 2. Dream can move this into the post, but a Monty? No, never mind. Too far around the corner. Dream exposed, and it's 3 in a row for Outlast.
Got a little bit close there towards the end, didn't it? But Dream, just with too much to do. Left on the shield. All alone. I had to try and plant. I had to try and fend off the 2 defenders. They were granted both quite low. But SSG, I mean, if you take out the Azami as the first pick early on, Garage should be yours. There was so much hesitation there in trying to deal with the clash. And it was a combination of things, really, wasn't it? I mean, I think Logan's position was fantastic, obviously, a little bit deeper in toward Lounge. But I think the hesitation has to be a topic for this tactical timeout because they're just not committing to a lot. There's not a lot being done. They've not got a very high work rate at the moment. You see some teams and, you know, it's just a big long list and they just love checking things off. And it's that dopamine hit of like, yeah, bam, ticked off, bam, ticked off, bam, ticked off, like job, 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 job. And for SSG, it's like they do a little bit and then everyone just sort of gets caught in the mud a little bit.
It definitely feels like the team is getting stuck in a very dramatic way when they reach the halfway point of these rounds, and I think getting caught in the mud is a very apt way of putting it. Do want to highlight though, huge personal best for Outlast. I mean, this feels kind of mean to say, but I really don't mean it this way. It's like this is a team that has struggled quite extensively this year, and this is unequivocally the best start they've had to I think any game in the NA League this year. Even games in which they've struggled and consistently 7-2, 7-1. I mean, not only is a 7-3 still quite good, I mean, this is by far and away the best Outlast have been in a match of the NA League so far, and that is a testament. They're playing the team in front of them. They're doing it well. Now the onus is firmly on Space Station Gaming to figure out, I mean, what the hell they can do to get unstuck. It's a terrible feeling when you feel like nothing can work. You can hear Outlast. They've had a good mentality about it the past 3 rounds, and certainly one team in this lobby wants to win. We're just waiting to see if SSG can lock in and capitalize off those feelings that we know they have to.
10 seconds to go.
Just feels like they're consistently missing the mark a little bit. I like this lineup a little bit better, and I'm really glad that we're starting to see a Dokkaebi in the lineup with, you know, Akino himself said that Dokkaebi is one of the most balanced operators at the moment and doesn't need anything changing. So if there's a really balanced operator, surely that's a good one to bring, right? It's obviously a bit of a joke. Dokkaebi is incredibly busted right now and needs to be leveraged at all costs when available. So good to see it being brought here. Hopefully Aiden can have a little bit of success with it. Again, we've got Dream stuck on these shield rolls, which is never too much of a bad thing, but when he gets left as the last alive with a lot to do, you do just question, would he be better with an AR in his hand where he's maybe got the capability of pulling that off a little bit more consistently. Still no Ram, which I'm not a great big fan of. I think that Ram can be fantastic when you're starting to rip open that floor, when you're looking toward attacking into the basement site. We'll see which way they are going to choose to turn here. No tin openers either, so hatches themselves are going to be a little bit of a problem. Obviously, you've got the ace, but 2 Selmas for a hatch, it's quite a spenny.
What the hell does that mean?
Expensive.
Oh, got you. Okay. Carry on. Well, not carry on. C4. Ooh, Dream. Thought he might lose his life there, but able to look down and save himself. Put down to 1 HP. Maybe the ideology is that Dokkaebi's so broken we won't need to breach anything, especially with 3 defenders up on the top floor. Could try to play this all on kills, but nobody in cutoff positions for Space Station Gaming at the moment. Nobody really pressuring the defenders at this point. I mean, a minute and a half in the round, and we are still clearing out, albeit a quite extensive second floor roam. If they were to get all the kills in the next 20 seconds, they would get most of the defenders currently in the lobby. It's a bit of a tricky deal. Oh my god, I completely forgot. This is bar and games, so obviously an important roam, but holding integral defensive positions, denying the verticality, and as they drop down, Dream just escapes after getting the diffuser on the floor. Still a clean 3v3. Strevmac aiming to retake down red stairs. Right around the corner. Bearing 9 in hand. No, DMR demolishes the mute, moving in through lounge. Logan will have to drop down, try and consolidate around Vryon. Ooh, detonated by the phone. Not the easiest kill for Space Station Gaming to find. Could find their first attacking win on the offest of offsites, and it seems like that'll be the case. Only 8 seconds to go to where Beyond the Pale rival gets his last. And SSG pick up the first on Bar and Games.
I think that's, is that a flex too far, potentially, for Outlast? Have they just tried to go, we'll just take them to every site on the map?
Genuinely, like, being the lowest rated team in the league and heat checking up 3-0 by going Bar and Games actually is one of the most aura plays I've ever seen. Honestly, I respect the hell out of that. Like, that's so real of them.
I mean, fair play. And good on SSG for taking advantage of it. It's not a site that we get to see all too often. And there's usually good reason for it. It's, it can be a bit of a tough site. With the way that Basement went for round 1, I'm so surprised that Outlast just didn't run it back there. Now, I'm not going to sit here and think that that was Space Station's sole intention with the way that round 1 played out. They will have had something else in mind, I'm sure, and I'm sure that the lack of hard breach when they lost the striker was a bit of a reason as to why we just saw them pushing down Dirt Tunnel. However, I'm still surprised not to see Outlast give it another attempt downstairs. Instead, they'll be going to Gym and Bedroom for round number 5.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Another site where they did quite well indeed.
Attackers objective
Breaching.
is to defuse a bomb.
It's been a bit of a problem for SSG. That Thermite banner's really been costing them in a couple of ways. Obviously, it forces them into the Ace, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ace is fantastic, but you just don't get the same size of breach. And when you've got to try and open up Platwall and you've got to open up Jacuzzi, you're going to be forced into these tin openers, and it's where Aiden sort of comes in. He's going to be very quickly getting Platwall open now, although say again, as the Zoto canister from Millie is going to slow this progress down quite significantly. Now with the Clash being removed, you can be fairly safe that the hold on the top of those cash stairs isn't going to be as difficult to deal with. But it's still going to take some work, as we've got some players in and around that spot and a couple of Vulcan packs knocking around as well. But no ADSs this time, no deployable shield in that position, no Thorn Razor Blooms. It shouldn't be too difficult this time for SSG to take control of it.
We'll move into Garage within the first minute. It was these next 30 seconds that were a bit tricky for Space Station Gaming last time, but again, without the clash, as you mentioned, Millie's a bit more exposed, and he'll just fall back within the first minute. This is the typical play that happens when defending this site, but also objectively the smart play for Outlast. What happened last time was a wild, not overperformance for the team, but overperformance for that position. You don't really expect to get away with all that. So Outlast have done what they needed to do for the first half of the round, but Space Station Gaming might try to pick up the pace. Dream doing the normal shield freeze whenever it feels like they're about to hop in a window, but instead moves into CC. D1D gave some very useful information to Raid in particular to hunt down some players of those Deathmark trackers. As Dream instead. Uto clearing over by Logi. C4 goes out, but likely still going to take some time before the push.
I see C4's going to make things a little bit better for Dream there. He might actually be able to get through without having to vault.
Oh.
Veronic's big kill onto Raid, though. Raid looking to take advantage of Deimos from downstairs and get some of those Deathmark trackers going, feed that information to his team. But if he's taken care with, that means that main stairs is likely not going to be an option either. And Dream, worried about a flank now, worried about the potential for Veronix to go all the way up those cash stairs. As we can see, that isn't going to be happening just yet, but SSG still with a very uncertain hopping right now.
Comes even less so once Giddy goes down. Logan's able to swing around the weight machine, take the head off Giddy, apply one more Kiba to that window before he's depleted his supply. Things just keep going from bad to worse for SSG. Almost gets the line on the rappel, actually lands it. Dream facing another tricky situation on this Blackbeard. Oh, highest rated player for SSG, but there is too much weight being put on this man's shoulders. Outlast are just demolishing SSG on one of the most basic maps in the pool.
I must admit, I was expecting a lot more out of SSG here tonight. And I was, to be honest, expecting a lot less out of Outlast. I think they've come out here and really overperformed based off previous results and previous expectations. They're coming in here and giving us a real game. I think they're just kind of willing to swing on to things here as well. Like, look at Logan. A good few occasions of just brilliant shots lining up for him. 6 and 1 at the moment. Vibes are nice and high on the Outlast team as well. And they should be. 4-1 up so far. The final round of defense yet to be played. Round 6, we will be headed to CCTV room and cash. And again, very similar lineup being brought from Space Station.
10 seconds left.
And you kind of get the feeling that if they hadn't got the pick onto the Raptors player as early as they did, last time we saw this site links, it would have been a very different affair. Now, the clash isn't a factor, so it isn't as difficult necessarily to take control of Garage, and there's no Whammy being played here either. So there is a chance that SSG are going to be able to take control of Garage, but even when they had it in some form last time, it wasn't enough.
No, and it required a bit of some big mid-round plays from Outlast, but I mean, the highlight is still they were able to get that garage kill, as you mentioned, and just nothing came of it by the end. No round victory manifested. They got some good control, but beyond that, it was just a non-factor, which is just a crazy thing to say. Zoto canister tagging up Giddy through the floor as a mirror window goes out. That's a 2026 combo if I've ever seen it. Ryan taking a peek out. The breach will go down. Soma opening up a new hole. As you can see, some of the interactions that you have to concern yourselves with in the modern era of Rainbow Six. Minute into the round, no kill on the Azamia. The Raptors player has manifested. And Ali, I think this is a play that if we didn't see the kill on the Raptors, probably would have happened, which is Space Station Gaming giving a bit more consideration at the opposite side of the map.
Very thorough droning being done here. This Dream's going to move through. Let's try and destroy the ingredient inside of construction as well. Which means that his escape and his back will be a little bit clearer when he starts to move through into construction and really focus on that site wall. Still got a tin opener in Gitty's hand, so the construction wall will very likely be opened here. Dream really finding anything out off the back of the drone. You know there's going to be a couple of players kicking around. Ooh, Trevmac. Brilliant reposition here. Barricaded door, shotgun on the other side of things. Veronix lurking below as well. On the smoke, nonetheless. I mean, at this point, why not? Not much that Outlast has done has turned up wrong, so give it a go.
Ooh. Might be giving it a try. Ooh, ASSG just demolish Outlast in the site. Taking the angles, baiting them out. Oh, but a big flank from Millie. Catches Dream with the diffuser in hand. Might just find another as SSG scattered. Deimos caught with the gun in hand. Surely Aiden doesn't go down too. What is happening? SSG stunned by one singular flank. Millie with a 9x19. Dashes SSG's hopes. Dashes my voice. And might just get not only an ace, but Outlast's first lead at the half in all of their time in the NA League. An unbelievable clutch by any metric. Outlast up 5-1.
And what a lead it is. Love that for them, especially the way that they played it. Even when the plant was going down, there was no rush. Happy to wait, happy to play that 2 versus 1. Happy even for the plant to go down. I want to hear what Lax and Fresh have to say about this.
This looks so different than anything we've seen from Do it right now. It's over. They win. It's incredible. This looks so different from anything we've seen from Outlast in the past. Not only do they look different in the game, but out of the game too. It's just a rejuvenated team.
Yeah, yesterday I said that Outlast had the weight of the world on their shoulders. Yeah. Let's look at the player counts today because they really didn't. This was after round 1. You see Nesta giving it large. Millie, you know, smiles. A team that looks happy to be inside of the server. Now, I can forgive them. You know, sometimes they look, sometimes they've had games where you wouldn't be too happy to be inside the server and it's been a little bit stressed. And why are they happy? Because of course they're winning. Because of course the energy is there. They've got themselves on a very, very default map in Clubhouse and they were abusing Clash. They weren't just using it, they were abusing it. Round 2 outside the Jacuzzi breach. Round 3 outside the CCTV breach, even dropping off. And in the end, SSG had no answers whatsoever. Outlast looked like they finally turned up. They finally put in a coherent performance as a team, as a unit on the defensive Clubhouse. That is a very, very big asterisk, by the way. It is defensive Clubhouse, But so far, so good from them. The first time, as you know, as Link said, the first time they've ever got more than 3 rounds inside of an NAL game, but they've been good for it.
Yeah, history's been made, and obviously hats off to the guys, but job's not done yet. I do want to pivot over to Space Station because, again, going to Clubhouse, sure, it's your favorite map, but you only played Bank twice. You have an entire plethora of maps you could have picked, and I get, you know, you might be struggling on those fundamentals. Why not go to Clubhouse and work on it? But you look at your opponent and who you are going against. You clearly know that they're struggling on every single front. Why bring them to the most default map where, of course, they are going to find comfort? Of course, they are going to be able to have a lot more fun because it's less strenuous in terms of the strats. It's less strenuous on the player of needing to focus on what they need to do in certain scenarios. And again, when you just look at the fun that they're having now, they're giving them that little bit of hope. They're instilling hope into them, and that is a very scary thing. However, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer for the side of SSG. Clubhouse is the one map in the map pool where being down 1-5 at the half is not the end of the world by any means, and they can easily mount a comeback.
Some of those individual mistakes, just they have to cut them out. It is the top and bottom of it, you know. Like you said, they did go to Clubhouse, they did struggle, they were on the attack, they can do that comeback, but when they're making fundamental mistakes, like they're attacking basement of Clubhouse, and that's with only aces that had breach, which means you can open only one hatch when Havana's available. Stuff like that is just fundamentally unforgivable.
And that is Clubhouse in a nutshell. It's who's making the least amount of fundamental mistakes. That's typically who ends up losing it, and that's typically who ends up winning it, is who's the one is punishing the most for the little bit of errors.
And usually Outlast are the one making those mistakes. The one thing we know now, that is not happening. They've exposed Space Station. We're going to have to see something different from SSG on the second half.
A round win would be nice. SSG have struggled to get any of those. Obviously, they got the one, but that was on bar and stage. And
10 seconds left.
Ollie, I think we try to be quite charitable, but if there's any site win in which you have to give an asterisk, it is that one. All the other primary sites, basement, gym, CCTV, it's just not been it for SSG. Now as they move to the defensive side, as Fresh mentioned, typically the better one, but we just need to see something more from SSG, and that's about as simple as I can make it.
Yeah, I think SSG have now got an opportunity, right? Like, it's not beyond the pale to win 4 rounds here, get himself level, and go on to take the map. Like, it's likely that will happen right now, depending on how Outlast come out and perform on these opening couple of rounds. Now they're hot and they've been hitting a hell of a lot of shots, but there's nothing to say that they're not just going to stall out entirely. We're in uncharted territory at the minute for Outlast. We don't know how they're going to perform when they're ahead like this and have to close out a game. That can sometimes be an issue for teams, and well, time will tell if that's going to be an issue here for Outlast or not, at least for the meantime. Nesta will start to try and move through, but Raid happy to swing onto Millie. Millie was trying to come to the aid of his blitz there, but he's just going to get ran down like a dog as Raid moves through. Not happy with one, wanting the second.
Well, if Outlast thought SSG was going to lie down and accept their fate, not the case. 2-man double swing onto the blitz and his cover. Both end up falling. Now Outlast. Oh, this is a position I've been in many a ranked game. You lose 2 people early, everyone rotates back to side, and you're like, well, guess I'll go open up kitchen hatch and see what I can find. A difficult position for anybody to work through. Still some good utility. Deathmark trackers, bees, nades, and flashes as well. So quite a strong setup. Ooh, Raid. Still upstairs. Might get pinched by these 2 players if he gets another kill. This will be ridiculous. Logan. All put to 1. Raid pays quite well for that hold upstairs. He might go down, but putting the Damos to 1 HP, that is a worthwhile trade at this point.
Trev might just trying to get rid of some of that ingredient on those basement stairs. The kitchen hatch has already been opened, so the way is clear, but not sure I like everyone pushing down that kitchen stair. We need a little bit of alternate pressure here. Is that castle barricade going to cause a problem for Logan? He will have a nade if he wants to try and get rid of it and move through and work down that blue side. Moto hatch open. There is an option here for a bit of a main stairs Moto approach, and especially with the Hibana pellets now that are on that church wall. Dream, he's going to get forced out of position here. My only worry is the time.
At 20 seconds, that can really cost any attacking team. Oh, and especially if you don't have the information Bryon looking at the normal angle above the A-bomb chassis, but with Aiden around the corner. Surely there's no way they anticipate this. Ooh, full flashed. Might miss his opportunity. Rival ready for it, though. Holding a different angle, but watching the same position. Trevnak ends up doming Logan in the back of the head. Outlast not moving on to match point just yet. Space Station winning their first since Bar Stage a few rounds ago.
Get ready for round 15, Lynx. It's coming.
Oh, don't.
Let me tell you, it's coming.
No.
I mean, kitchen site. Sorry, rephrase that. Basement site on Clubhouse. It has to be like one of the fundamentals. It's one of the first sites, one of the first maps that a lot of teams learn. So when you start seeing like glaring errors and things going wrong, it spells a bit of disaster for the way that the game is going to go. I like the confidence from SSG. They've just had their ass handed to them on the attack, and yet they still are happy to contend out there on that roam and put themselves in harm's way. You know, there's a blitz running you down, and they are just sprinting towards it. They did a really good job of holding on to that top floor, and it's not something that you necessarily need to do. You can just turtle into the basement if you want to, but they had the confidence to stand up there and to, you know, put a couple of layers of problem and difficulty in between them and the site, or at least the attackers and the site, and they did such a good job of that. Got the advantage, got back down to the site, and it's kind of just transactional at that point. If you've got the man count and you've got the time, the basement is going to be very kind to you as the defender. So great first start here for SSG, and they're going to want to try and build off that now as well. Headed upstairs in toward gym and bedroom. And again, a very similar story, an extension required usually toward that cache and CCTV side. Not too much of an investment on those cache stairs. We're not seeing the deployable shield we sometimes see and some of the catching utility, but there'll be a bit of barbed wire kicking around. And of course, Raid playing on the catwalk on that Azami. He's got quite a lot of architect ability as well, because we've got the Castle from Dream as a very popular operator for this site. They are going to be pretty locked out. There inside of Garage. There is soft walls. There is a little bit of a rotation. They're at least putting Raid out there to do his best, as it were, and just hold on for as long as possible.
Yeah, it's a really heavy commit to the draw zone, as you pointed out. Rotate hold, so is able to get back. Selma used quite early, actually, to open up one of those castle barricades, but bringing a lot of can openers, so plenty of redundancy that Outlast can fall back on. You can afford to use some of that hard breaching for that purpose. We gotta be careful about this Azami over in Rafters, combined with, I believe that's Rival on the Ella playing around cache, or playing in cache, excuse me. Oh no, Raid is fully back, so never mind. Not as hard hold as you might have thought, but I say that half the round is gone, and we have somebody in construction and Rival holding out into cache. This is a bit of a more earnest extension, but it's nothing like we saw SSG do when they had the Clash, for example. They'll take some shots around the corner, but then fall back at the halfway point. The Castle and the Rotate might be a bit of an odd setup, but Ollie, this is the normal pace for this kind of extension.
It's worked out, hasn't it? You know, from a time perspective, it's quite good. For the attack, at least. The problem is that it's not cost the defense anything to roam out there. It's utility they were happy to spend. They've now consolidated onto the site. The only question will be that there's probably not 5 places that people can sit entirely for free, and they're going to be putting themselves in harm's way in one way or another. Gitty, concerned with that Logi drop. Raid, all important position here on weight rack. He spent his Kiva barricades though, so as soon as the one goes on the window, that is going to be it. The B's starting to come in now, and some shots raining in from the ceiling. It's going to be very difficult in the final 40 here, especially with this flank.
Ooh, and especially with Veronix going down, not having that Ying shotgun through Logi's going to be tricky. Aiden coming up, wins an important fight. Reasserts control for SSG on the main stairs side. Now there's 3 defenders directly standing against Trevmak and Logan. They've made their way through, but control of the site, not necessarily how I would describe it. Threatening a retake at a moment's notice, finding the bulletproof, but Giddy with the right angle onto both remaining attackers. SSG stringing together 2 defenses, and convincing ones at that.
It's priorities at that point in the round, isn't it? Like, if the bulletproof camera can see you, like, you've kind of just got to still try and make a play. Like, you can't just afford to run up and try and shoot the bulletproof out, because you get swung from 2 angles because someone's on it calling that that's exactly what you're doing. So Outlast not quite seeing the same level of success here on this attacking phase as they did on their defenses, but that's kind of what we expected moving into this. This is where the door starts to be left open. It's really on SSG now to start to try and make a play. flanker being flanked there was obviously fantastic play from Aiden. Trev Mack, I mean, there's 15 seconds. There's not loads that he's going to be able to do there in that moment. It still feels nervy on the side of SSG. It's still not, you know, full celebrations and vibes at the max. It's tentative, isn't it? Because Atlas, they're only 2 rounds away, so SSG really need to stay focused here. They've done a great job of grabbing 2. Now they get if they get the 3rd here, that's the full rotation complete, and they can start to worry about the next phase.
Attackers must locate.
Big round coming up for SSG. One CCTV cache defense, and not erasing the first half in terms of the score, but in terms of the momentum. At least mentally probably in the lead, even if not necessarily on the actual round count in the game. Heavy spawn over on the Jacuzzi side from Outlast, actually. Normally we still at least see a spawn over by flat wall and then maybe rotate over, but instead, quite scattered from Outlast in their spawn positions. Telegraph things to us, who obviously nothing to the defense. Reload! Especially with a pretty stark lack of hard breaching. I mean, no ace, no thermite, no nothing like that. Quite limited in what they can open, and they'll get some important angles. Jacuzzi, for example, but the angles that they're opening going to be quite limited in terms of the quantity and the quality.
Decent information here on the drone from Veronix. Gonna know what that setup is inside of Garage. It looks like they're at least going to avoid it for the time being. Gonna send his bees into Logi now, but Rival just tucked away. Isn't going to be caught out on any of the bees that have been put through. Not really gained the sufficient information. Doka call. That's going to be a little bit more surefire. You're going to know where people are off the back of that. Oh. Brilliant swing from Rival. He finds 2! Oh, Logan. He could do no wrong on the defense, and here on the attack, can't catch himself a break. None of these players on Outlast are finding a time in. Trevmag left as the sole survivor. I mean, it's a flawless round, save for a trade right at the end there. But SSG, they are getting it done here.
It is a heavy competition for worst fumble in round 9. Quite a few windy gunfights, to put it mildly, on main stairs and over by the Jacuzzi breach. Space Station now with 3 in a row. Still seemed like they were on a trajectory to win it, but the fact that they don't get the trade on the Warden, which means Rival gets 2, and even at the end right there, I mean, round 15, I think, was very much like a possibility at the beginning, but if this is the play we're going to see from both of these teams on the attack, it's going to be a defender-sided clubhouse and just a game of who can win 2 attacks instead of just the 1.
That might be the difference, mightn't it? Which for Clubhouse isn't really something that we say. That's something we used to say for Skyscraper. You know, that was the way that we talked about that map, was like, oh, you know, 1 or 2 attacks will win it. It's not usually the way that we talk about Clubhouse, which can be a map that, especially with the bans that we've got today, so many opportunities for both sides. Outlast going to choose now to use that tactical timeout, not wanting to lose the lead entirely that they've generated. But they're getting close to it. Now going to need to try and come up with some sort of winning formula here. Bit more togetherness. Obviously, that last round, it's kind of a bad example to pick apart because I think a lot of people just got really unlucky in the timings and getting caught with a nade in the hand when the player starts to cross, having already watched the angle for 20 seconds. Like, that sort of thing's just, it's kind of unavoidable, right? They are going to want to see some success here if they want to try and maintain this lead and put himself onto a match point. Downstairs we go then. Church and Arsenal. Now, previously we saw quite a heavy extension upstairs.
10 seconds left before
it looks like we're going to see that again. We've got Rival just placing a couple of mute jammers. We've got to rotate in between construction and logistics. So there's a chance that we'll see this upstairs roam once again. And we've got the tools to deal with the roam, haven't we? We've got the Blitz. We've got Snake. We've got Deimos. Roamers shouldn't really fare too well against lineups like that.
With all that intel gathering you have, no, they should not. Saw the blitz get counter swung last time, and Soliton Deathmar trackers could be good support. They want to go for that same full clear. Still lacking a little bit on the vertical destruction is a potential issue.
Breaching here.
At least right now. Outlast opening up those same angles, paying attention to those reinforcements, and as we can see, at least one player on that top floor. I don't think it's more than that. I think it's just Aiden on that Ella.
All clear.
Just moving around, playing off this mute jammer. Just denying some important information, burning some important time. That is the nice thing about putting an Ella in this spot. As long as she can waste a decent bit of that clock, it's really not a big deal, even if she goes down 4v5. Still waiting for this push. I kind of expected something a bit quicker from Outlast, but potentially because of the mute jammers, is Ella swinging through. Spotted by the Deathmar tracker. That's the moment. She swings, hops over red stairs, immediately joins Rival on Secret, and oh, nobody on the lounge door. Bit of a missed opportunity. Could have even caught the Ella rotating back, but Outlast so focused up top, don't even think about the middle.
They really are just headstrong and clearing this top floor, aren't they? And doing that at the cost of not having a player to cut off anyone that's going to rotate off that top floor feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. We'll be able to start getting the hatches open, and Trevor with a bit of a pre-fire through that Moto hatch just for funsies, I guess. But again, we're starting to see a bit of a stack up here. Minute left, so there's so much time. I don't know about you though, Lynx. Hibana. Like, do we need to tell these players that Hibana exists?
I was thinking the same thing.
Do we need to, like, have they got Hibana bought? Like, do we need to get credits across to these guys? Because the tin openers, it's so unpredictable, and stuff like that's just going to happen. You're going to get impacted.
now you can't hard breach. Now you can't hard breach.
Yeah, okay, good luck. Yeah. Just walk down main stairs. Walk down main stairs and blue. I mean, you've got Moto at least, and there's something that you can do, but you can't even open church wall. Raid C4 here, this could just entirely destroy the push at the bottom of those main stairs.
I mean, if we even get in a position where that C4 can be used effectively, it's 20 seconds remaining. Outlast are still on the middle floor, and it'll get the snake. That's not the whole push, but that's an important part of it. There goes Veronix, and I mean, I don't think Outlast have a clear idea, and understandably so. The round has been lost so long ago that any kind of coherent plan is just way too far beyond the pale. Gotta give credit to Nesta trying to stick this plant right there. Does he actually get this plant down? No, he stopped at the last second. Flawless round for SSG, tie things up 5-5. Think they bring a Hibana next round?
I was watching that and I was thinking, like, you know what, with the way this game's gone, Nesta probably gets that plant down and wins the whole round. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's been very unpredictable. It's been very hard to watch. Yeah, I think we need a Hibana lesson. So we need to become Hibana salespeople.
We need to sell Hibana on full hard reach and Alban on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
If we need to sell that, the market's in bad shape.
It's like the sell me this pen, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just supply and demand.
Yeah. Why don't you just write this down for me? Well, I haven't got a pen. Supply and demand.
Open up that pen.
I haven't got Hibana. I have no hard breach left.
Exactly.
Here's Hibana. Like, there's a reason why Hibana is brought. There's a reason why it's even sometimes banned. And we've just seen, you know, and it's not just a problem that's been Outlast specific. Like, we saw it on the side of Space Station as well. They were bringing Ace to try and attack basement. Now, it's not always enough. Dear me. Well, no need for it in this round at least. An Ace should suffice just fine. Especially with the addition of a couple of tin openers as well, of which we've got 4. 2 on Trev and 2 on Logan. Ooh, a little bit of friendly fire there as Gitty just going to get softened up. I mean, Outlast will take it. I think they need all the help they can get right now in these attacks. So if the softened up defender is the help that they will get, I'm sure that they will welcome it with open arms. Half reinforced on the plat wall. Isn't really going to matter too much. Trev will still be able to get that open regardless. And Jacuzzi already getting opened up as well. Again, great work. It does just limit your ability to move through those rotates, though, because you are going to be forced into a crouch position, and it's a smaller area to aim at. We'll be using the Selmas to open up from Garage into CC, though. I do wonder how much information Outlast have got right now. I'd really like the Blackbeard to be the tip of the spear on this top floor clear.
It's got to be whenever you bring that shield. Oh, that's a bummer. Somehow Millie not flashed by that, but I think we're all happy about that conclusion. Another flash. There's nobody in this room, by the way, so those flashes have unfortunately kind of staved off a swing rather than as it created an opportunity for Outlast to capitalize. C4 gone over top as well. Blackbeard not pushing in through garage, instead pushing up red stairs. Always a tricky position you gotta worry about as a shield. Defenders go down though. Outlast, something finally breaking their way. 5-2. Now moving in with the shotgun. 6-12 gets the last kill. Rival might get one in the mix, but it's basically a flawless for Outlast to get match point almost at the buzzer.
That's going to do a lot for the confidence on this team right now. They needed that result, and they played so well to get it. Dokkaebi finally used to good effect. Get the Dokkaebi call in. What are they going to do? They're either going to answer it and stand still and you're going to kill them, or they are going to blow up and they are not going to be able to move, or there's going to be fire at their feet and they're going to be forced to move. Brilliant starts seeing the wheels turning here on these Outlast attacks. It's taken a good deal of time, so much so that SSG have actually leveled things up. Outlast now have done exactly what SSG have done, and that is get one round on the attack. Can they be the difference maker in this series though? And are they able to push it to 2 and secure 3 points?
First match point Outlast have had inside of the NAL so far. Just one more round. I don't know if it'll look like that, but just one more round. And if it looks like that, this could be a quick one. Denying the 4-round comeback from SSG.
10 seconds insertion.
Denying us the OT we sorely deserve. Which we actually have had a decent bit of OT games, all things considered, in the first couple of play days, which, given that we only had 10 games, is kind of crazy. Thank you, Millie, doing my job for me. Shout out. Is that mathematically true? Because I don't think that's technically true. Not to be annoying. I think that's technically wrong.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm checking real quick. I'm fact checking that. Oh no. It's true. It is actually true.
Sad but true. Hey look, we've got him on.
Sad but true.
Going to be opening up that flat wall now, as Millie will be making good use of those Ixcaros pellets.
Drone activated.
Round 12.
I mean, I'm glad that Millie's aware of the fact that they didn't win a lot of rounds, but I feel like I want to see them win the game. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's the second time she's been brought in the whole map.
Oh yeah, it's not been very often. No, we haven't just been making it up. It is a problem.
Number 2.
Good bit of information found out on the drone. We know that there is going to be a yokai. Dream going to be trying to tuck that away. The problem is that there's only 2 Ixcaros pellets left, so getting the wall open toward Catwalk is going to be a bit of a problem. Logan could be in a very good position right now, though. The drone's going to move up and confirm the suspicions from the sound, but is anyone going to be able to take them out on that top floor? Shots exchanged, but it looks like Raid gets away.
Yeah, looks like Raid gets away, and Veronix kills Logan. How has he done that? Giddy gets Trevmac next. He just flanks him in Oil Pit. That's actually, I've never seen that flank actually happen before. You don't see the Oil Pit flanker get flanked by somebody on the defense all that often. Now Giddy's got a great line to deny any push up main stairs. We are going to overtime, guaranteed. Unless Veron and Nesta somehow catch 5 SSG players flinging themselves at them over the top ropes. Won't happen. One of them's down. Now Veronix next up. Barbed wire separates him and the Red Stairs player. So many angles he has to worry about. It seems like our first OT of the day will be between Space Station Gaming and Outlast, as nobody in this lobby can win an attack.
Unfortunate there for Outlast. You kind of get the feeling that winning the one attack was like them winning the game almost, and they put so much into it, and there was a bit of a celebration after it that they kind of forgot the all-important fact that they needed to win the next round as well. Therefore, we are into an OT, and it's kind of difficult to try and figure out who this favors. Because on one side, you think, well, SSG have done a really good job of fighting back. They've had the back up against the wall pretty much all game long. Now they drag it into an OT where everything essentially just resets. On the side of Outlast, they've been so close. They've been one round away and unable to close that chapter. And now they've got to try and do that again. I think the all-important thing is that it's going to be Outlast starting off on the attack. So again, the harder side, it's worth stressing. 2 attacking rounds have been won tonight on Clubhouse. 1 from Space Station, 1 from Outlast. If that trend continues, Space Station should win this in the OT. But I think the Outlast have discovered the secret source. Links, they've... Oh, no, sorry, I spoke too soon. They had picked Hibana to try and open the hatches.
7 seconds.
I mean, this looks fairly locked in.
Please, no!
Who needs Heartbreach?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Do you remember me, Deimos?
Oh.
How could I forget?
I mean, they've got 4. How many of the... Because this is the issue, right? Is they've gone for the full roam clear every time, and they end up dedicating a couple to opening up like Platwall and Jacuzzi, which means that, like, with the numbers they have right now, you can get all the hatches open, and 2 of them can't get Impact Trick. But if you dedicate some to opening up the exterior breaches, then you only have 2 to open up kitchen. Oh, it just doesn't seem like they're opening up any breaches right now, which, frankly, fine with me. They've read into this bar extension, castle barricades, destroyed, blitz immediately on in, but rival sprinting, hauling down main stairs. Trevmac downed in the process. Not entirely sure how. Raid finds him, though. As Outlast, again, struggled to get an advantage over on Space Station Gaming. Prone beneath the stairs. Oh, he's got no idea! But Raid misses his opportunity. Vronix taking cover behind the beer cases and lounge. Outlast just barely claw a trade away from Space Station Gaming.
Really gonna look to try and take advantage through that stock hatch. Still got Aiden upstairs. Hello, just caught out on the death mark, but the info not quickly exchanged. That's gonna force the side push here, but there's gonna be shotguns at close range. Dream for 1. Millie and Nesta, I just feel like you have sent yourself into the Viper's nest right now.
Oh, it's the reload. This is a 1v1. That's a nasty angle. No way the Azami expects it. But Dream, ready for that one too. Match point now for SSG. First time that, well, it feels like they've had a lead in quite a long time. And their first map point as well. But now the question, will they win an attack and close it in 14, or is full overtime required? Because defense is the name of the game.
I'd really like a team to come out and like convincingly win this. I know that it's a game that's gone to overtime, so, you know, convincing kind of gets thrown to the wayside because the fact that it's gone to an OT isn't that convincing. It's been a very close game, and either team could have walked away with the points tonight. But I'd like a team to do it on the attack.
Do you think they bring Hibana?
Yeah, Aiden's got their Hibana locked in there. Surely that sticks.
Have you learned nothing? Have you learned nothing? What did we just see?
No, but I think that it's got to be a conversation piece, hasn't it? It's got to be something that they've gone, right, you know what, we are going to bring a lot of hard breach. Clubhouse is one of the maps where you can bring a lot. You should bring 2. In a lot of instances, you should bring 2.
It's generally worthwhile, especially when you're attacking basement, because Hibana gets the hatches, Selma's you can focus on church wall. Look at that, you're right.
Even attacking gym bedroom, you can have one guy open jacuzzi, one guy open plat, and one person then doesn't have to start on one side, go all the way around, and it frees things up. It improves the flow of the game. Millie, it's going to be drone hunting there on that top floor. Still got a Valkyrie camera in pocket. No shield this time, which I love, because SSG oftentimes get caught down on that shield. And whilst it's something that kind of works for them, I don't always think it nets them the round win. It would be a good stat to go and look up, like sort of round win percentage with shield versus without, because oftentimes I feel like it hurts them more than it actually helps them. They will be getting that plat wall open nice and early though, so can start to clear this top floor. it feels like a fairly loose hold. We've got all the silhouettes downstairs, so your main worry is someone sort of flanking up, but we're going to spend the time to drone and just double check all that.
Which is fair. Never fault them covering their bases, especially with how extensively they roam. Probably comes from a sense of, all right, we do it a lot. It'd be kind of silly if we got hit by it. Zombie spotted on the secret stairs, making a little fortress for herself. But with all this hard breach and with the castle barricade blocking off Lounge, you actually can quite effectively open up a couple of the important hatches without fully needing to worry about whether or not Logan can flank you. I say that ironically. Now he can. But Space Station looking pretty heavily at that position. Keep it isolated for the time being. A minute 35 seconds have passed, though, Ollie. A lot of time has been spent in... I mean, Alice haven't been positioned too aggressively, but Space Station getting these hatches quite late.
Yeah, I think fortunately they're still going to have the time to work with it. You can see that Moto Hatch is going to be next on the list to try and get open. Main stairs, of course, always a big concern. Kitchen Hatch, that should be open now as well. So everything now being done is fantastic because it gives you options for later on. It just means that you've sort of missed out on being able to catch people as they rotate between one and the other. Another castle barricade to get burnt there at the bottom of Moto, as there are 2 or 3 players now occupying space inside a church. With church wall now open, this is the time you need to be sending your players down blue. Have that main stairs pressure and have that presence coming in from generator side as well.
It's a normal setup for these basement attacks. That generator pressure, as you mentioned, a lot of the utilities. Sometimes you'll see the Grim on the opposite side instead, clearing away, paving a way for the drop down Moto. Giddy and Dream planting their feet underneath the hatch. One player bottom main, Raid, Dream both finding some success. Now looking to convert this into a church push. Ooh, nice prone angle, but can't land the shot on Dream. A big moment missed by Outlast, though Trentmac weaving his way through only ends up downing one and can't confirm it. SSG with their second attack on Clubhouse. The job might be done, but I don't think anybody's happy about it.
Well, it's points on the board, isn't it? And that's the main thing, especially between these two teams, because neither had seen success in the opening couple of days here of Stage 1. But finally, SSG walk away with a win.
Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing
You don't often see a team look dejected after they've won a game, but that was the case here with SSG after their 8-6 victory over Outlast. We've got the captain, the IGL, and the man himself, Dream, standing by. Dream, I know this is not how you wanted this game to go. You get your 2 points, not the 3. So I'm going to ask you a tough question. I posed it to the audience before we went into the game. Do you feel the competition has gotten tougher, or do you feel you guys have taken a slight step back from where you were during kickoff?
Honestly, I think it's us digressing instead of like other teams like stepping up to the plate. Like obviously people made roster changes, like the competition did get a little bit harder. Yes, I would agree with that. But I don't think we're playing up to our standards at all. And I just don't think we're in a team first mentality right now. It just feels like people are doing shit solo, and like the comms are there some rounds, they're not there others. Like, to be frank, we need to step it up and be much better going into the rest of the season, or we might as well kiss it goodbye. Like, I know we're on play day 3, but like we need to lock the fuck in. Like a third of the stage is already over, you know?
Thanks for honesty. I appreciate that.
Well, congratulations, Dreams. Obviously, you know you need these points, and just getting into playoffs, that's obviously the biggest thing for you guys, no matter how you get there, whether it's shaky, whether it looks flawless. I kind of want to talk to you just about, obviously, everything that's been going on. And with everything going on, what was the reason for Bank, outside of the obvious that it's a comfort pick for you guys? It's one of your best maps, but clearly knowing your opponent in Outlast has been struggling in every single category, every single map. Why throw them a bone and go to Clubhouse where it really is just about the basics?
I mean, truly, it is just a comfort map for us, right? Like, we're just a club team, or so we feel. And it shouldn't matter what team we're playing. We should be at our standard and be playing at our play. So if any team wants to go to Clubhouse, like, that's our map. We own that map. Like, that's our ground. We should be able to collect 3 points every time a team takes us there, to be frank. And we just didn't play up to standards at all today. I know we won, but I'm still sitting here like an angry dad.
I mean, 100%. I mean, I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah. No, it's weird because it kind of feels a little bit like a point lost rather than 2 points gained. I would presume for you, Dream. On a slightly more positive note, it could have gone worse. You guys were down pretty bad at the half. So what were you guys saying to each other, to get that comeback and to get it at least to an overtime victory?
I mean, honestly, our coach came in at the half and kind of lit a fire under everyone's ass and said, we know our defenses are exceptional. We've 6-0'd plenty of teams on this map. If you guys want it, we need to start playing to win instead of playing not to lose, basically, and just gave us a swift kick, and it seemed to have worked. And I mean, we woke up and we ended up closing out the game, so big shout out to Coma there.
I just have a follow-up question, Dream. Obviously, you're the IGL. You're the one leading these boys. You have the most experience. How do you find yourself handling everything so far, given the past 3 play days?
Well, honestly, it just is taking a look inward. Like, I blame a lot of this on myself. I think I should be being better for the team. I should have been a better leader, so we wouldn't be in the position we are right now. Hopefully we would have had more points on the board or something. But going forward, like, we're gonna make some changes. We're gonna be a better team, and that starts at the top. That starts with me.
Looking forward to it.
Well, Dream, thank you so much for your time. As always, congratulations on the 2 points. I know it's not how you wanted it to go, but you got it done, and we will see you next week, all right?
Thank you guys.
Well, they get the job done. I mean, it kind of felt like a loser interview almost.
Yeah, it did.
But, like,
really did.
I really appreciated just him being super forthcoming, telling us exactly how it is.
I agree, and I think there's no way of hiding. Like, ultimately, if Outlast were typing in chat like, guys, we won 6 rounds to kick off. We've just got 6 rounds against you. Like, ultimately, for any team in this league so far, that's going to be a bad performance. But I think, coming out, being very, very honest and saying, we need more of a team first mentality. Here's what we need to do. I think what's positive about that, if you're a Space Station fan, they seem to know exactly what the problems are and how they can fix them. Dream's been here time and time again, so I would have some faith and take some solace in that they know where they need to be and they know it's not an acceptable level right now, even though they won.
From my end and just from the former player side, I would say one of the more difficult things is when you're losing to yourselves, when you know what the problems are and they clearly persist from match to match, but they don't seem to happen in scrims, you can't seem to be able to make it work in match day. It is so hard to find the right things to do in those moments, especially when they keep happening. So for me, I really think they just have to take a reset, put this week past them, go into scrims with a different mindset, different attitude, and just look at what got them over the edge, but how can they secure it at a faster rate and in a cleaner sense.
And we move on to our 5th and final game of the day, and it's another chance to get a look at Shopify Rebellion, the major runners-up, as they take on yet another challenger. This time, that challenger is Wildcard, guys, a team that has struggled with consistency. That's something we've mentioned. A team that has looked at improving their domestic results for so long and is still looking to get into that groove again.
Yeah, that's definitely been their biggest hurdle for this team, whether from stage to stage, even at events. It's always been consistency for this team, and I think there's many reasons that play into that. They've obviously made roster changes. They've obviously had to move some players around, and then even just most recently in SLC, they finished kickoff with Adrian, but visa issues come into play. Then they immediately have to start working with Hot and Cold, have their run at the major, and we heard Spiker say, you know, we found the most success once we got to the majors. That's where we learned the most. That's where we were able to perfect and, you know, bring new things to the table for the next stage. But you constantly are playing this catch up and this reset, where now we're finally at a point where, honestly, I think these past 2 previous games from them have actually looked really good. They've been really inspiring. There's a lot more things that are tangible to hold on to. And briefly, what we spoke with Spiker was just being able to play with Adrian and getting more reps with him. We're with that and him being able to gel into it, and we even saw him pop off yesterday. This team is just going to look stronger once they have more structure and time with Adrian.
I agree. I think, you know, it was... I think for Wildcard, Spiker said it's consistency. These guys are a good quality team. They've got seemingly everything in it, but they just seem to have that round loss into them. As long as those round losses aren't turned into map losses so far inside of kickoff, inside of stage 1, they're going to be okay. They're going to be absolutely fine, and they seem to be handling it well so far and know where they need to go. I will say, from Laconis and, you know, from Justin's perspective, like, it's got to be heart and mouth times at times, but they're getting the job done, and that's all you can ask.
Well, a big proving ground for Wildcard here because they go up against Shopify Rebellion, and did they look good yesterday or what? A 7-1 destruction of 5 Fears.
Yeah, well, this league right now, you know, North America League, it's got some top teams really flexing their muscles. We've seen Dark Zero, we've seen M80, both of those teams, you know, win out every single game so far this week. Shopify Rebellion are aiming to do the same as well, and I think yesterday for me, they got their map, they got their favorite map, they got Nighthaven, they got the 5 Fears that maybe were a little bit, you know, not together. But when a team does that, when you are a top team, you need to be ruthless. You need to be professional. That's exactly what we saw from Shopify Rebellion. I think the big thing for me, realistically, yesterday that I liked, that I saw, was the team play from absolutely everybody. The situation, the round management, that comes from the top. That comes from Canadian in terms of his IGLing, in terms of his calling, but the players responding to that, the players reacting to that. It was one coherent unit just moving through the map together, all in sync, and we saw them just wipe the floor with 5 Fears.
Yeah, there were multiple scenarios where they were in a man disadvantage, but they were able to always react. They always had a response to it, whether it was from Canadian leading that or just the players recognizing in these situations how they can turn that into their favor. And again, I think that game in and itself kind of lit the spark underneath them, and to have them realize this was the team that they were at SLC. And that's what I like to see too, because that was the first time for me where I really started to get behind this team and believe that they believe in themselves. They didn't make any roster changes, and if they can continue to have this sort of success, I have no doubt that this could be a major winning team. But it's a matter about, even similar to what we've talked about with Wildcard, it's about consistency, and that's always going to be the biggest thing for them.
Well, let's check a look at our maps really fast before we dive into this one. Our players are just about ready to go, and it looks like we'll be heading to Clubhouse. Fresh.
Yeah, now both of these teams, they play it a lot, and that's the top and bottom. Any good team is going to play Clubhouse a lot. We spoke about it last time. It's about which team turns up and makes the least mistakes. What I will say from a Shopify Rebellion point of view is their loss streak currently on it. They've played it and won it a decent amount. I think it's 3-3 in the last 90 days, something like that. But the last 3 times they played it, they've lost it every single time. From Wildcard, the one thing that I do like about Wildcard, I remember seeing it inside the kickoff. It was actually the map that they qualified to the major on. They love a 4th choice site. They like to go to bar and games a little bit. So I hope Shopify Rebellion don't get too caught off by that.
I do like this map for both teams. I think it, allows a lot of players individually to just express themselves in many ways. But again, we're looking at the fundamentals here, and I think that's where SR yesterday proved that they were on top of it, that they were on a whole other level. Where Wildcard, there were obviously some errors that went on in that match. So coming into a clubhouse, what I'm really going to be looking at is what Spiker's going to be doing on the shields. The last time we even saw him on a shield on clubhouse, he wasn't finding a lot of success. He wasn't making a lot of headway, taking space. So if we are going to see Spiker on those shield rolls, which we know how strong they can be on a map like Clubhouse, it's very small, and even using like we said, a solid snake, it's a small map. You can get a lot of info. So I'm just curious to see what the approach is going to look like on the side of Wildcard and how they're going to work with the operators at their disposal.
Well, it is our final map of the Super Week, and Shopify Rebellion with a chance to go undefeated in the first week here in the NAL Stage 1.
Well, and Ollie, given what we know about Wildcard, internationally, great, never count them out. Domestically, this team has always struggled, and against a team like Shopify Rebellion, who always seem to be on a hot streak inside of the NA League, this is going to be a tough one for two really good teams.
We've saved one of the best until last, really, haven't we? I think this was one of the games that I believe it was Fresh was sort of citing as a favorite game coming into the day. The Rebellion versus Wildcard, of course, major runners-up versus Wildcard, who themselves did have a reasonable run at the major, despite not being at their full force. Obviously, with Adrian being unable to attend and Hot and Cold having to stand in as a substitute, we still saw a good amount of Wildcard. Now, it wasn't the Wildcard that we're going to be seeing tonight, because of course they are at their full strength here inside of Stage 1. We are going to be headed to kickoff for this final matchup of the day. We have a capped out and an ace removed, and what is becoming increasingly more common now, a Cade and a Bandit taken out of the picture as well. For the Rebellion, they're going to be starting off on that defensive side, and Wildcard will be showing us some attacks. Now, I do fear, Lynx, that this game is going to compare and contrast quite nicely to the game that is very recent in our memory. Of course, SSG versus Outlast. And maybe we're going to see a slightly different approach to attacks of Club. I'll put it this way. I reckon we might see more than 3.
I was actually going to say, so you're saying this will be an only attacker-sided game? 2 defensive wins the whole time?
I'm not saying that it's going to be an only attacker-sided game, but I would like to hope it's going to be a little bit more competitive, a little bit more even across the board.
I think so. I think I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't that kind of game, just given the pedigree of these two teams. And also, given what we know about SR, this probably will be a close one. Those games tend to run long. I say that ironic. We are coming off a 7-1 victory for them over 5 years. So, they've obviously got it in them. And again, coming hot off the runner-ups of the Salt Lake City Major, some of the best individual performances we've seen from players like Spoit, who have a long career of excellent performances. Might not have won the tournament, but still a scary team anyway, but a scary time to face Shopify Rebellion. Wildcard on the other side with Adrian coming in. No longer have Hot and Cold subbing in on the roster, still taking their time to get him reacclimated. Well, not even reacclimated. Just trying to really showcase what they can do and what we might have seen at Salt Lake City. First 20 seconds in, not only do we have a Hibana, we also have some tin openers opening up the Moto hatch. Important angle already acquired by Wildcard, as they are just looking to clear out this middle floor as Shopify Rebellion aren't extending whatsoever.
No, SR choosing to turtle things up a little bit. Of course, very, very viable, especially on the basement. You look at the lineup that they've got, and, well, why not? Vulcan packs, great for burning time, great for zoning out area. You've got Canadian, he's been allowed one of his favorites here on the defense. He's been allowed the clash, so you better believe that that's going to be getting played and just being deployed wherever necessary, whether that's at the bottom of those main stairs or playing over inside of blue, even in dirt tunnel. No end to the areas that Canadian can occupy with clash, although he's not going to be occupying much, because he's going to be taken down there. Not quite first blood, as Ambi is going to beat them to it, taking down the all-important Hibana.
And 2 important operators taken down for both teams, especially actively in the round. Canadian on those shields, specifically with that clash, can not only just stall a lot of different teams, but specifically stall quite a bit for any attack. We've seen the power that Operator had. Outlast winning a huge stretch of rounds in their defenses, playing that Operator. Oh, what a nice drone by Bay right there. full information on the player tucked behind Jaeger. It might be a pain to look through because of all that shaking. But great information as the utility clear continues.
Bot deploy unsuccessful.
Like you say, very valuable there. Just going to give you a bit of a read, and the sound on that drone as well is going to be increasingly more useful as the round develops. Kansan, they'll be watching through on that kitchen hatch. And you might be thinking that it's fairly even at this point because they're both 4 versus 4, but the extra man is always a lot more handy on these attacks. Baby Shark is going to be trying to take the challenge, trying to play the angle, but look at Ambi go! Already he's hitting 3 kills in the round.
We've seen some ridiculous shots today from Gunnar earlier and from Ambi right then. Bay and Kansan now looking to claw back 3. We'll have to just fall onto the striker. And it won't find anything. Just clean finish from Shopify Rebellion, but big play from Ambi out the gate.
4 for Ambi there, the first kill and the last, and 2 sandwiched in between. Playing there on the SAS shotgun and SMG. And again, you know, just goes to show you don't always need to have, you know, a fanciful roam game when you're trying to defend down in that basement. It really does just come down to shotguns at close range sometimes. And, you know, crazy shots being hit by the SMG, but, you know, we can allow Ambi that privilege. He's earned his right. He's put in the reps, and is very capable with some of those faster fire rate guns. Straight back up to the top floor then for what will be round number 2. This Canadian is going to try and hide himself away this time on that clash, but I mean, if you can't see him, you can have a fair guess as to what they're going to be playing.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy guess for Canadian for Shopify Rebellion. Decent chance. I mean, I say decent chance that Wildcard will ban it going into the next half, but by the same token, something that if he plays it consistently, you know it's going to be a factor. You know it will get played, so they might leave it up to see what they do. But for these 3 rounds, we're going to see the clash quite a bit. Mobility she can bring is excellent, especially on a site like, or a map like Clubhouse, but a site like Gym Bedroom, as we, again, just saw in that Outlast game. Strong operators being brought by Wildcard as well. Hibana 2 rounds in a row. We are being spoiled by the Excalibur tonight. But also the Snake, the desk mentioned, that Soliton scanner always just basically on every map, able to sit outside and gain a lot of information.
Setting hard breach.
Adrian going to be looking to try and open up that plat wall. That's going to be done nice and early here. Isn't even going to bother continuing the charge there, just instead going to look to focus a little bit more toward that construction side of things. The mirror being brought just make things a bit of a pain. It's going to be a breach and you're going to be able to get through, but it's going to be a bit scrappy there. Oh, impact sent out. I think that must have been a C4 used and committed to destroy those Excaros pellets. That's going to make it very difficult to get anything going over on that jacuzzi side. There's no hard breach left here for Wildcard.
Oh, tricky situation they've found themselves in. Spoit also good for 1. Might find the second to Spiker. Ooh, almost exposed himself to the jacuzzi window.
Come at me.
Spoit the exact kind of player who can make use of these tight angles. Canadian still over in construction. Likely going to fall back. Logic player shoulder exposed. Spiker don't have a lot of time to take advantage of it. Kansan softened up by some shots to the shin from beneath Logi Hatch. Wildcard taking damage from a lot of angles, not dealing much in turn, and still lacking a lot of concerted control. Just continuing to block off these positions as Wildcard struggling for answers.
Yeah, the Keeper barricades, they're just going to be another thing to slow them down. Spoit gets really aggressive there, but doubled up with Ambi. That's not the combination of people that you want running out on you at any point in time, let alone when you're at a couple-man disadvantage. The brilliant double swing from 2 of the best players on this Rebellion roster. That feels like, well, it feels like the end of the round. Let's be honest, there's 2 players left here for Wildcard. They're on the roof. They've got 50 seconds. Kansan isn't looking too healthy there, just sitting a little bit below half. Bay now trying to make something happen through the window onto those main stairs, but it just feels like the damage has been done at this point.
Yeah, Spoit and Ambi coordinating on a massive double run out, exact same time, out con window, out gym window, and it's pretty much the round at that point. You can see that Wildcard are ready for it, but once you add that other angle, not much you can do. If you're just now tuning in after Salt Lake City, you'll be happy to see that Spoit and Ambi not skipping a beat in this match. Surf also getting involved, but two highest rated players, or two of the best players in Shopify Rebellion at Salt Lake City, the two highest rated players through the league so far, and the two most impactful players for the Rebellion throughout these first 2 rounds. I believe 5 kills for Ambi by the end of that, but just overall, great performance for the Rebellion out the gate.
Tactical timeout here for Wildcard. I mean, no major surprise, right? Those first 2 rounds have not gone the way that they will have been hoping. Not just in the fact that they've lost 2 rounds. I mean, it's you know, so what, big deal? These are professional teams. The more mental resilience than that. It's the fashion in which both of those 2 rounds have been lost. Both opening kills come in on the back of SR. Ambi in the first round, Spoit there in that second round. 5 players left alive at the end of round 2. Still 3 players left alive at the end of round 1. And Ambi being allowed to get a 4K. I mean, SR, they're not doing anything too crazy. Like, they're just playing a clash and playing good util ops. It's not even like they're playing a heck of a lot of traps or anything like that. They are just playing real bog basic Siege, but nailing those fundamentals. And more importantly, nailing that teamwork. Great example of the teamwork right now. Nice little 3-2-1. Both players get their man, and they're straight back inside.
Just a nice little flawless round for the Rebellion to start. Also, I'm sure everything you said was great, but the anti-Hibana Warlords nuked my internet connection for a period of time, so.
I think that was the tin opener salespeople. They're a really rough bunch. Like, you've got to be careful.
Yeah, they've had a few lawsuits. They've been in front of the SEC a few times. It's genuinely some scary stuff going on, going over with the tin opener salespeople. But
they're just cowboys. I think it's a whole pyramid as well.
It's a whole pyramid. No, fun fact: pyramid schemes not illegal. Well, they can be, but pyramid schemes not illegal.
I feel very lucky tonight, you know.
Why do you feel lucky?
We've had 1 tech pause. Now, Wildcard haven't had a great streak this week. For anyone that's watched the previous 2 play days,
oh no,
you'll know that Wildcard are having some serious issues with, I don't even know what. I think it's power, which is obviously quite important. So, but because they're all playing in the same place, it is a little bit of a problem. I'm not entirely sure what it is now. As soon as if we get told, of course we'll let you know as soon as. But everyone's back in the game nice and quickly, so it couldn't have been anything too major. Third site choice then here for the Rebellion as they look to make it a clean sweep here on this defensive side, as they are going to be headed to gym and bedroom. Again, nothing crazy in the lineup, no major traps, nothing really to write home about. They don't need to change too much. On the side of Wildcard, they've just taken their tactical timeout, so I'm expecting a little bit more change. And I feel like I'm kind of just seeing more of the same here, Links.
It does look quite similar, and it's a bit of a tricky situation because, like, at least for Wildcard, a lot of good tools. I'm never going to fault them for bringing the snake. Such good information. The double harder breach, as we talked about last game, can be very important on Clubhouse. You have an introduction. We do have the Thatcher, which could be quite important. I'm sorry. That skin literally just broke my brain. The sound effect just completely disrupted everything I had going on. Do have the Thatcher, which can bring some important utility. Not entirely sure, like, exactly what it's meant for. I mean, could just be to, like, stop anybody from denying the plant, but nothing immediately jumps out as something that's worth bringing the Thatcher of all ops.
Enemy has a device planted nearby.
Yeah, I mean, the Thatcher usually speaks more toward a plant in this day and age, doesn't it? But you don't think of CCTV and cache as one of those sites where that sort of a plant is going to be necessary. It can be, I guess. Depends on how sort of one-sided they go, but already with Jacuzzi wall open and Kansan looking to gain a bit of information, he knows someone's playing deep inside of showers. And with Canadian with that opening pick onto Ambi, Ambi finally put to the cameras only at round 3 here. 6-1 so far on the game. Still isn't going to stop SR from committing to this hold.
They got Spoit behind the weight rack. They can do it. Kansas just sprinting in. Runs past Canadian with the shotgun. Tags him up. Doesn't land the headshot, though. Gaining refuge behind the corner. Surf just gets his shield up in time, but it's Wildcard sprinting into Jacuzzi Wall. Getting a 4v3. Might be a 4v2 unless Spoyd has something to say about it. Decimates Kansan. Still, the attacking team consistently with an advantage, and now Spoyd clotheslined by Adrian. Wildcard with their first.
Big round there for Wildcard. Good to see the tactical timeout yielding a result for them there. Big opening pick as well. That's been something that SR have pretty much dominated throughout the course of those first couple of rounds, but Wildcard being able to pick things apart a little bit better there. Another hard breacher taken away in the thermite, and the mirror gone as well. SR have been doing a really good job of using that mirror to just make the breaches even more difficult to get open. So with that being gone now, there is only one option left, and that is going to be the Hibana for the hard breach. So Wildcard will be bringing that. We're going back down to some familiar territory here, as we will be going downstairs to the basement for round number 4. And again, a lineup that isn't too changed on the side of the Rebellion, and depending on how it sort of sticks and how the 6 picks work out, we do at least have the Dokubi this time for Wildcard, which when you're dealing with players that are dug into those basement positions, there is quite literally no better tool at the moment in the game.
No, it's unbelievable, as Kino pointed out in his interview after the Dark Zero game. It's an excellent tool on any map, in any situation, but especially those late rounds, depending on what you have to accomplish. I say depending on what you have to accomplish. You want to accomplish anything, it's probably the best tool still. But switching out to the Buck will give you increased access to that vertical destruction, give you more angles that Wildcard can play with. Still, of course, have the Clash being brought by Canadian. Wildcard opting not to ban it and anticipating, well, I assume anticipating they will have to work around it. Basement, they're attacking. We do, of course, have plenty of hard breaching to work with. I think this will be another slow one, Ollie, as the Rebellion don't seem to be changing any positions on us.
No, and you know, they don't really need to. They can kind of just sit in some of those more powerful positions and say, look, you know, just come to us. Like Wildcard, they're going to do a lot of the hard work for the Rebellion in terms of eating up the map and eating up the time. There's so much that needs to be done on a clubhouse attack that, especially when it's the basement, that you can pretty much safe assume that 50 seconds, a minute and 10, a minute and 20 even are going to be fairly easily soaked up right now. Baby Shark will be trying to get this wall open. There is going to be a little bit of a presence upstairs. We've got a rogue Ambi knocking around, but looks like he's taking up quite a bit of damage. Ooh, a couple of pre-fire shots through the wall there as well, as we'll just be creeping his way through. If he can get into garage here, he's going to be away scot-free, but with that wall open, although the angle isn't great, depends what he chooses to do. If he chooses to play his life, he might find one, but Kansan just quicker. They had a good idea as to where that player was, and very easily dealt with an already softened up Ambi.
Just watching for it, now looking for the angle into Generator. Flashbang is maybe not as lethal as those Candelas that we've seen before in that Outlast game. They don't have the Grim as well, so Generator actually might be a little bit more difficult to clear than it otherwise would be, though still with some utility available to make use of it.
Setting hard breach.
And 10 seconds to go as Wildcard still considering where they want to put this diffuser. Flash will still be a factor. Availing themselves of a lot of different options. Given that Clash's ability to rotate and given the potential for utility still on the site, Shoutfire Rebellion, despite the 4v5, with a lot of possibilities against this attack.
I really like leaving that center wall inside a church soft as well, especially with Canadian on the Clash. You can plonk his shield down in the middle there, and it'll be a little bit of a problem, especially for anyone trying to walk down those main stairs, which, let's be honest, is going to happen at some point. Bit of prep going in toward this Moto side as Adrian's going to drop a nade down. Canadian instead taking a much deeper and probably a little bit more of a safer angle inside of that church. And with the Vulcan pack just starting to dissipate on Oil Pit, now is going to be the time here for Wildcard. They need to flex this man count advantage that they've got.
It's about the only thing they have going for them at this point. So much utility used, very little time remaining, and it's still barbed wire. Spiker's push into Gen with so little time remaining will be slowed by a few key seconds. Bay with a good angle. Gen player to fall. Rebellion still holding with 5 seconds remaining, but they can whittle this man count down, burn away the time, keep them at bay, and lock them out. Rebellion move up 3-1. Basement defense, a success both times attempted.
Those executes are never straightforward. even with the man advantage there, Wildcard struggling to truly take control there. And the time, again, doing quite a lot of the work. Ambi might have had little impact on that top floor in terms of a damage perspective, but the time that he was able to soak up was so crucial. Dies at 1:40. 10 seconds left on the clock as Bay gets the kill that tries to open things up, but in the melee that ensues, there is just not enough time for that wildcard side to get the job done. One round on the attack is all they have at the moment. Round 5 here and now. Again, this top floor wasn't the greatest for wildcard. They did suffer to some very aggressive run-out tactics being employed by the Rebellion. I'd like to think they won't get away with that again, Lynx, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
It's true.
10 seconds left.
I somehow don't think so, but
5 seconds to go.
you know, sometimes you have days in which, let's say hypothetically, we only had like 2 attacks, one on Clubhouse, one of the most default maps in the pool. Sometimes weird things can happen, and you just have to prepare yourselves for them. I didn't in last game's case, and it ended quite badly for me and my mental, but we recover, we persevere, and in this case, we'll see how Wildcard can make things work attacking Gym and Bedroom. Quite a similar lineup being brought by the Rebellion to what we saw last time. Also quite a similar lineup being brought by Wildcard, all things considered. I'm mainly just curious. Who's getting called 4 times on this one? Honestly, probably Canadian.
We saw a round earlier. There wasn't like an appropriate moment to say it, but every single attacker had been called. I think it was Ashen that was on the Dokkaebi.
That's brutal.
He's just trolling, isn't it? At that point, like Ashen loves to talk in the all chat and loves to just call every single defender, and every single one of them just tanked the damage. And I think it was like a 4 versus 5 execute or something like that in the end. It was just kind of comical how it worked, but yeah. Someone's going to be getting phone called. That is for certain. Big C4 sent over the top, though. There's Kansan. He ain't going to be opening any more walls here in round number 5.
Hibana removed early, though, after doing a decent bit of work, as we can see. Opening up quite a large portion of the jacuzzi wall. Adrian now trying to catch Spoit, rotating behind the weight machine. We'll have to see if he finds it. Spiker catching up on the Clash's trail. Adrian, doesn't get the kill on a Spoit, and sets on a Rexton. He finds one. Likely from that jacuzzi angle, though I'm not entirely sure where Rexton's position was. Canadian losing so much HP. Dokkaebi call burning, destroys his phone. Adrian pushing in, but Spoit, an important fight, can play more aggressively with Gym window plugged. And him and Ambi again on for 3 kills combined. Spiker on the metal balcony. We'll fire a couple Bs just to ward off any plays, give him a little bit of information. Shocker, Spoit playing behind the weight machine. He knew that when the Azami took down 2 of his teammates to go up 7-1. He'll move through Logi, some more information given to him. Warden moving over in front of the jacuzzi walls. He knows that. Spiker rotating through construction. Nobody outside holding the breach. Canadian getting some good information, getting an angle as well from behind the shield. Spiker caught in the trickiest of tricky situations. C4 wards off the initial push. Spiker's still alive for the time being. Keep an eye on that Clash. 1 more canister to gain some information. Spoit's position known. Canadian around the corner as well, and finally dealt with. Spoit pieces that one up. The Rebellion barely even contested on Clubhouse. 1 round away from, hey, doing as well as Outlast did on this map.
Death Taxes and Spoit playing Jimrak on his army when defending that top floor. I mean, every single round, that is the position that he occupies. There are some really staple areas of maps that you kind of associate with one player, and for me, Jim and Jimrak, Spoit on his army, that is one of those staple areas. We consistently see him play in this position, and we also consistently see him do very well in that spot as well. It's never an easy one to play in, but he really thrives in some of those high pressure, really snappy gunfight situations. Round 5 was no different. The Rebellion, a 4-1 lead right now as we enter what will be the final round of this first half. Wildcard, can they grab another attack? Lynx, I thought this was going to be better for the attackers.
I did too, but we've yet to see if this is going to be a bad game for the attackers, just a really good game for the Rebellion. I mean, these defenses have looked quite good so far in the ones that they've won, and Wildcard won it. It was a decent showing, but we've only had big Spoit and Ambi triple kills or quad kills only a couple times. It's generally been a pretty consistent team game, albeit, to be fair, with an 8-1 and 7-2 performance from Spoit and Ambi, but still, one that is not just two players winning this defensive half for the Rebellion. They're making good use of these positions, playing off each other quite well. And for the second time this half, Canadian will drop the Clash and move to an SAS op. CCTV is the one site Wildcard have won so far. Look to try to repeat here just to get themselves the 2-4.
Be advised. It kind of feels that way, doesn't it? It kind of feels like it's more than likely going to be a Rebellion playing really well than the attack struggling. Because Wildcard have looked okay on the attack so far. There's not been like glaring holes. We've not been unhappy with operator selection. I think they could have played more Dokkaebi, but I think everybody could probably play more Dokkaebi right now.
I mean, if ever, honestly, it's probably for the best that people aren't playing more Dokkaebi, so we have more novelty.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, Ambi. Does need to be cautious here. Bottom of garage open, somebody inside a stock. He's got no idea of that player. Taken down. Adrian isn't wasting any time. Some really good information being exchanged there. And the 3 magnets that Ambi had placed to try and keep him safe from that blue window just didn't matter at all. As Adrian's just going to go and double check that downstairs is in fact clear. Can start to try and move through with this garage push. Rexton is going to be the next player on the target. Brilliant spot to throw your track stingers from is down an oil pit. You just basically can't be shot at. And Rexton left with quite a lot to take care of. 2 air jabs committed to his position as well. Won't actually get the second. As soon as he moves, he's going to get yoinked out of there. Kansan there for the follow-up. Some brilliant utility work there from Wildcard.
So the most investment by flank watch operators to not watch the flank. Every track stinger, every air jab thrown, it gets them garage, and it might just get them the round. Wildcard send it through plat wall into garage off the back of it. Spiker quick to put this diffuser down. Got plenty of time. A lot of players up top, very little down below, but they don't pay for it. They've got all the guns trained on the right positions, and as Rebellion try to mount the horizontal retake, Wildcard have all the right sight lines covered. Might be only 2 rounds, but good ones they were. Wildcard only successful on CCTV and cash, as it's Rebellion with the half.
Well, Rebellion, this is the kind of stuff that we like to see from them. It's consistent now, and they're continuing to build upon that 7-1 performance. I mean, it's 4-2 right now. Lax, what do you like to see right now?
I mean, it's really been an Ambi and Spoit show similar to what we saw in yesterday's match on Night Haven Labs. I mean, already to start out the first round, Ambi gets, a quad kill to start it. That really is setting the tempo and the pacing of the game. But something I want to pivot towards Wildcard, what I was talking about once we were getting into this series, once we were getting into the bans, is Spiker on the shield. Now, for whatever reason, most IGLs typically are using the shield pretty well. They're gaining the information, they're taking the control, and then from there, they're able to pick apart a site, go for an execute. But Spiker, for whatever reason, whether it's he's just not comfortable on shields or he just can't replicate that same success that other IGLs can with the shields, something's got to change, and maybe he just needs to stay entirely away from the shield ops.
Yeah, without something like too much of a hater, like the lack of a
I'm not trying to either.
The lack of a shield player on Wildcard kind of limits them, really, because there's not necessarily that natural shield player. That means that actually teams aren't targeting the operator bans of shields against them, which, you know, allows more effective operator bans. Then when you're on a map like Clubhouse, you know, you don't have that shield, you don't have that focal point. Canadian was playing the Clash. And by the way, I thought Shopify Rebellion was so good at being in sync, being that team play again. We saw them a couple of times get really, really aggressive all as one, even in 5 versus 5s. And then there was a couple of times again where they were deciding they was really, really passive. What that tells me is that they've got really clear communication, really clear coordination, and instruction from the top, from Troy as the IGL. They know exactly what the win condition is, and that's why you're seeing them put in such a dominant half. That being said, it is on Clubhouse. Right. Clubhouse defense, we've just seen in the last game, we've seen it time and time again. Defense tends to rule it out on Clubhouse, so a 4-2 is certainly not, you know, too difficult to come back for Wildcard, but the nature of how Shopify Rebellion are playing, my God. The nature of how they're playing with the team play, the nature of how they're playing, I would expect them to still kick on.
As you said, though, wildcard move on to the defensive half. So this is where things can get a little tricky. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion can keep the momentum up, or if wildcard have something left in the tank.
Well, if Spoit and Ambi can keep up with the performances, even if the Rebellion's momentum drops off Ollie, those two players seem to be in good spirits, good form, and could carry the team over the line themselves. But as Jack mentioned, seems the comms and general coordination across the board for the Rebellion are flowing quite nicely. And depending on how rounds 7 and 8 look, of course, it's best of 1. They win a couple rounds, they'll be up 6-2. But if that coordination continues onto the attacking side, Wildcard might not really have much of a shot.
And you don't always think about coordination on the defense, do you? It really does come down to those sort of 3-2-1 run out of a window at the same time sort of vibe. But on the attack, it's never ending, the coordination. Like, you have to be in sync throughout all of it. So I'm really looking forward to it, because these two are obviously on some sort of wavelength here today. Spoit 9-2 at the end of the first 6 rounds. Ambi 7-3. You know, they've not even died one round. You know, they've not even died every round between them so far. They've only died 5 times between them. So having a fantastic start here. Wildcard absolutely have their work cut out for them. Something that Fresh was speaking about there, and you know, Wildcard not having a specific shield player, so not necessarily attracting the shield ban. The Rebellion have a specific shield player. The name's Canadian, and we have not had the shield banned. Fresh, explain yourself, please. I was expecting Monty to be removed. Ace and the Capita have been taken away by Wildcard. On the flip side, it is the Cade and the Mirror. The Canadians' favored Monty is going to be up here. They can really play a nice balance of this as well. They've got that, you know, slightly old school sort of shield sort of mentality going to it, in that Canadian will play Monty primarily and not really too much else in terms of Blackbeard or a Blitz. You'll see him play him occasionally, but the effect really is on the Monty side of things. But it still has that new age approach where you've got Ambi on the Deimos, you've got Spoit on the Snake. I mean, it's just a terrifying prospect right now.
And on paper, a very terrifying team to go against for all the reasons that you just mentioned. Not only the ops, but the players behind them wielding those tools and those weapons. It's a dangerous situation for anybody to encounter. Wildcard will have to in this game. Every team in the NAL will have to and has faced this prospect many times before. Kansan and Bay, the 2 players in the hot seat. Exothermic opening up plat wall. Canadian, all likelihood, will either walk through that with the Monty, but more likely walk through garage. Spoit on the opposite side, waiting to trigger that Soliton scanner, draw some attention, get information for a potential lurk. As we continue in this mid-round game, this little shuffle the defense and the attack does. C4 will go out and turn, might cover Kansan's retreat. But he doesn't back out just yet. Instead, Ambi taking a big fight down below. 2-man flank through Lounge. Baby Shark gets one. Big player knocked off the board for the Rebellion. And Baby Shark slipping away down through the lobby. Ooh, and Spoit gets knocked down in turn. The 2 most powerful players for the Rebellion dismantled by Wildcard. Kansan might still have a little bit more left in him, with Rebellion completely shut out of the CCTV and cash position, Ollie. I was about to say, I don't think they need to go for more.
No, Kansan can get himself away there, can't he? The 2 players that you would expect to be on cutoff, well, they're flicking the cameras. They are not active participants in this round. And as such, Kansan and co will be allowed to slip the net and retreat out of that cash side, get themselves over toward gym and bedroom, and just further fortify. Canadian is going to be looking for a bit of a rotate now, as well as he knows that there's no real point now just pushing in through construction. You need to make a little bit of progress elsewhere. And the fact that they've lost 2 bodies means that they're going to have to move and do that themselves. There's no one that's going to make that progress for them. A nice big breach here inside a Jacuzzi is exactly what Canadian needs to try and move through, but Baby Shark is hot on contesting that.
Ooh, very quick to contest it, but Surf also quick to cover it. 1 player just around the corner. Surf doesn't see it, swings next up, knocks down Spiker over on main stairs. Kansan, who retreated so early, finds himself a bit closer to Khan than I think he expected. 1 kill, can get another 1v1, but Surf coming in late with a 3K. Ambi Spoit might be down, but Surf clutching like we haven't seen in quite a while. Rebellion now up 5-2.
A player that we've all got very fond memories of watching just clutch out of their mind round after round, it feels like, last year. But you're right, it has been a while since Surf has had his moment in the sun. He'll get it there, though. As the Rebellion do manage to salvage a round that, you know, it's not that it looked terrible. They just suffered a couple of early losses, hadn't they? It happens, right? There's a big kill onto Baby Shark. I think he just left a small gap in the keyboard with the way that it deployed. Poor old Kansan. Oh, I love how Spoit grabs his microphone to scream.
I love
just so that it doesn't like rip through the team speak, you know?
It's always a little detail I love whenever we see players do it. I don't know who else I've seen do it, but I will see people that grab the microphone. I think JJ does it too, I don't know, but they just grab the microphone to make sure, I don't know, I guess it doesn't get out of position or so they can get every single decibel possible out of their yell. I don't know, but I find it endearing. Rebellion now up 3 rounds. Clean looking attack that required a bit of a recovery. Good fight by Wildcard on that extension. Got to give them credit for that, but Rebellion proving how deep their bench really is. Spoit now, not Spoit, Surf joining the ranks of positive players on the side of Rebellion. 6-4 after that round. CCTV and Cash now gaining Spoit's attention. Don't know who will be the first victim of anybody on Shopify Rebellion, but with this blitz and not Monty, you have to imagine that Canadian will apply the pressure, and any one of these guns following through is a scary idea.
I'm reloading!
A little bit of tap fire in there into the CC window, but no real threat at the moment. Wrexham will be looking to try and open up the construction wall. And SR going to be looking for an opening pick on the attack. They suffered in the previous round. Some great intel here. Brilliant drone from Wrexham. Shame about his second one, as it gets pinged as he just has a look through Logi Hatch, but Adrian not caught out the bees there, and I think that Wrexham was expecting the retreat. He will be traded out, but it's another opening pick here that goes the way of Wildcard.
They take down the blitz, and Adrian might be traded in response, but that is a brutal loss for the Rebellion. Not only the shield taken down, opening pick, but Ambi coming in quickly to mitigate any damages. Baby Shark quickly flicks on it too! 180 degrees onto Rexon. Demolished by the 416. Spoit moving in can confirm this one, but the damage already done. Huge play by the Frenchman, 2v2.
We've spoken about these two players and the impact that they can have. A lion and a snake. There's surely no lack of information here. A couple of nades apiece as well, so they and Spiker do need to be cautious, but there is an eternity for this 2 versus 2. Wildcard, they've changed their focus, changed their attention. All they really have to watch is construction single door. Nobody rotates anywhere around, then what else is there to look at? It's not like you're worried the plat wall's going to be opened up behind you.
Impact out.
Not worried about it, but might have to worry about Ambi. Not if Bay's got anything to say about it. Good for both final kills. 2 huge double kills from Baby Shark and Bay, respectively. Rebellion still in the lead, but narrowed by 1. Wildcard with a big win on CCTV.
Big clutch up there for Wildcard. That's the kind of round that they need to be walking away with here. Don't forget, they've used that tactical timeout, so they've only got themselves to look to here for this defensive phase. So far, they're standing up quite nicely to the Rebellion. Still, Rebellion with an advantage, but it is an advantage that will continue to dwindle if rounds keep going the way of Wildcard. CCTV and Cash, their first success here on that defensive side. I think it was a great play from Adrian here. I think that the expectation from Wrexham was that, oh, there's a guy in Logi, but because of where he was when he shot the drone, Adrian was a lot closer to the door than he was to ratting around in a corner. And you think, oh, he's probably left, like it's probably safe to start to push in through construction, but no. He had just got himself into position.
Let's go, Jake.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Get him. All right, let's go, Mason.
5 seconds left.
Hyped up after that victory, as they should. A couple big plays to get them that.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
It is unfortunate that something so small, like you mentioned, results in the blitz going down so early. You can see they were looking to find a gap and either pressure the roam or push into sight, and just not even a mistake, just one of those things. Ends up enabling quite a massive wildcard performance and start to chip away at the lead, 1 for 1 after the half on this new side. moving down to basement. It's a reverse site rotation. Jim, then CCTV, and now the primary bomb site that most people think of on this map. I was about to say, it seems like Wildcard are looking to play things similarly to the Rebellion. I don't think we have anybody roaming around the map, at least from the outlines I can see. It's not necessarily a lineup that immediately indicates Anchor, like, you know, Ollie, like having Clash and Goyo and Smoke like we saw the Rebellion do, but indeed, everyone will be on the site. Neither team trying to overcomplicate these basement sites.
No, you can just hold from the halfway point on the stairs, can't you, Baby Shark? Get up there, shoot a few drones. He's got the DMR, so he only needs to land a couple of bullets, really, and he's got some decent damage downrange, but even then, a minute and 10 seconds, it's enough, isn't it? You've got plenty of advantages just by holding deep into the basement. With kitchen hatch already opened,
Tracker active.
you're probably better off turning your attention a little bit elsewhere. Plenty of tracks available for Ambi on the Deimos. He's got a load of death markers going there, so that tells me that the drone work has been working very well here for the Rebellion. They are still going for a very full map clear, but they've got the time to do so. Should be able to open up most of this soft fairly easily here. A couple of breach charges on Surf. He's going to be really on the hard and soft destruction this round, given that he is the Habana. With kitchen hatch already open, Moto, another fairly straightforward hatch to get done, especially with the Cade ban that the Rebellion have been employing here. And also turn his attention over toward the old kitchen floor. And get some of that working as well. The big thing for me is where Canadian chooses to push here. Typically, when we see the Rebellion, they'll likely favor a Moto or a main stair. It's not often that we see them go for a kitchen dirt or something like that. It usually is down that main stairs, so they're going to want to keep something in their pocket to try and maybe get that church wall open a little bit later on.
Maybe, but with 30 seconds remaining, Canadian plummets into, or down, the Arsenal hatch. C4 right around the corner. Oh, just keeps himself alive. Tucked into the corner, loses a lot of HP, and I was about to say probably going to be finished off soon by an impact grenade, but Rebellion, 3 kills, Ambi and Rex in a piece. Now just Surf, and now nobody. Everybody dying within just a few seconds of each other, but Wildcard now with 2 in a row. If they get Jim Bedroom, it'll be a flawless rotation to tie the game.
Well, it really seems like it's the night for attacks to be somewhat struggling, doesn't it, on Clubhouse? Another round that Wildcard walk away from. The Rebellion, I mean, it's just kind of basic stuff, right? It's fairly surprising that we're seeing them struggle on some of these attacking rounds. But I think it's testament to Wildcard and the way that they are standing up to things. See Canadian, he did in fact drop the kitchen hatch there, so not really their usual pathing, and kind of just got himself into a bit of a horrible position. The dirt tunnel not being open, it was very easy for players to just sit in there. Adrian was just kind of playing on the doorway. No real consequence. The blue stairs push not being successful either, allowing the AK's player to still be there. Timeout territory, really, I think, for the Rebellion. If we see the next round go awry and it all level up at 5-5, that's probably when Super will pull the parachute cord and try and take a little bit of the momentum out of Wildcard's sails. We'll see if we get there at the end of round 10 or not. Jim and Bedroom is going to be our focus here for round number 10. And again, we're expecting that extension over toward this Cash and CC side. Previously, when we saw this site links, it was where we had both Spoy and Ambi taken out very early on. So we never really saw the full force of the Rebellion on the attack, but it was still one that they walked away with.
A big part of it was Surf going big with a 3K, if I recall, over on the Gafuzi side. I think able to find a little bit of a gap in the defense, take advantage of a bit of a timing, run away with it. So a recovery, but one that was still a bit individual based, though very good opportunity and still enabled by a lot of the information gathered by the rest of his team. Now with, of course, Sport and Ambi on important operators, Rexon also bringing in that Dokkaebi, the kind of intel. I say intel, I don't know how much Dokkaebi really qualifies as intel for what she offers, but a lot of these intel operators, we've seen a lot of teams gravitate towards. With the addition of a shield, still a big threat the Wildcard have to worry about. Holding CCTV and Cash might not be the best to directly deal with this position, but the Bs go in, the Monty moves in, can push these players back off red stairs in a minute and a half. If you're feeling fine, if you're Shopify Rebellion, or if Ambi can just walk up red stairs, decimate Bay, now get a clean line into construction. Rexon instead finds him, just swings around the corner, I think. Headshots, cans, and prone on the floor. So wildcard defenders left running, tail tucked back to the site. 3v5. Baby Shark caught by Ambi, watching his own flank on red stairs. There is nothing that he can't do.
So much better from the Rebellion right now. A really convincing clear of that Cash and CC side. Spiker clutching at a C4, hoping that it's going to do the business here. We can see that there's nobody outside of that window right now. And Rexon with some great information as to what's going on over on that gym side. Adrian does still have 2 Toxic Babe canisters, so could try and stem the flow of attackers through that construction door. The C4 is going to go out. It's just way too wide. Spoit, he knew that. It was a fairly well telegraphed position that Spiker had found himself in. The nade further going to displace him. The Lion Scam routes him to the spot. Surely only a matter of time until he swung here.
Gotta be. Oh, Canadian barely keeping his life there. One player does go down. Spiker quickly finds it onto Ambi, but Rebellion now on map point. 6 rounds. It's been a tricky one on this attacking side. Only gym bedroom going their way. Comeback still very much a possibility.
It really is on, isn't it? And that sort of round from SR, it's dangerous because they've been able to pull that out of the bag without a tactical timeout, just through talking things through themselves in the round. And it was a night and day difference from the previous attempts we saw. Dokubi getting brought in instead of the Deimos. Again, just a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more harder to deal with, shall we say. If that phone's ringing, like I say, you've got 2 choices. Answer it and stand still and not be able to do anything, or let it blow, take the damage, and have to move because of the flames at your feet. So when faced with that sort of a choice, it can be a bit of a difficult decision to make in the heat of the moment, especially if you've got a Monty bearing down on you like Canadian was. So great use of the utility there from the Rebellion. They put themselves onto a map point right now.
Still a good shot for Wildcard to make a comeback. For CCTV, Azami, Wamai, and Jaeger. I hate everything that I just said. Very heavy stack over on the CCTV side, but we have seen the split in the construction take come a bit more into favor over the past couple years. So avoiding that utility is an option. And one team is, even when it's not present, do quite often take. Now, that being said, we don't have a whole lot of hard breaching on the side for Shopify Rebellion. Just the X-Kairos at the moment. It's kind of an inverse of the situation we've seen so far tonight, Ollie. Now we have the Hibana, but just that might not be enough to get everything done.
Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? Like we've said a couple of times tonight, you are going to want typically a little bit more. But SR sometimes can be a team that's very efficient with what they have and try and really get the most out of every single piece of utility. And if that means that we've got to see Surf place just 2 X-Kairos pellets sort of, or 4 X-Kairos pellets like vertically a few times, then, you know, that's going to be the case. They are going to be struggling to get it open at the moment, though. There must be a mute jammer on the other side of that wall. And it is just slowing things down, but it's just placed a bit awkwardly. It's a little bit further back. The EMPs don't have a great range. So it will be something that slows the Rebellion down, at least in this opening portion. They're going to have to get someone in there to actually shoot that. Oh, unfortunate timing for Spoit. Holds the angle for so long and just gets caught out with some poor timing. Ambi and Canadian, both players to fall. As Bay playing these small steps is a nightmare right now.
Spiker also adding on it all the way from up top on rafters. 2-man hold of Garage that the Rebellion just cannot figure out. Losing Ambi Canadian would have been bad enough, but now one of the best operators on the attacking team. It's looking bleak for Shopify Rebellion. Right as I say that, Surf and Spoit fly in with a couple kills, and there's one defender down below. This is just a 2v2 on site right now. Actually, one guy's all the way in basement. Baby Shark sprinting back to the site. I don't think Rebellion will be able to realize that in time, but even then, just a 2v2. Flat wall breach solid. Difficult to see how the Rebellion get out of this one.
Not going to be too easy, is it? Finally, we will see the mute jammer dealt with and the wall open. But Surf's not on a great amount of HP to start taking these engagements. Toxic Babe canisters, still 2 of which in Adrian's pocket. they're going to do the most work here to try and slow this round out.
Choke off the window. Also might be able to take away Surf's life if he's not careful. Nade goes in the corner. Adrian just getting away from it. Makes his way into the corner, but Surf finds him. Through the smoke, takes him down. All utility expended, but 20 seconds remaining and a key victory for the Rebellion. Spoit, player who has the diffuser. Oh, drops it inside a garage, and Surf's next up. These double kills from Wildcard keep coming exactly when they need them. Bay to begin and Kansan to end. The Rebellion still struggling to close this out.
Gotta feel so sorry for Spoit there. I could feel the mouse click that he made to try and tap that head. The crosshair placement was perfect, but it just didn't happen. A close end to what looked like a fairly decided round. Super will now choose to take a tactical timeout. Just see if they can steady their minds ahead of the final phase of this game. Overtime's still a possibility here. Wildcard are giving a brilliant fight tonight, especially considering the way that some of these rounds have gone for the Rebellion. Because Lynx, when they've looked good, they have been fantastic tonight.
Yeah, and I think especially the thing that stood out to me is just how well Wildcard players have stepped up to the plate when they've needed to. These have been, when they've won, they've been quite close defenses, you know, 1 to 2 players left alive every single time. But important players have played their positions perfectly. Think Bay and Spiker in that round that we just saw. I mean, both getting those in big double kills, watching their own flanks. But even then, you've got a big 1v1 from Bay to start off this run for Wildcard on these defenses. Of course, you have Basement, which they played their positions perfectly by not moving beyond the site and winding down the clock until the first kill didn't come until 23 seconds remaining. These rounds are quite close. Rebellion are shooting very well. But Wildcard are playing these defenses as well as they can and playing their positions, and specifically a few key players playing their positions very, very, very well. To keep this as close as it is a testament to their success. Now, as Gym Bedroom's still the only site Rebellion have been successful on, Wildcard just have to win one basement defense to push us to OT, and it feels like they can do it.
10 seconds to insertion.
A couple of differences in the Rebellion lineup right now. We've got Rexon on the sends. Rebellion have, I'm not going to say like pioneered sends, but they've never been afraid to bring it, but there's usually a very specific play if it is being brought. And if this is coming off the back of a tactical timeout, then you better believe that it's going to be something important. Look at this extension right now, though, from Wildcard. We've got a Yokai all the way upstairs. A couple of impact holes as well, just to keep people guessing as to where they're going to get swung from. Some big information. Nice nade. That should displace the player. Oh, Rexon just a little bit slow there on the DMR. Bay is able to get himself out of position. But with so many players offside, it's going to be a hell of a lot to get through. And typically, this is the round where the Rebellion haven't brought them onto.
I mean, 3-man hold inside of CCTV. One player playing the bridge in secret. Adrian also in Gen. Rarely see a basement defense this concentrated on one side of the map and this concentrated off-site. Rebellion are scared of it, though. At least concerned about it. Rexon backing up into spawn. Yokai's black eye camera. So much information. Looking to clear out this roam. Spoit pushing from the backside, but it's not just some loose play. Wildcard are fully committing reinforcements, rotate holes. The manpower wasn't evident enough. They've got the utility to back it up. Rebellion with almost half the round to go. Don't have a clear answer just yet. You wish you had that Monty just to walk through the door, ignore everything in its entirety. Zambi's getting good information. Rexon needed to find that kill. That's Raptors taken down, but you still got the core, the locus of this defense intact. Baby Shark could swing around, get aggressive as the snake just tucked beside the window. Ducks back in time as it's the Rebellion keeping their lead. Wildcard fighting back the best that they can, but it might either be won or lost on this roam if Kansan and Baby Shark don't rotate back right now. But is that one player already inside a secret? Somebody inside a lounge as well as Surf swings around. Him and Canadian get them both. Perfect read. Realizing how heavy Wildcard were committing, they decide to cut it off, wait, bide their time, and put Spiker in a 1v3 down below with 50 seconds remaining to close it out.
Not the best position that Spike has found himself in this evening. 3-Doe could be called if they can get a track on him. Ambi on the Snake, Soliton scanner, it's not going to matter. They know exactly where he is. Spike are going to fight for all he's worth, but it's Surf to net the final kill and to secure the win here tonight for Shopify Rebellion. A real big close game against Wildcard, and I think Wildcard gave a brilliant account of himself, but SR just showed once again that they are of a different class.
Just a different class. Wildcard, a lot of close games. Rebellion still without a loss in the NA League. We've got the desk to break it all down.
Well, that is it for Shopify Rebellion. A flawless start here in the NAL Stage 1. They get the Super Week done with all 9 points fresh. I mean, they were on it from the jump. Wildcard, they made it close, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, they did. I think they probably gave themselves a little bit too much to do after the halftime going up against a team like Shopify Rebellion. Especially as soon as Shopify Rebellion came out of the blocks, got that round 7, put a lot of scoreboard pressure on that. It meant Wildcard had to be almost perfect. I think Shopify Rebellion did just about enough to get it over the line, and of course they did. And for them, again, another team that's free of the big hitters now in NAL that have gone absolutely flawless on the week. They can't really ask for much more, to be honest.
Yeah, they're definitely setting themselves up to be able to clinch playoffs, and then, you know, we see what happens from there. But again, the big deciding factor for me, well, 2 big deciding factors for me throughout this series is obviously the shield plays from one team to the other. I mean, Canadian, once again, making great utilization from the Monty being able to take that space, having the players to be able to follow up. Ambi and Spoit having yet again another pop-off performance. And I want to give, you know, more credit to also the players of Surf, the players of Rexen, because those guys as well contribute just as much as the rest. I mean, obviously they aren't the walking highlight reels that we're always highlighting from an Ambi or Spoit, but if you look at the kills at the end of every single match, they are going toe-to-toe with these guys anyway. So, I mean, it's just nice that, sure, Ambi and Spoit are getting a lot of highlight and a lot of, you know, talks, but those other 2 are doing, like, such an important piece of this team to be able to have these players to go out and find success.
And you talked about it earlier, Jack, that it's a shame for Wildcard, given the success they had at the major, making main stage, that they just haven't had the week that they were hoping for. I mean, you're trying to get off to the right foot, reset with Adrian, but you don't have a key player on your team. You're going to feel the effect of that when you have to get back into the flow of things.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll look back on this week, maybe, I suppose, performances, results, like all of their games close. They could have won. Ultimately, 2 or 3 rounds go a different way. They walk away with 0 points on the week, or they walk away with 9 points on the week. Do you know what I mean? They're not far off. And again, that was another game against a top opposition where they came close, but no cigar, no points. And unfortunately, for a team like Wildcard, they're going to care so much more about the points than they are the results right now.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing also, just even one of the players on the side of Wildcard, we haven't seen a lot from Baby Shark. We saw like spurts and moments from him yesterday, but it's not enough at the level that he's done at majors where we've highlighted him, we put him at the highest pedestal. He needs to start finding comfort and that rhythm again.
Yeah, he got a huge clutch yesterday, but other than that, like, I think he's such a confidence and momentum driven player from what I know of him. Is that,
and he came alive at the major.
He came alive, yeah, and then that's the problem, is like that momentum swings up and down, but it's like it swings, but it's also so momentum driven. And I think, you know, so many teams you can't operate 4v5 when you're in the top leagues, when you're against the top opposition. That can be the difference, unfortunately.
And now we look at Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, and we have to ask the question: are they going to drop a game in groups?
Well, I mean, they have to.
Somebody has to.
They're going to have to.
And they're as well, yeah.
There's no separated groups. They're going to have to meet each other, and I guess that will really answer our question: is who's the best in groups so far? But I actually don't even know when they play.
They play on the 3rd week, so not next week, but the week after.
We got some time.
Some time to see how that one goes. But we do have our interview ready to go, so we got Rexen, I think, standing by here after the victory. Rexen, always good to chat with you. Congratulations on getting the win in regulation. Congrats on a really strong start to the stage. How do you feel things are going on the team right now? Coming out of SLC, you guys complete the Super Week with 3 wins. Looks good from over here. How does it feel from your seat?
I like it. I think everyone's obviously happy with our performance. We started at 3-0, especially on the Super Week, so it's pretty good. We're just aiming to get that top 6 and make it into playoffs is, what I'm aiming for. I assume the team is as well, but always good game against Wildcard. Well, actually, it's the first time we've played against Wildcard in the NAL in like recent times.
Last one was stage 2 of...
That was quite a bit.
Year and a half ago or something like that. I don't know. Definitely a long time ago. Regardless of that, wonderful Hell Week, Super Week, whatever we want to call it. I mean, good solid 9 points for you guys, Rexon. I wanna talk to you about, obviously, you know, going into kickoff, you guys were the only big team that didn't make a roster change. You guys obviously made it clear you believed in the team, you believed in the structure and what you were going to bring through kickoff. It was dicey, but then you get to SLC, you get to the finish line, can't quite get over it. But even for yourself, I mean, how have you managed to maintain your composure going through all the different obstacles you've gone through now with this SR roster?
I mean, I think a big thing is like trusting the system and believing in each other. That's all it is. Obviously, there's like a lot of outside noise. People have their opinions on us, whether they think we're good, whether they think we're bad, or X, Y, and Z. A lot of it is just, you know, focusing on ourselves and coming to practice each day, trying to get better on whatever it may be, and then, you know, playing in a match and showing out. And I think we've been doing that. And yeah, we fell short SLC, but that's okay. You know, might have been Folds or maybe Troy I heard it from, but it was like, you're going to lose a lot more than you're going to win, and you have to know how to take a loss. And like, obviously, you know, we're at SLC and the confetti's falling from the sky and the trophy's getting raised. Like, that's a terrible feeling, and we never want to experience that again. So just coming back home and putting in more effort and shooting again for, is it Paris? EWC?
EWC, yes.
That's
correct.
the one.
Yeah. That is the one.
Well, you've come back with a little bit of a vengeance. Free wins this week, Richie. The big thing for me, really, that I think I've been noticing is the team play. I think it feels just like one coherent unit all the time. You know, there's double jump outs happening. Everybody seems to be so in sync. Is that something that you've really focused on in practice?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to team play. So I firmly believe in there is no best team. There's an upper echelon of teams that compete against each other, whether, you know, whatever region it may be. And I think a lot of it comes down to who shows up on that day and who has better team play, because you're playing an FPS game, yeah, but it's also there's 5 players in each team. So who works better as a unit will win. And a lot of it, you know, besides that is like playing to win, not playing to lose. So if we make a play, you trust the play and you do it. And if you die, so be it, you know, next round. But that's exactly how you do it, you know. He made a great call. You know, we had our prep from you know, our coaches, and they were saying like, you know, if they're gonna do this take, we know where these players are gonna be at. So then Willie hears the sound, there's the operator, yo, bees, hop out 3, 2, 1, and they do it. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, they died. So, you know, that's unfortunate, but they tried. You know, they had a play, they justified what they were doing, and they tried it, and it worked. And plays like that is what's gonna win you games. So we've been playing really well as a unit. A couple hiccups here and there, but I mean, every day just coming, you know, to practice and practicing on your team play. Just
a really quick one from me as well. Do you guys, so from the outside, certainly, you know, I'm just I suppose a guest on the NAL here. I find it very surprising that teams don't ban Clash away from Troy more. Do you guys expect that much? I was very surprised, for example, today that it didn't get banned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it didn't get banned either. I don't really know what to tell you. Usually I'd expect it to be banned. Like, you know, I mean, Troy's pretty good at Clash. We won a lot with
I mean,
it, so.
he's not going to come out and say ban it.
We've seen it a lot. I'm not going to say, yeah, you're going to say ban it. It's just, it was a surprise to me. That was all.
Well, Rexon, thank you so much, as always. We appreciate your insight, and we'll hope to talk to you more down the line.
Yeah, thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
You too, man. Well, Rexon and the boys at Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they get their 9 points on the week. It's all you could ask for coming into this week. You have 3 play days. It's intense. There's a lot more prep for these teams to do. Lax, we know that it can take a toll. So to stay consistent as they did, as Dark Zero did, I mean, it is a great way for them to set them up in such a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, they're a third of the way done. You got to feel good that you can come into your first week knowing that you got the shakes out of the way, and not only getting the shakes out of the way, that you went flawless for the week. You got a full 9 points. And again, when you're looking at these points shake up, I mean, they're already ahead by 2 games for some of these teams, and that's only going to extend even further. So again, for both of those teams, even M80 slipping in there with 8 points, they're really on the cusp of setting themselves up to qualify very early on for playoffs.
And that's the thing with M80 is they are in a great position, as you said, to go from winning a major to not making a major. That's a mistake they do not want to repeat again. Fresh, it feels like they are well on their way to proving that they can make EWC.
Yeah, I think so. They look like a top team. Honestly, I'm sat here and I just cannot wait. Like, I cannot wait to be there as a viewer, seeing M80 playing against Dark Zero, playing against Rebellion. Like, all 3 of those teams right now feel like the clear front 3. Once you get towards the time that it's going to be deciding playoffs, it's going to be so important for those 3 teams to be in that top 2 position as well. So yeah, I can't wait to watch it, because all 3 of those teams have really impressed me. They all look so complete in their own way right now.
Well, it's kind kind of bittersweet that you won't be joining us next week, probably. I mean, it's been good having these EML guys on the desk.
I mean, I think it's been the best 2 days for me personally. Nah, I'm just kidding. Leo was great. I love him.
I'm going to be back in the UK eating beans on toast, no problem, watching the NAL.
Great.
Well, now I'm glad you're leaving. You got to bring beans on
We
toast.
do not want anything to do with that breakfast.
No, absolutely not.
Jack, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for tuning in throughout the course of the Super Week. We're back next week on Thursday, where we're going to bring another, I guess, fresh guest coming your way. Thanks so much for being a part of the show this week. For Relaxing, for Fresh, for our entire studio crew, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching and have a great night.